Hi, this is Deborah Voorhees from Friday the 13th, Part 5, and from 13 Fanboy, and you are listening to 80 Slasher Librarian.
Hey, this is Tom Matthews, and you're watching the Slash Track Network. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, it's CJ Graham, Jason, Friday the 13th, Part 6. I just want to make sure you guys know you're listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian.
Hi, this is Kane Hodder, better known as Jason from Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley from Hatchet. You are listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep listening, or I'll kill you.
In the dark of the night, with tales of horrific might, Josh spins his airy wheel in the stories we believe. Knives and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way in the spine-chilling fray. Out of print, but not out of mind. Horror digs, don't look behind. Feel the terror creep. Will you dare to sleep? I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night.
Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning. A fan novel by Landon Turner. Prologue. Trauma can leave an imprint on you. It can follow you long after the trauma has happened, in ways that many people aren't aware of. Most people distract themselves in a myriad of ways. They get wasted or numb out on pain pills or by smoking. They chew their nails to the nub and become raging control freaks. Some behave like absolute narcissists and wreck the lives of everyone they touch. For some brave souls, they face it. Survivors of trauma can always remember the dreams. Sometimes they happen when you're awake. Everything is fine one moment, and then you realize all of a sudden that you're seeing it all happen again in your head. Fractured memories of screaming, blood, and carnage could all come back just with that faint smell of cigarette smoke in the air, the slam of a door. One small change in the environment can send you into a flashback. It can all feel so real as if it were happening all over again. Sometimes, 17-year-old Tommy Jarvis could still smell the metallic odor of blood in the air. Sometimes he could picture himself in an out-of-body experience, imagining himself hacking away at a person with a machete until their screams stopped, or strangling the life out of some innocent bystander. He could feel the bloodlust rising within him, seconds away from erupting out of his chest and out into the world. Nothing he could do to stop it. It was a dark cloud, a force, a feeling so intense it consumed him. The doctors called it manic depression, PTSD, and dissociative disorder. Tommy had begun to believe it was just who he was, some outcast in the dredge of society, too mentally fucked to function. He was turning into the monster who did this to him, and he felt as if every day he was getting closer and closer to going stark, raving mad. Or maybe it was the curse of Crystal Lake. He would be sitting on his bed in his room all alone, staring at his collection of monster masks he had designed himself. They were the one thing that helped him stay sane most of the time. It was something to lose himself in and escape from the unbearable reality he was forced to endure. He would be engrossed in them, having visions of what it would look like on screen, sitting on a prop table at some big movie set in California, only to have it tarnished by visions of steel blades piercing through flesh and sounds of screaming. The kind of screaming that had torn out of his throat, seemingly from nowhere, back when it had happened. He didn't want to feel these things anymore. He was tired all the time from sleepless nights of tossing and turning. He wished he could have gone back in time and begged his mother to take them back to the city, away from that God-forsaken place. Tommy had had a quasi-normal childhood, despite his parents' divorce, and had a potential of growing up to be something big one day, full of dreams of finally putting his skills to good use and bringing entertainment to the world. It had all been snuffed out in one night, one horrible night back in 1984 when it all happened, back at Crystal Lake, where a maniacal evil had descended upon his childhood home. It was a tale of pure terror, something that Tommy's young mind could never have even fathomed. 5 years had passed since it had happened. 5 long years of therapy sessions in mental institutions, and weekends of getting high with strangers, or blackout drunk to escape these visions. 5 growing years of hospital visits for getting in fights with kids at the many city schools he was sent to in Chicago. Some punk would saunter over to him at the lunch table and whisper, "Mommy's in heaven." And the next thing Tommy knew, he was pounding the kid's head on the table and couldn't remember doing it. All he could see at the time was red. That was the one that got him sent away. The one that got him kicked out of school the first time. He felt like everyone blamed him instead of the monster who had turned him into one. "But he's dead, Tommy," they all would say. "The person who did this to you is dead." "Don't you understand? He is alive inside my mind," Tommy would always tell them. And he was, every single day of his life after it had happened, alive in his mind, in his thoughts, in his soul. Those demented eyes were all he could see, the last thing he saw before he had to fight for his life. When he had picked up the machete and hacked the monster to death, he had blacked out then too. His eyes had totally misted over, and something had just come over him and overtaken him. He just wanted the monster to die. But now, he was seeing everyone as monsters, even after his monster was dead and gone. They all hated him and judged him. He would picture them saying, "Get a grip, Tommy, he's dead, get over it." Sometimes he wanted to hurt them, his sister, his father, kids at school, anyone who triggered something inside him. That small part of him with a hair-triggered defense mechanism, rage. Unstoppable rage. Nothing his therapist and doctors had told him had helped. Meditation just brought more images and memories back. Hypnotism didn't work either. The meds turned him into a lifeless shell of a person. Through it all, he kept thinking of his older sister Trish and his mother, to pull himself back into reality. Trish had saved and protected him when it had happened, and he was lucky she was alive. The monster had nearly murdered her in a vicious rage. His mother had met a similar fate, except the monster succeeded, taking her from the world in the blink of an eye. Gratitude wasn't enough. Positive thinking wasn't enough. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear Trish's terrified screams of terror ringing in his ears, begging the monster to stop. He could still picture his mother's last moments with the monster. And then once the blackout started, Tommy felt hopeless. It was like he had some dark cloud over his head since it had happened, and had attracted misfortune after misfortune after another, and he was getting nowhere fast. He was losing control. And then his med stopped working, and he was plunged back into a living hell. The dreams were almost every night now, dreams that sent his body into throes of terror and cold sweats. He was plunged forcibly into one now. This time he was back at Crystal Lake, again, at his childhood lakefront home where it had happened. Everything was pitch black and hazy, like he was walking through a cloud of black smoke, and then he was enveloped in foliage. Tommy pushed aside the branches and took a look around. He was deep in the wilderness in the dead of night. Thunder crashed over his head. He looked down at the yellow raincoat he was wearing from his childhood, the same one his mother had always made sure he was wearing when it rained, back when she was alive. The storm was now deafening, and rain pelted him like bullets. Tommy moved underneath a huge pine tree, taking shelter from the storm and trying to gain his bearings. He wiped the rain from his big wire-rimmed glasses. His mind screamed at him to wake up, but he couldn't. He was now being forced to look upon whatever his deranged mind would conjure up. With Tommy's imaginative and creative mind, his dreams were always a little too vivid and surreal. "Wake up!" he muttered to himself. He heard his own high-pitched, prepubescent voice urging himself and realized he was a young lad again. Oh God, he thought. He was reliving it all over again. And then noises around him started cutting through the sound of the storm, and he jerked his head towards the tree line. Guided by seemingly some unseen force, Tommy reluctantly went the other way and trekked off into the dense woods surrounding him on all sides. Now he was being taken wherever his mind wanted to. He moved aside the wet branches, his galoshes that his mother had also bought for him sinking into the thick black mud up past his ankles. Thunder crashed again. And he could see the lightning flash above the canopy of pine trees that towered above him. He could barely make out his hands in front of his face through the sheets of rain that seemed to be able to make it through the canopy. But he kept moving and moving. The woods seemed endless and time felt slow and sluggish. It felt like an eternity, even though he had only been asleep for 30 minutes or so. Finally, the trees cleared and he froze at the side of where he found himself. He was at the open gate of the Crystal Lake Cemetery. "Wake up! Wake the fuck up!" his mind urged him. But as if he were being pulled by an invisible string, Tommy marched on into the cemetery. The tall pine trees that scattered the graveyard whipped around in the wind, and long skinny bolts of lightning reminiscent of gnarled bony fingers flashed across the sky. They were streaks of white incandescent light that illuminated the path ahead of little Tommy Jarvis. A thin white fog weaved in and out the tombstones and between the slats of the rusted, overgrown iron fence that surrounded the perimeter. The obelisk and tombstones seemed to tower above him, surrounding it. They were marks of death, all around him. He kept marching on. What was his mind leading him to? He kept wondering. He didn't want to find out, but it was inevitable that his mind would force him to look upon it. The rain came down even harder, whipping at him. He didn't feel a thing. He was a boy on a mission, weaving in and out, determinedly through the maze of graves. Finally, he stopped at a small clearing at a small, isolated section at the back of the cemetery. Tommy froze with terror as he saw the name written on the shoddy wooden tombstone in front of him. Jason Voorhees. He couldn't tear his eyes away from it. It was the name that had haunted him for so long. It was the name of the monster. His monster. The one who plagued his nightmares. The one who stole his childhood and his adolescence. Then the sound of his own voice came to him, seemingly by the wind, screaming, "Die! Die! Die!" It ricocheted off the inner walls of his mind, pounding at him, until he closed his eyes so tightly he thought they would burst. It wouldn't stop. He opened his eyes again. They were once again locked on the monster's grave. God, please make it stop, he thought. He tried to cover his ears with his hands, but he couldn't move. He just stood and stared in horror at the dirt where his monster was lying a few feet beneath. Die! 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 Those words were what he had screamed over and over again back during that summer at Crystal Lake. They always came back to him, throbbing, pulsating, ringing in his ears. All of a sudden, another voice, an unfamiliar voice, came to him through the storm. "He's got to be around here somewhere," the voice said. Then another unfamiliar voice rang out. "I don't know about this man." Tommy ducked behind a tombstone, moving out of sight of the two men that were carrying shovels as they were coming through the rain and fog towards the grave of the mass murderer. As they got closer, he scurried back into the woods just at the tree line and bent down to get a better look. Grave robbers, he thought. Oh shit! The tall blonde man in a camouflage bucket hat, a gray parka and rain boots turned to his slender dark-haired partner in crime. "You know how much money this could make us?" he said. "This guy's one of the most famous serial killers of all time." The blonde man nudged him with the handle of the shovel in his hand. The dark-haired man looked on nervously, the glowing lantern rattling in his hand. "We gotta keep looking, he's gotta be here." They weaved in and out and between the tombstones, searching for the monster. I know he's here somewhere, they continued on, shining the lanterns on the face of the tombstones, searching for the one they were after. Tommy stayed, shrunk down in the undergrowth, watching, his heart racing. The two grave robbers suddenly stopped in their tracks when they saw the wooden grave marker jutting out of the dirt underneath a tree. "Look over here!" one of the men exclaimed, pointing. There it was, the grave of the mass murderer Jason Voorhees, placed away from the other graves as if he were an outcast. "This is it," the blond man said, as the lantern illuminated the scrawled letters on the wooden plank. "Let's get a look at the main man." They set their lanterns down and started digging fervently with the shovels, tossing dirt all around haphazardly, laughing and whooping excitedly. "Come on, dig faster!" "I'm trying." Tommy bit his lip in anticipation, not wanting to watch, but forced to watch by his mind. He wanted to run, but his body would not let him. The grave robbers hit wood with their shovels and looked at each other. "This is it! Come on! Get all the dirt off!" the blond man urged, as they both hurriedly brushed dirt off the rickety wooden door of the coffin. There it was, only a few feet deep, and Jason's body was inside. Tommy couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes were transfixed on the open grave. The two thieves grabbed each other's shoulders with glee, laughing exuberantly. "This is it! Woohoo! This is it!" the other one shouted, finally losing his nervous twitch and gaining a surge of ecstasy. Slowly, and with anticipation, the two robbers bent down and heaved the wooden lid off of the coffin. They slowly rose erect, staring down in a mix of fear and fascination, their eyes wide, their mouths ajar. Tommy was glad he didn't have to see what was inside. And then the unbelievable happened. A rotting, meaty arm suddenly flashed out from the open grave. Lightning flashed, and the machete that the arm was carrying gleamed in the split second of intensely bright light. The blade plunged into the blond man's stomach, and he doubled over, coughing up blood. Tommy's jaw dropped. His eyes were as wide as saucers. He wiped his glasses again to make sure he saw what he thought he saw. And then, with another flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, another hand shot out of the grave. This time it held a rusted screwdriver. It plunged it into the other grave robber's throat. The two men never knew what hit them. Both men collapsed to the ground. The dark-haired man fell, grasping and clawing at the handle of the screwdriver that protruded from his Adam's apple, choking on the blood that frothed at his lips. His partner was dead on his back, his blood and his life draining away, the machete sticking up into the sky, like many of the tombstones around him. Both of them finally lay and stopped squirming as Tommy watched, paralyzed with nauseating terror. The machete and screwdriver were like gravestones atop the two dead men. Lightning flashed again, and Tommy winced. Then, a gigantic, dark, shadowy form rose from the grave and up into Tommy's field of vision. His jaw dropped again, and his whole body began to quake. It was Jason Voorhees. The hulking killer was back from the dead, illuminated again by lightning. Maggots had eaten out his eyes, and two empty, soulless pits of black stared back at Tommy through the eye holes of the hockey mask that the mass murderer wore to hide his grotesque appearance. His tattered work suit was covered in dirt, and pieces of flesh that had begun to rot were exposed. Jason lumbered out of the grave and stood to his feet. He was likely a whole 3 foot taller than Tommy, a giant beast of a man. The only thing worse than his appearance was the fact that he had his eyes, or lack thereof, directed straight at Tommy, and pulling the machete out of the slaughtered grave robber, he advanced through the rain. Tommy couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He shook his head. "No, no," he muttered, barely audible through the howling storm. But Jason kept coming, brandishing the blood-stained machete that gleamed in the moonlight. "No! No!" Tommy's voice grew louder and more frightened as Jason closed the gap between them. Tommy still couldn't move. He was paralyzed in a trance. Jason kept coming. He stepped right in front of Tommy, and stared down at him menacingly. Tommy let out one final shriek as Jason raised the machete into the air and brought it down in a single swoop. No! Tommy felt it slice into him. It cut deep. He felt the excruciating pain that was like getting shot by 1,000 bullets at once. And then, everything went black. Chapter 1. "Poor kid, he's been through hell," said Duke Smith as he drove the medical transport wagon for the Unger Institute of Mental Health down the dirt road, whipping past the tree line going 60 in a 45. Duke and his co-worker for the day, Billy McCauley, craned their necks to see their patient in the back seat, separated from them by wire mesh, writhing in the back seat in the throes of a nightmare. "Ah, piss," Billy said scornfully. "So what, some nut job tries to kill him? That's every night at the bar for me." "Why am I not surprised?" Duke retorted with a grin. "Hey, talk to my ex-wife," Billy said. "She's tried to kill me more times than I can count." Both of them didn't really take their jobs seriously, and that was probably a good thing. With all of the stark raving mad lunatics they had in the back of their government-issued transport vehicle ranting about nonsense, they were lucky to still have their sanity. It wasn't like they were worried. The panel of steel mesh kept the patients in the back seat, so there wasn't a risk of harm, except for that one time that a seriously deranged patient had tried to claw his way through. Most of the time they were just plain amusing, and it was fun to push their buttons. The rest of their time was spent driving around, which meant they could hang out in small towns like Pinehurst, pick up chicks, get shit-faced, and be all ready to start it all over again the next shift in the morning. Duke was a father of 2, divorced with his kids in college, getting by with his menial labor job like many other normal middle-aged men. William Billy McCauley was a simple guy that could be pleased by the simple pleasures of life: dope, sex, and beer. Both were horrible at their job. They relished in it. Getting paid so well to take a driving course, do a background check, drive around and talk shit with your buddies, it couldn't have been a better deal. In the back seat, Tommy awoke from his hellish nightmare, his bloodshot eyes darting back and forth frantically like a soldier hearing gunfire outside his bunker, making sure he was safe and that there wasn't any blood anywhere. He glanced down. He had all his limbs. He took in deep gulps of air, his cheeks sucking in as he gasped for a breath. Beads of sweat dripped down his face and onto his cheeks. Just another goddamn dream, he thought. He stared out at the trees passing him by, searching the woods, searching for the monster. No sign of anything, just North American wilderness. Some fresh roadkill lay on the dirt shoulder. The 2 medics sitting up front didn't notice Tommy waking. Billy flipped through a Playboy and ran a comb through his black bushy mustache and through what little hair he had left on his head. Duke lit a cigarette and puffed it out the window. Tommy didn't know which was worse. He almost would rather deal with Jason than deal with these 2 clowns. Another day, another unhelpful service by people who he thought he could trust. He thought. Doctors and first responders were the people he trusted the least so far. They couldn't help him. All he could try to do was just forget. Just forget that it had happened. Just erase it from his mind and focus on other things. Take deep breaths. Don't get triggered. Jason was dead. Long dead and gone. Even if he was alive, Pinehurst County was 20 miles from Crystal Lake. Not far enough, he thought. Not far enough. It was still Crystal Lake to him. It was still Crystal Lake to Jason Voorhees. But maybe this would be just what he needed. The space to clear his head and forget for a little while. Work on chores around the place. Fix up his room the way he liked it, with all his masks in full display. Maybe he could play video games with some of the other kids. Focusing on all those other things just might be enough to finally kick this Jason nonsense for good. He was so tired. Tired of living under that monster's thumb. Thinking about those deranged eyes every day after waking up and every day after lying down to go to sleep. As much as he tried to think positively and reluctantly follow his therapist's advice, he just knew in the back of his mind that this would be a long, long summer. A long summer out at Crystal Lake. The white government-authorized transport van with Unger Institute of Mental Health emblazoned on the passenger door almost screeched to a halt and fishtailed onto another narrow dirt road, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The van bumped noisily down the road, which eventually turned into even noisier gravel. A wooden sign overhung the road, displayed on an old arbor covered with vines. Pinehurst Youth Development Center, private property, the sign read. The van drove past a ramshackle old barn, its red paint now faded to a husky maroon, and a horse stable. The van hit a pothole, and Tommy was jolted out of his disassociative state. And he looked out the window, his eyes directed to the loud sound of machinery. A burly Latino man in work clothes was operating a big, freshly painted yellow bulldozer and scooping up mud from the horse field. The grounds of the halfway house were heavily wooded. Big shade trees lined the road, and Tommy began to grow anxious. Here he was, again, out in the middle of nowhere. What could go wrong, he thought. Lots, he reminded himself. A lot of things could go wrong. They always did for me. The doctors, Trish, and Mr. Jarvis had all thought it best for Tommy to go here. The doctor knew a colleague who worked at Pinehurst and strongly recommended it as a place for troubled teens who don't belong. What a crock. It was probably owned by some asshole who was only in it for the money. Places like this are like snake oil, Tommy thought. It was just like those AA groups where they give you 12 steps and send you on your way. Nothing but a crock. Nothing could save him. Not doctors, not anyone. Billy squinted out the dirt-splattered windshield, chewing on a toothpick intensely. He was staring at the foxy redhead who was standing by the road, whispering excitedly to a chubby boy in a sweatshirt and blue jeans. Her auburn hair fell gently around her shoulders as she smiled, and her fair complexion gleamed in the sunlight. A cherry-red shawl was wrapped around her white blouse, dangling just below her short denim skirt. Billy licked his lips. What was her name again? Rachel? Rebecca? No, Robin. He had been out to Pinehurst before, delivering nuts, as he called them, and had gotten to know all of them pretty well. Robin craned her neck to see into the back seat, checking out the new kid as Tommy avoided her stares. Robin was the one with the eating disorder, Billy thought. She starved herself one week to the point of exhaustion and had to be hospitalized. She looks fine to me, Billy thought. What's a girl like that doing starving herself? If she was older, he would absolutely have gotten some, if she wanted it, which usually women did with Billy. His overly sarcastic and blunt attitude was attractive to any girl who was into that sort of thing. The chubby kid, he thought, was mentally slow and autistic. A mess of a family, too. His father moved off somewhere, unwilling to accept his son's difficulties and his burden on the family. And his mother died. He was shipped around from foster home to foster home until finally he wound up at Pinehurst and had been there almost 3 years. Sad, sad case. Violet was a tall, slender brunette, but her hair was dyed blonde with neon purple streaks, and her makeup was thick and black. Yeah, she was one of those chicks. Freaky in bed, but a total controlling bitch. Goth is what they called them now. Back in his day, they were just called freaks and, well, other things. Doctors said she had serious manic depression and suicidal tendencies. They caught her trying to cut her wrist with a piece of broken glass in front of her own sister. That's all nothing but attention-seeking, he thought. All they needed was discipline. Maybe what Violet needed was a good time, he thought, thinking about just how freaky she might be in the sack. Hell, she might lose her mind and cut off my pecker. Total nutcases at Pinehurst, Billy thought. Total fucking lunatics. Jake had anxiety and a stutter, one so bad that the kids could barely get a sentence out whenever he got excited. Then there was the nymphomaniac couple. He had forgotten what their names were, and he frankly didn't give a fuck. One time he went to buy some cigarettes and found them both going at it in the back of his transport car. It took him weeks to scrub the back seat. He couldn't get them to stop, no matter how hard he kept honking the horn and screaming at them. They got pulled into Pinehurst when they were caught fucking in a public bathroom, and some woman and her kid called the cops. That is something I would have liked to have seen, Billy thought. He couldn't believe that they hadn't gone to prison for endangering a child, or at the very least, public indecency. But the judge got paid. The father knew the judge, and the judge agreed to send them to rehabilitation. And now this new kid was getting shuttled in, and the kid looked like he had been through World War III. He had more PTSD than anyone he had ever seen before, and he had seen some fucked up people in the back of the van. Hey, you remember that schizo who tried to saw his own arm off when old Bud was driving one night? Duke flicked his cigarette and smirked. Yeah, that was back in '83? Billy nodded, reminiscing on all the nights in the Unger Institute's private employee lounge, sharing sordid stories of experiences dealing with nuts and loonies. There was old Bud, Duke, Billy, and another paramedic named Roy. They'd sit, share beers, and stay after work until the morning. Bud had his eyes off the rear for a split second, and the guy had already cut into the bone, Billy emphasized as Duke grimaced. What did he manage to smuggle in? Was it an old toothbrush handle? Razor blades? I thought it was a switchblade, and the guy had it in his sock, Billy said, his voice trailing off as he glanced back at Tommy, who was wide awake, but staring off into the distance, staring at seemingly nothing, quiet as a mouse. You hear that, new kid? What you think about the other nuts that are going to be here at this place, huh? Billy asked. Tommy didn't answer, or even look at him. Billy frowned and groaned. Well, at least you're not one of the talkative ones. Some of these guys will talk your head off about the most insane shit, Billy said, turning back around to face the front of the cab. Duke chortled and glanced back at Tommy. Be careful with this one, Bill. I heard he slammed a kid's head into a tree. Billy chortled. I'm real scared, he mocked. Kid couldn't hurt a fly. Tommy still said nothing. The van pulled to a stop, did a three-point turn, and backed up right to the front porch of a modest two-story ranch-style home with white clapboard siding, a wraparound porch, and big picture windows in a large clearing. Billy glanced back at Tommy and saw the distant glaze in his eyes and how tightly his jaw was locked. He refused to give Billy any eye contact, seemingly staring into the void. He shook his head and climbed out of the passenger side. He slid open the side door across from Tommy and gestured for him to get out of the van. Tommy didn't move. Last stop, everybody out, Billy said. Tommy still couldn't or didn't want to move or speak. He sat still as a stone, breathing hard and slow. Tommy, Billy exclaimed, trying to snap him out of it. He stuck two fingers in his mouth and whistled. Tommy didn't even flinch. Billy hung his head in exasperation. All right, fine, sit there then, I don't give a shit. He turned and was met by the glaring eyes of an attractive young woman in slacks and a white blouse, carrying a clipboard and strolling out of the house, who clearly had heard his last remark and was not amused. She gave the oafish medic a critical look and then brushed a strand of her long blonde hair out of her face. She tried to ignore his eyes transfixed on her chest. Hey, how you doing? Billy said casually, shameless about his behavior. The young woman did not respond and turned her eyes to the strapping young sandy-haired man sitting silently in the van like he was glued to the upholstery. Tommy Jarvis? She asked him. Tommy said nothing. The young woman went on, giving Billy a wry look. Hi, I'm Pam Roberts. I'm the assistant director here at Pinehurst. I'm glad you're here. Tommy was silent. Pam thought she caught him glancing at her behind his glasses, and softened her voice even more, injecting some motherly comfort into her tone. If you'd like to grab your things, Tommy, I can take you in to meet the doctor, all right? Tommy stared straight ahead, not moving a muscle or uttering a sound. Pam looked around nervously as the silence grew tense. Then, ever so slowly, Tommy started to get up. He hesitated, then slid across the seat and robotically climbed out of the car, the same dead expression on his face. He reached in and grabbed the leather strap of an army green duffel bag. Pam directed Tommy up the stairs to the front door, thanking the driver reluctantly. She kept staring forward, knowing he was looking at her ass and rolling her eyes. "Anytime, doll," Billy said, his eyes scanning her body lustfully. Pam and Tommy stepped into the front area of the house, and she closed the door behind him, satisfied as she heard the transport van peeling out. "How was the ride?" she asked with a pleasant smile. Tommy tried hard to avoid eye contact, but couldn't help but notice her eyes were a deep shade of blue. Just like Trish and his mother. He still didn't answer, and Pam took the hint gracefully. "Come on, Tommy," she said. Tommy followed her through a few spacious and cozy rooms. The decor of the quaint old house was much like his home back in Crystal Lake. There was a sprawling kitchen and 2 big living rooms with old, plush sofas and armchairs. It definitely wasn't like anywhere he had stayed before. This felt like a home and not a cage. The walls were painted shades of yellow, green, and blue. Unlike the somber gray of the last few facilities, the wallpaper also wasn't peeling and the lights weren't flickering. Tommy noticed something else that set him at ease. It was quiet. No screaming, no beeping of medical equipment, no alarm bells, no cars honking. All he heard was the birds singing outside the big picture window in the living room. "Are you okay?" Pam asked over her shoulder as they walked through the kitchen. Tommy didn't respond. He was looking around the house at the quaint knickknacks that were placed in every room and the paintings on the walls. Pam and Tommy walked down a small hallway at the back of the house and stopped at a pair of wooden sliding doors. She knocked. A man in his late 30s who was dressed far too casually for a doctor, in jeans and a collared shirt, opened the door and invited them inside. His hair was dark and wavy. His brow ridge and jawline were masculine and prominent, and his eyes were warm and paternal. "Hi, Tommy," he said. "I'm Dr. Matthew Letter. Have a seat." Tommy ambled inside and sat down in the leather chair across from the doctor's small wooden desk in the corner. Dr. Letter's office was converted from an old laundry space. His diploma from the University of Minnesota was displayed on the wall above him, and around him were various motivational posters, including ones that read "Destroy a Family Tradition" and "Family is what matters." Tommy groaned internally. Family, he thought. How does family even matter if they can be gone in the blink of an eye? Great, he thought, just more snake oil. "All right, Tommy," said Dr. Letter, snapping Tommy out of his trance. "What I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about Pinehurst, and then you can go to your room and unpack your things. How does that sound?" Tommy stared at the floor, not making a sound. He absent-mindedly fumbled with the zipper on the duffel bag in his lap. "Tommy?" Matt repeated himself in a more firm tone. "How does that sound?" Tommy avoided eye contact, still toying with his zipper, self-soothing himself so the vicious and callous remarks bottled up inside wouldn't fly out of his mouth and get him kicked out. Finally, he mustered up enough care to mutter, "Yeah, sure," as Matt smiled compassionately. He relaxed back in his swivel chair. Pam stood by, observing and jotting notes on her clipboard. "So, about Pinehurst," Matt went on. "You can see we're different from the state institutions. We don't have any guards here." Tommy's gaze drifted to the window across the room and stared out into the grassy yard, where the redhead, who had looked at him when he was pulling up in the van, was folding clothes and hanging them on a clothesline. "Nobody's going to tell you what you can do and what you can't do. Basically, you're your own boss," Dr. Letter explained. "It's an honor system, Tommy," Pam said. That brought Tommy's attention to her. He couldn't stop staring at her. She almost looked like Trish with her blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. It caught him off guard now that he was fully staring at her, and once he realized, he dropped his gaze back to his zipper. Matt leaned forward. "What you're doing here, Tommy, is preparing yourself to re-enter society and start a new life," he said. Still, Tommy was quiet and despondent. Matt patted his leg affectionately. "So, Pam, you want to show Tommy to his room?" Pam nodded as Tommy stood up. She pointed towards the staircase near the front of the house. "You go up the stairs, and it's the first room on the left," she said, and closed the door behind Tommy as he ambled towards the stairs with his bag. Pam shut the door and let out a breath. She had been holding it the whole time. The tension with Tommy had been so unbearable and so thick you could cut it with a knife. What exactly had happened to that poor kid, she thought. She was also curious as to why he was here. Certainly not any body issues or sexual deviance like some of the kids here. Tommy seemed much more reserved and absorbed into himself. She peered at the file in Matt's hands curiously and then glanced around, deciding to make conversation and ease the gloom. "So what do you think?" she inquired, sitting on the edge of his desk. Matt chortled. "He's a real talker." "Yeah, I noticed," she said. "How did they diagnose it?" Matt opened Tommy's file and scanned it intently. "Severe trauma at age 12. Brutal self-defense murder of a psychopathic killer," Matt read. Pam's eyebrows lifted as her interest peaked. She gulped. My God, she thought. No wonder the kid looked and acted like someone straight off the battlefield. Dissociative disorder with fits of rage. Trouble sleeping, manic depression. Ugh, Matt sighed. They've given him every treatment they can think of. Matt read on to the next page. It's a wonder his mind isn't fried from all the drugs they've given him, Matt said, as he saw the lengthy medication chart. There were sleeping drugs, mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, and more. Pam shook her head. Jesus, she thought as she pictured what Tommy had had to suffer through. There wouldn't be enough drugs to help me recover from something like that. She remembered all those murders like it was yesterday, and she knew that a young boy had survived that spree, but hadn't known his name until now. Why on God's green earth would they send him back here, she thought. That seemed like the worst idea in the world. Take a traumatized teen and stick him in a halfway house away from his family back where he had experienced the trauma. Crystal Lake was miles from Pinehurst, but she still couldn't fathom why a doctor would think of such a strategy. It might have been the only thing they hadn't tried, she surmised. Desperation can lead people to crazy outcomes. Pam had questioned the idea of working at a halfway house in college when she was studying social work and psychology. Was it really best for kids to be taken away from their families? Sending them out to a house in the middle of nowhere with strangers? She didn't see the usefulness. For any kid who had gone through something horrible, Pam's intuition had told her that family support was all they needed. Someone to make them a warm meal. Someone to run them a hot bath. What Pam realized instead, after working with disadvantaged kids, is that many young people don't even have a parent who can stop drinking long enough to take them to school, much less to make them dinner. Once Pam saw the collaborative, nurturing, supportive environment that Matt was trying to create, she could see what he was doing. She had seen the records of many of the kids at Pinehurst and could see why Matt tried to give them a home away from home. This felt more like a home to many of them than their own childhood homes. They had chores to do or not do, and didn't have to worry about food not being on the table. Pinehurst had a long-running cook on staff, George, who made all of their meals and was almost like a grandfather to them. They didn't have to worry about alcohol or drugs because Pinehurst was strictly sober. It was a place that rewarded good behavior and hard work, and made it fun and exciting with the honor system. How could she have turned that down? It was a place for kids with shitty families to run to in times of need. A place that helped them learn how to interact with others and build time management skills and other pursuits worthy of pursuing. It was a home where they could set their real-life worries aside and focus on becoming who they want to be, even if some of them wanted to be strippers or wanted to flip burgers. The one thing with Matt that irked her was that he needed a different approach for different kids. He often pushed them all into going to college or a trade school, but was that really realistic for all kids? Maybe a small accomplishment like getting a minimum wage job was the right thing to help them. That wouldn't be a bad thing to strive for. What about kids like Joey? Joey was one of the patients who struggled the most. His IQ was only about 65 and his reading was at a third grade level, despite being almost 20 years old. Joey's parents were a prime example of the kind of parents that had made Pam realize not every child had a stable, supportive family to care for them. He had been an orphan since he was a child. His father had just walked out on him after his mom passed. He apparently didn't want to bear the burden of a challenged child alone. It was so selfish for people to have kids and not take care of them, Pam thought. How could a father hold his own pain and burden over that of his child? How did his father think Joey felt, being the way that he was, being different? Instead of caring for him and getting him help, he just left. She couldn't imagine her own guilt if she had to make that decision. She could understand how kids like that felt so isolated. She had been a quiet, unassuming kid, once very reserved. And she paid the price for it. Maybe that's why she empathized with Joey the most. Not only did he suffer from being ostracized by the other kids, but he also had suffered the loss of both his caregivers. Even more selfish were Robin's parents, who had enabled her eating disorder, constantly pointing out her weight. Pam shuddered to think about Tina and Eddie's past. She had read that teens who engage in hypersexuality typically face sexual trauma in their early years. Maybe it wasn't true for every person, but something must be wrong if the only way they know how to feel happy and good about themselves is to have sex. Sad, sad cases. It was hard not to dwell on them, and dwell on so many of the mistakes their parents made. Pam guessed that's what the Destroy a Family Tradition poster was about on Matt's wall above his desk. It was claiming that the newfangled socially acceptable tradition was to make your children afraid of you, and by destroying that, you get back to what works. Love, support, hard work, and rules, and all that jazz. Teaching them why chores matter instead of scaring it into them. It was honestly kind of corny to Pam, but she could understand why a guy like Matt would subscribe to that kind of philosophy. From a few late-night conversations and dinners in town, Pam had gathered that Matt came from a fairly dysfunctional background and was working to correct the mistakes that his own father and mother made by helping other kids. He had told her his dad was physically abusive and a raging alcoholic, while his mother sat and let it all happen. He argued that this kind of parenting, being too aggressive but also being too passive, is what led to children growing up with all sorts of problems. Problems that Matt himself had struggled through. It was noble of him to want to use his traumatic past to help others. And maybe that's why she signed on. As corny as it sometimes was, she could see his heart was in the right place for every kid here. Of course, she did think he could be too lax. Tina and Eddie had been caught having sex on the grounds multiple times, and still no punishment was brought. "That is not what we stand for here. You're too young," he would say, but they wouldn't listen. Again and again, Joey would run into the office, his face flushed red, barely able to speak.
Tina and Eddie. Tina and Eddie are..."
Joey would manage to say, stammering like a nervous schoolboy. Matt and Pam would know instantly what he was referring to by his blushing and sweating. They'd get another lecture and maybe sent to their rooms, but did he ever talk to them about STDs, pregnancy? No. He would just repeat to them the honor system values. But after all, Pam was only an assistant. She didn't feel it was her place to tell a doctor how to run things. As broken as Matt's past was, she suspected he had a huge ego, and she didn't want to wound it and lose her job. Even when she tried to make small suggestions, he would get flustered and agitated. She learned that her opinion didn't really count to him, and she did resent that fact. But the job brought in money, and she could help the kids under Matt's supervision regardless. Pam figured some sexism from his father had leaked out onto him. Everyone is on their healing journey. But she did hate the fact that her opinion, even though she had a degree in clinical psychology, wasn't counted equally to his at times. "Maybe Joey would be better working at an easy job like fast food," she'd suggest. "Maybe Joey can't handle chopping wood and you should let one of the stronger guys handle it." But every time, Matt blew her down and wanted to do it his way. Nonetheless, she loved her job. She loved being one of the only people to show these kids some compassion in their lives. It was only that kept her there. She felt she had connected personally with each one of these kids. Except for Tommy. He might be the toughest nut to crack. Sure, their kids had been through a hellish childhood with neglect, abuse, and poverty, But being forced to protect your family from a serial killer? Tommy might be too fucked up for Pinehurst. There was something about him, in his brooding silence, that unnerved her. She had never felt nervous around a patient before. His eyes were almost piercing when she caught him looking at her, not in any kind of sexual way like Eddie or that creepy ambulance driver, but in a much different way. It was like he was staring into her soul. His eyes were such sad eyes that told a world of hurt, a tale of terror. That must be what he felt like when it had happened, like he was being plunged into a nightmare, ripped from normality like a hawk snatching a rabbit from the grass with its razor-sharp talons. She didn't know if she could handle a patient like this. That kind of severe trauma can destroy a person. And at 12 years old? Jesus, she thought. Imagine being 12 years old and facing a serial killer after your family. There was also something she liked about him. The bravery. What a brave young man to take on a murderer and save his family, she thought. She felt an emotional groundedness around him, and she felt safe around him, for the most part. It was like she couldn't tell if he wanted to hurt her or not. His eyes were piercing and made it seem that way, but she could tell he had a huge heart. Her intuition told her he was a good person that had just been through an inhumane tragedy. Still, something in the back of her mind kept telling her to watch her back. That look in his eyes had taken her aback, and she wondered, what else was he capable of? Chapter 2. Tommy pushed open the heavy oak door, the first on the left in the upstairs hallway, and set his bags down on the bed. The rooms were small but clean, and at least it was his own room. It seemed he would have a better time than he had at the last facility, where he had had to share a room with a schizophrenic sleepwalker who talked in his sleep through the night. A small cot covered with a dark green wool blanket was against the wall. There was an end table with a lamp, a chair, and a desk and dresser against the opposite wall. A window looked out onto the chicken coop at the rear of the house. It was very basic, but it was comfortable. He could already see all his masks pinned to the walls and decorating the room in his mind. Tommy unzipped his duffel bag and picked up the first thing that was stacked on the top inside the corduroy interior. It was a picture of his mother. Tommy stared at the photo, reminiscing as his eyes misted over and he felt a lump in his throat the size of a golf ball. Her blonde hair was why he had stared at Pam. She almost looked like his mother, despite Pam being 20 years younger. Maybe if I'd stayed at the house and, God, if I'd protected her that night, she'd still be alive, Tommy thought. Then the voices came again. Die! 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 Tommy put the picture away, wiping the tears from his eyes and the voices from his mind. He figured that he couldn't go thinking things like that and wind up starting a spiral in his mind. He rummaged through the duffel bag and his hands brushed against something hard and smooth. He took it out and looked down at the pocket knife in his hand. He flipped it open, eyeing the razor-sharp blade. His father had given it to him as a boy. Tommy knew he wasn't supposed to have sharp objects, but the guards at the clinic didn't have a clue about most things. Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Crystal Lake without protection. He stared at himself in the blade's reflection inside. The bags under his eyes were getting worse. He looked so pale, so lifeless. Can't go getting too sentimental, he thought to himself. He closed the knife and put it safely under his mattress. He took out a stack of freshly cleaned and folded collared shirts and opened the closet door. Shit! He swore as something large and black lunged at him from seemingly out of nowhere. Tommy lurched backwards, almost dropping the shirts. Something had fallen down from the top shelf. He moved closer. It was a big, black rubber spider, suspended in the air by string. Then a figure came down from the top shelf and beamed at him, proud of himself and carrying the rubber spider, giggling impishly. Tommy glared at the young 12 or 13-year-old boy who stood in front of him, who wore bright colors and expensive-looking shoes. His afro was freshly trimmed. Definitely not a patient, Tommy thought. "You scared of spiders?" the boy asked, still grinning from ear to ear. Tommy said nothing. He glared at Reggie, trying to remain calm. If he went and hit a child, it would definitely not be good for him. "Well, are you scared of rubber spiders?" said the young boy. There was still a tense silence and a stillness from Tommy. He didn't move. His white-knuckled hands were still clutching the shirts, and he stared at Reggie hatefully. "You scared of rubber spiders on strings?" the boy asked. Tommy did not reply. "Man, you are one scared cat." Tommy gave him another angry look and took his shirts back to his bed. Tommy's silence bothered Reggie for a second, but he pushed past it. "Where I come from, they teach you not to be scared of anything. They call me Reggie the Reckless," the young boy said. Tommy reached into his bag as Reggie went on. "I ain't scared of no spider," he said. In a split second, Tommy whipped around, revealing one of his hideous monster masks that he had put on his head. It was an alien head, its skin pink, its eyes solid gray and bulging. Reggie reeled backwards, his eyes wide. "Yo, man!" he exclaimed, putting his hand on his chest. Tommy took off the mask. A small smirk had developed on his face. Reggie puffed out his chest, trying to hide the fact that his heart had started racing a mile a minute. Tommy walked back to his bed and unzipped his duffel bag, pulling out several more masks equally as detailed and horrifying as the alien head. A gorilla mask adorned with actual hair. A latex zombie mask, so realistic that Reggie began to look on in respect, his eyes wide with awe. Another one was a demon mask, complete with leathery skin, horns, and a forked tongue that protruded from the lips. Reggie sauntered over to the bed, a sorry expression on his face. Tommy had got him good, and he knew it. He sat down and reached for the demon mask. Tommy jerked it away. "Don't!" he commanded firmly, holding it and stroking it in his hand and studying it. Reggie glowered at him indignantly. "You don't have to get all twisted out of shape about it," he said. "You act like you made these things or something." "I did," Tommy said, looking up from his mask. Reggie grinned again. "Solid," he said, still in wonder at how realistic and detailed his masks were. "So you're the new nut?" Tommy scoffed. "Is that what they call us?" he asked scornfully. "Us?" Reggie exclaimed. "I ain't one of you, man," he said. "I'm just visiting." Tommy frowned. Is this what they let happen here? He thought. Random strangers walk into your room and hang out? No security at all? Who was this kid? "My granddaddy works here," Reggie explained. Just then their conversation was broken up by the sound of police sirens, and Reggie gasped with excitement, running to the window. "Oh, got a split. Catch you later. There's action," he said, and ran out the door. Tommy sat for a few minutes processing what was happening, and then went to the window himself. A brand new blue and white police car, sirens blaring, came driving tediously down the unpaved road, pulling up to the front of the halfway house and coming to a stop. Sheriff Cal Tucker opened the driver's side door of his police car, spit, and got out. His once sandy blonde hair was now thin and gray and poked out from underneath his cowboy hat. He took a look in the back seat at Tina McCarthy and Eddie Kelso, who giggled and made faces at him, then at Deputy William Dodd, a lanky man in his early 30s, who climbed out of the passenger seat. All that was on Tucker's mind was, "Oh shit, Ethel's gonna have a cow." It finally happened. Ethel had been right all along. 58-year-old Ethel Hubbard was one of Pinehurst's many eccentric residents. She and her disabled son, Junior, lived down the dirt road just a half a mile from the halfway house in a dilapidated trailer. "I'm not living next to none of those nut jobs," she had shrieked at the town council meeting, her frizzy hair up in curlers, her wild eyes bugging out at everyone in the room. Mayor Cobb, if any one of those nut jobs come on my property, I am blowing them to smithereens. Y'all hear me? I swear to you. Tucker didn't know what was worse, having to get called out to the halfway house every week or dealing with Ethel. And now, here he was, picking up two nut jobs who had been fucking like animals behind Ethel's shed. There was about to be a huge altercation if he didn't resolve this situation quickly. Hopefully Ethel hadn't seen their police lights from her kitchen window of her trailer. Hopefully she hadn't heard the passionate moans of the two lovers from inside. Hopefully. Ultimately, Pinehurst had needed mental health facilities for years, and the mayor opted for the Pinehurst Center back in '81. And the mayor, the entire police department, and every cashier in town had heard all about Ethel having to live next door to a loony bin every day of the week. The ironic part of it all was that the halfway house was made for people like Ethel, who went years untreated and ended up poor and a little unhinged. She'd come barreling into town on Junior's Harley motorcycle, revving the engine like a madwoman, and marching into the police station. Sheriff, I know those kids are screwing around on my property. God knows what they're doing. Probably drugs. They're up at night screaming and I can't sleep. You gotta shut that place down and now. Are you listening to me, damn it? She had screamed at Tucker. Tucker had told her again and again that the mayor had made his decision, and she wouldn't listen. She wouldn't move. Too poor to move. Junior had Social Security, but it was barely enough to make ends meet. Ethel sold vegetables out of her garden at the market, but that was their only other income. He tried to stay away from her as best he could, but with the halfway house kids getting into trouble and arresting Junior for speeding on his motorcycle, it was no use. Ethel was going to be his problem no matter what he did. Here come the looky-loos, he thought, seeing all of the residents of Pinehurst Center gathering around excitedly. George, an older man in his 70s who was the cook for the center, held his grandson Reggie back as he desperately tried to get a closer look at the action. Pam and Dr. Matt stepped forward as the sheriff approached them, eyeing Matt sheepishly. The awkwardness was palpable as Matt saw who was being escorted out of the back of the police car. He shifted his weight uncomfortably and decided to play dumb and act like he was in control. "Hey, Sheriff," he said nonchalantly. "What's up?" The sheriff cleared his throat. "Well, Matt, it's just like we talked about. You got some neighbors who aren't too happy with this place," he explained. "And, I respect what you're doing here, I really do. But we found a couple of kids, out at the Hubbard place again." Matt still held his composure, stoically standing with his hands on his hips. Pam couldn't help but hide her laughter with her clipboard, trying not to giggle with the residents who all couldn't contain their laughter. The sheriff hesitated, but then said it straight out with a wry smirk. They were screwing their heads off. Violet and Jake had walked up to the scene, and Violet took off the headphones connected to her Walkman, listening to what was happening. "Now, I think we're pretty lucky this time because Ethel didn't see them," the sheriff said. Tina and Eddie, still wrapped up in each other's arms and laughing, were escorted over behind Matt and Pam by Deputy Dodd with the rest of the residents. The deputy moved their handcuffs, and Eddie kissed Tina's neck and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Damn, I shouldn't have put them in those handcuffs," Tucker thought. "It probably made them even hornier." Matt glanced disapprovingly at Tina and Eddie and then took a deep breath. "I'll take care of it, Sheriff," he said. It wasn't but a split second later. Sheriff Tucker sighed and hung his head in dismay as he heard the telltale sound of Junior's old vintage Harley pulling into the front yard of the halfway house. Junior put the bike on its kickstand and revved the engine aggressively. Off the back, Ethel Hubbard hopped down. Her unkempt hair looked exceptionally crazy. Dirt from her garden covered her hands and face, and her jeans and her flannel shirt. "Morning, Ethel, don't you look lovely?" Sheriff Tucker said. "Horse shit!" Ethel exclaimed. Now, Sheriff, you had better hear me and hear me good. I want this loony bin closed down. Now, these kids ain't nothing but trouble." She pointed a long, bony finger at the group of patients who still couldn't contain their laughter. First at Tina and Eddie's predicament, and now at Ethel. Her bugging eyes and hillbilly dialect were amusing them greatly. The sheriff also stifled laughing at her. It would only have made her angrier, he decided. "They ain't got no respect for property and they're all crazy," she shrieked. "You tell them, Ma!" Junior shouted from the motorcycle, revving the engine again and guffawing. He licked his lips, still staring lewdly at Tina and Eddie, revealing the one front tooth he had. Ethel whipped around and glared at Junior with narrowed eyes, and then turned to the sheriff. Tucker took another deep sigh and looked to the sky, thinking of how to resolve the situation. He decided to be on Matt's side for now and let Ethel be none the wiser. Maybe they could convince her that some kids tried to run away and had to be brought back. "Ethel, these kids weren't doing nothing." Ethel didn't want to hear it. "Doing?" she blurted out. "You don't think I know what those perverts were doing in my yard?" She gestured at Tina and Eddie, a look of absolute repulsion on her face. "Say it like you mean it, Ma!" Junior shouted again. Ethel gritted her teeth and spun around to face him, huffing and giving him a look of hatred. "Would you shut the fuck up?" she said. This resulted in a roar of laughter from the patients. Ethel ignored it. Junior sunk down into his seat, pouting. Ethel hunched over and once again pointed out her bony, dirt-caked finger towards the patients, looking like the hillbilly Wicked Witch of the West. "Now I'm gonna tells you, all of you, mark my words. The next little bastard comes near my farm, I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. You hear me?" Oh no!" Tina cried in mock terror as Eddie laughed. "Now, Ethel," Sheriff Tucker said, stepping towards her. Ethel jumped backwards and leered at the sheriff. "Don't you come near me, Sheriff. I got a bomb on me, I swear to you. You make one move towards me and I'm gonna blow us all up." The group of troubled teens again oohed in mock terror. "Start the engines, Junior!" Junior cranked the bike, revving the engine as loud as he could. Ethel hopped on, clinging on to her son tightly, and took one last look at the sheriff, Matt and Pam, all standing there, some of them flabbergasted and others laughing hysterically. "These are my final words!" Ethel screeched. She gave them all the middle finger, and with another rev of the engine, they took off down the dirt road, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The group of troubled teens cheered as Junior's motorcycle faded into the distance, disappearing around the corner of the road and behind some trees. "All right, party's over, let's go," Pam ordered, as the group of teens, still giddy from all the excitement, started to disperse and go about their business. Nobody saw Tommy, standing and watching it all from the second story. Sheriff Tucker stepped up beside Matt and put his hands on his hips in an authoritative stance. They both stared down the road after watching Ethel make her grand exit. "She really is something, ain't she?" Tucker chortled as Matt nodded in agreement. "But really, Matt, I suggest you make an extra effort to keep your kids off her property." "I will," Matt replied earnestly. "By the way," Sheriff Tucker went on, lowering his voice, "I hear you got the Jarvis kid?" "Yeah, he arrived a little while ago," Matt said matter-of-factly. "And?" "And what?" "Well, what's he like?" Tucker asked. Matt hesitated. "He's just like any other kid. He's just been through a lot, that's all." Matt didn't want any rumors spread about this kid or any gossip taking place. "What have you seen working up there?" the residents of Pinehurst would ask whenever Matt went into town. He never granted those questions answered. Why should he be telling these kids business to everyone in town? They had enough problems and didn't need people prying into their lives. "Well, good luck with him," the sheriff said, taking the hint. As the sheriff and Deputy Dodd got back into their police car, Matt caught Tommy staring down from the bedroom. They locked eyes, and Matt felt a chill run down his spine. He had read Pam's expression back in the office and hoped she also had the same feeling he did, one of complete fear of Tommy Jarvis, that is. It was baffling him. Tommy Jarvis may be the first patient to actually make him afraid, and Tommy had barely spoken or moved. All he had to do was stare with those eyes, and you knew something was wrong. It was a deep, primal feeling, a gut feeling, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was trying to communicate. He had dealt with all kinds of messed up youth, eating disorders, panic disorders, autism, but never a young person exposed to such horrendous violence. He hated to doubt himself, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a dark side to Tommy Jarvis that none of them would see coming. The other patients all stayed away from Victor J. Fadden, except for Joey, that is. Joey's unfortunate flaw was that he was too naive and couldn't recognize the telltale signs that someone wanted to be left alone, or that someone was dangerous. Joey stood at the side door of the halfway house, munching on a chocolate bar that was mostly smeared around his lips and face. Everyone seemed to want to stay away from Joey too, and for the life of him he didn't know why. He was always nice and never mean. He always shared his food and his things. He always said please and thank you and tried to carry on conversations, but he was shut down every time. Right when he got to Pinehurst, he had introduced himself to Robin and Violet, who had been hanging clothes on the clothesline. "Leave us alone," Violet had said. Next was Jake, who remained silent in response to Joey stepping up right in Jake's face and saying at an unnecessarily loud volume,
"Hi, I'm Joey."
Next was Eddie and Tina, who laughed at him. Up last was Victor J. Fadden, who had stared at him with his piercing eyes and snarled.
"What the hell do you want?"
If Joey had only been smarter, he'd have seen his clenched teeth and reddening face and his veins bulging. Nobody liked him no matter how hard he tried. But today was a new day. The sun was shining. The birds were singing. It felt like the start of a new life for Joey. Joey walked out through the garden, around the side of the house, and towards Robin and Violet, who were on laundry duty again, hanging up stark white pressed cotton sheets on the clotheslines. Perfect, Joey thought. Maybe he could make the most out of being here and help others. Joey lumbered across the yard towards the clothesline, as Robin and Violet looked up to see him. They both stifled, rolling their eyes and groaning. Violet turned up the volume of the techno music she had blaring on her Walkman headphones.
"Hey, girls."
Joey said. "Hi, Joey," Robin said, not turning around and hanging up a silky red towel.
"Hi, Violet."
Joey exclaimed loudly. Violet scrunched up her face and pointed to her headphones. "Huh?"
"Hi."
Joey shouted in response, chocolate-colored spit flying out of his mouth. Robin tried to ignore it out of politeness. "Yeah?" Violet muttered under her breath, and turned up her Walkman volume louder.
"What are you guys doing?"
"Doing laundry, Joey," Robin said so obsequiously as she could. It was easy to hurt Joey's feelings, and she didn't want him to have a meltdown.
"Can I help? I'm really good at laundry, you know. Matt never assigns me to it, and I don't know why."
Joey went on, but Robin interrupted him, restraining her annoyance. "Look, Joey, we really have to get this finished, okay?"
"So I'm here to help you. You can count on me, Rob. You too, Vi. You want a chocolate bar?"
Joey asked, holding out the partially eaten candy.
"I'll give you half, but I need half for later."
"Piss off," Violet snapped. Joey was unfazed by the remark, used to it.
"Aw, please let me help. It's no problem."
Joey continued pathetically, whining like a schoolboy. He bent down and picked up one of the white sheets with his chocolate-stained fingers. Robin gasped, tearing the sheet out of his hands in exasperation. "Joey!" both girls exclaimed. "Will you just get out of here?" Robin cried. She was fuming, realizing that they would have to wash that sheet all over again. her cheeks turning as red as her hair. "Fuck!" Violet swore, throwing up her hands.
I'm sorry, you two. I can do laundry great, I promise.
Joey said shamefully.
But, well,
His lips pursed into a miffed pout.
if that's how you feel, then just forget it. I'll go help somebody else then. See you later.
Joey puffed out his chest indignantly and sauntered off towards the chopping block where Victor was swinging an axe furiously and splitting logs. He suddenly turned around.
Listen, if you change your mind, I'll be right over here, okay?
"Joey!" both girls cried in unison, staring daggers at him. He knew that look all too well. He had seen it many times before on all types of kids his age. The look that meant he was about to be punched or pushed around. Joey didn't know why everyone was so mean, but he didn't care. He was only trying to be helpful. Before his mom died, that's the one thing he remembered her saying to him. "You're a special boy, Joey. You're a light in a dark world." And ever since, that's what Joey tried to be. Joey didn't remember his dad much. He never said a word, and he didn't understand that either. Joey could talk to anyone and everyone. Didn't matter who they were or how annoyed they were by him. He understood few social cues, and as a result, didn't understand why everyone seemed to not want him around. Victor J. Fadden understood lots of things. He understood lots of things well. He swung the axe with a grunt as it wedged itself into the block of wood. It didn't slice all the way through, and that made him angry. Incredibly angry. Angry enough to swing harder and harder and even harder on the next swing. Joey appeared in his field of vision. His chubby, pallid face and his white tee under his sweatshirt was stained with confectionery. Vic swung harder.
Hi, Vic.
Joey said in his unnecessarily loud tone.
What the hell do you want?
Vic replied, swinging and splitting another log.
Aw, come on, Vic. Don't be like that. I can help you with the wood today.
He reached into his pocket discreetly and pulled out another chocolate bar.
And anyway, I got 2 chocolate bars today. Don't tell the girl.
He whispered. Robin and Violet were now watching and giggling, waiting to see what would happen.
You know, Vic, before I came here, I never had anything to do. Me being an orphan and all, and people always tease me about sitting around here and being a pig. But it's different here, Vic. I can help others.
Joey explained cheerfully. Vic swung again.
You know, I really love it here.
Joey said.
I hate it.
Vic replied bitterly. He swung again. Joey still didn't catch on. He didn't see the way his veins were bulging out of his forehead.
I never really chopped wood before, and it certainly looks like fun.
Joey said. Vic swung again so hard it rattled the ground.
Leave me alone.
Vic snarled through clenched teeth. He ripped the axe out and held it in both hands, breathing in and out, in and out. His eyes said it all.
Hey, Vic, you want a bite?
Joey asked, holding out his second chocolate bar.
I'll just put this over here, and later when you're hungry, you can have it.
Joey set the chocolate bar down on the wood, only to have it split by another swing of the axe. Joey's face finally lost all of its friendliness, and he scowled.
If that's the way you feel, then forget it, Vic.
He snapped.
Just forget it. But I think you're really out of line.
Joey heard Vic's breathing intensifying behind him as he turned to walk away. He heard Vic's footsteps approaching. Joey still never would have guessed what was about to happen. Vic swung the axe, this time into Joey, and then harder, and harder, and even harder. Robin screamed a blood-curdling scream. It mingled with the sound of screams of pure agony and terror. A crow landed on a branch nearby, and Joey's anguished screaming stopped. The curse of Crystal Lake had claimed another victim. The police sirens had broken the peaceful natural stillness for the second time that summer day at Pinehurst. "We got a homicide? Tell me what you got on Victor J. Fadden, F-A-D-E-N," a tall, portly officer said into his radar. The teenagers were once again gathered around to see the action. Only this time there wasn't much action and they weren't laughing. Robin clung to Pam, sobbing into a tissue, pulling nervously at her red shawl and holding it close to her chest. A bloody sheet lay across Joey's mangled body. Sheriff Tucker had had more than enough excitement for one day. He had taken his hat off in respect and stood solemnly beside Matt over the bloody sheet, hoping to block the view for the other patients. "Is there someone we should notify?" the sheriff asked. Matt took a second, processing everything and not able to tear his eyes away from the body. "As far as I know, there's no immediate family," he said. "Mother died, and I don't know what the hell happened to the father. Took off somewhere, I guess." Robin tried to stop crying, but it just kept coming in buckets. Pam held her, comforting her. "It's okay. Don't look, it's okay," she said to her. Matt cleared his throat. "He was shuffled around from home to home until he came here," Matt explained. He took another dramatic moment of silence, shaking his head. "He was a good kid." Duke, his sandy blonde hair combed and gelled back, came strolling over carrying a body bag alongside another paramedic, whose name tag read Roy Burns. A lit cigarette dangled from Duke's lips, and he adjusted his sunglasses as he surveyed the scene. "Well, what do we got here?" Duke said with a careless smirk. He bent down and lifted the sheet, revealing Joey's mutilated body lying on his face. Vic had lopped off both his arms and split his stomach and his neck wide open. His entrails lay in a pile beneath him. Steam rose off the body and flies were beginning to gather. The smell in the hot sun was overpowering. Duke looked up at Roy, a grin on his face, unfazed by the grisly sight. Roy stood, not making a sound, staring down at the body. Robin cried out as she saw the ghastly remains and buried her face into Pam's chest. Tina buried her face in her hands, falling into Eddie's arms as he embraced her, a pained expression on his face. Violet sat and stared into the void, trying to numb it all out. "Bunch of pussies," Duke said. He blew a bubble out of his chewing gum and it popped as he grinned, still exhilarated and amused by the reactions of the patients. Roy glared at him, not moving. "Come on, Roy, get your hands dirty," Duke said. Roy looked back at the body in disbelief, not able to come to terms with what was in front of him. He was deader than dead, hacked to pieces, butchered. The bloody axe was slid into an evidence bag. The blood was everywhere. So much blood. Vic sat in the back seat of the police car, handcuffed, staring straight ahead and not saying a word, or shedding a tear. The woods of Pinehurst County were quiet in the dead of night. It was an eerie, oppressive stillness that could be disorienting. And now, with the news of the murder at the Nut House spreading across the town, the wilderness felt even spookier. About 5 miles from Crystal Lake in a remote area, 18-year-old Vincent Manalo, or as his friends called him, Vinny, looked around at the woods surrounding him and shivered in the cold. Vinny had had his whole future ahead of him. His dad had just bought him a 1970s AMC hardtop, a real beauty painted blue, and he felt like he could finally go anywhere he wanted whenever he wanted. But that could only happen if the car actually worked. Now here he was in the dead of night after some loony hacked up another loony at the halfway house, stranded, out just a few miles from the place, he thought. He shuddered to think of what exactly had happened. Had one of the patients just gone stark fucking mad? He wished he could have been there to see that. Finally, some excitement in this dull town. With an axe, he thought. A fucking axe. Chopped him into pieces. It must have been so gnarly. It was straight out of one of those slasher flicks he watched at the drive-in. He knew it was just a matter of time before one of those nuts hurt someone. And of all weekends, it was the week of Friday the 13th. What if the guy who did it had escaped from the police car on the way back to the station and was on his way here right now? He was dead meat stranded on the side of the road. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Dad, he thought. Why give your son a car when it doesn't even work? His dad owned an auto shop. He should have known if it was a piece of shit. First, it would die on him going down the highway cruising for a good time. Next, it was the battery. Then the roof leaked. Now it wouldn't start again, and he was out on a narrow dirt road on the outskirts of town. Just great. Fucking fantastic, he thought. This is what I get for working at your damn family business. Vinny slammed his hand on the hood, then collected himself and reached down into the trunk for some tools. I'm telling you, Pete, this is bullshit. This really sucks, Vinny said to his best friend, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the hardtop. Just do it, man. Fix it, man. Those cunts aren't gonna wait all night, Pete said. Vinny walked around the car and threw open the hood, scanning the interior. Oh, fuck, this is a mess. He scanned his flashlight across the series of wires, compartments, and engine components. The guys back at the shop had wired the battery all wrong. Or it could have been Pete who juiced up the engine with something that he learned God knows where. It was all fucked. His car was absolutely fucked. He peered over the hood at Pete, who was combing his hair in the rearview mirror. Vinny rolled his eyes and started toying with the wiring of the battery. Zap. Vinny jumped back at the shower of sparks. No fucking way, Vinny said. I refuse to do this. You're the one who keeps fucking around with the thing, so get off your ass and you fix it. Silence from Pete. You understand, Pete? Vinny jumped back again as the horn blared. And he heard Pete's raucous laughter. He stuck his head out the open window, a shit-eating grin on his face. Right then, Vinny wished he had gone back in time and never met Pete. Wished he had never started working with him at the auto shop under his dad's supervision. He wished he didn't live in the middle of nowhere where you could get stuck miles away from the nearest auto shop. He wished he wouldn't have invited Pete on this road trip to meet some chicks. He was having to do all the work while Pete sat on his ass and played with his hair. And then he could see them getting to the girl's house and Pete totally screwing it up somehow, just like he always did. He'd say something really embarrassing about Vinny or just awkward in general. He'd laugh at inappropriate times just for the attention and to try to be the class clown like he always did in high school. He could never take a damn thing serious, just like now. They were stranded, and all Pete could care about was his hair. You're an asshole, Vinny remarked, and stuck his hands back under the engine, messing with the wiring. "Aw, what's the matter, Vinny?" Pete said in a playful sing-song voice from inside the car. "You scared of the dark? You all creeped out by the murder at the nut house?" "Oh yeah, sure, Vinny said sarcastically. "As far as I'm concerned, all those loonies should be killed off one by one." Vinny flipped another switch and then stood erect. "Can you try it now?" Vinny asked. Pete cranked the car. Nothing. It grinded and screeched, trying to catch, but failing. Pete punched the dash, exasperated. "Jesus, Vinny, can't you do anything right?" he said. "Stop screwing around." Vinny didn't even respond. He just leaned against the front of the car, too angry to speak. Pete climbed out of the car, twirling the keys on his finger. "You better have it fixed by the time I get back. I gotta take a crap." Vinny looked at him in disbelief. "Crap my ass," he shouted at Pete, who was disappearing down a trail into the woods. "Just do it," he called over his shoulder, and then he was gone. Vinny couldn't believe it. Now he was alone and stranded on the side of the road. He peeled off his leather jacket, not wanting to get it covered in smoke or oil, and bent back down under the hood. Fucking assholes, he said to himself. Why did he have to make a friend like Pete, he thought. He never helped anyone out. He only cared about himself. He was always late to work and to everything. The guy was totally reckless and dumb as a post. Nothing was important to him. Not a job, not his future, and not even the fact that they were stranded out in the middle of nowhere. He thought about walking to the nut house and seeing if they could help. Maybe drive them to an auto shop. But then he thought twice. No way was he going up to that freaky place in the dead of night. Who knows, the patients probably didn't even have a curfew up there, and were allowed to wander around from what he had heard. The whole place needed to be shut down, Vinny realized. Instead of a vacation home for troubled teens, how about the fire station for some of the rural counties? More fucking tow companies so he wouldn't be stuck in situations like this. But sure, let's put our taxpayers' money into a hotel for loonies. That'll teach them. Give them a vacation. He couldn't believe the mayor had actually agreed to have that place built. How about a mall? Some more bars? Of course, bars were about the only good time you could have in a town like this. What else could you do? There was nothing else to do in Pinehurst. Drinking and getting laid were about the only activities he could think of for fun. Friday nights in this town. The only other time there was this much excitement in town was when those murders happened a few years ago. The small town had talked about it when it had happened. And the legend said he was a man who allegedly drowned as a boy, who came back to wreak havoc on those who caused him to drown. Of course, small towns tend to exaggerate the truth. Vinny knew that. It still spooked him when he thought about it, and excited him too. It was the first interesting thing to happen in their neck of the woods. Some guy goes crazy and kills a bunch of people in the woods, right out of a slasher movie at the drive-in. They said the maniac had been killed, but some of the locals still said he was out there, roaming the woods around Crystal Lake, and annihilating anyone who went there. Vinny felt a chill as he realized how close they were to Crystal Lake. No more than 5 or 6 miles, depending on which road you took. You follow the highway for about 3 miles, and then you get on Cunningham Road, and it's a straight shot. And then behind him, Vinny heard it. Someone's breathing, and footsteps, light, stealthy footfalls over the leaf litter. And then they stopped. Must be Pete coming back from taking a dump, he thought. He didn't bother getting up from working on the car. He didn't even want to look at Pete at the moment. There was the sudden, unmistakable sound of a flare being lit. The distinctive orange glow blinded him, and he stood up, holding out his hand to shield his eyes. Vinny squinted, peering into the darkness. All he could see was a golden orb of light heading towards him slowly. The smell of the flare hit his nostrils, and he could see the faint outline of a person coming towards him through the smoke. "What are you doing, douchebag?" Vinny asked. The figure kept coming. Closer and closer. The flare burned brighter. "Enough already, you can stop." No response from the figure. "Did you cut it out?" Still silence. "Pete?" And then Vinny's confused expression morphed into one of terror as he could make out the person holding the flare. He saw a brief glimpse of a hockey mask. The flare came at him rapidly, and Vinny had no time to get out of the way. As he opened his mouth to scream, the flare suddenly burned brighter than ever before. He felt the smoke as it burned his eyes. The excruciating pain and the intense heat from the flare filled his throat. Everything was burning. His pain receptors lit up all over his face and the back of his throat as he gagged for air. But all he did was inhale the flare even more. He could feel it burning his insides, singeing the sides of his esophagus all the way down. Blood seeping from the scarred flesh on the inside of his mouth and his esophagus bubbled at his lips. Oxygen was running out. The heat was so powerful, so intense. The white light slowly came over him and everything went dark. As Vinny lay slumped over the engine, he was able to see the man wearing the hockey mask standing over him, just as life became nothing. Pete pulled his jeans back over his bare ass and buttoned them up. He twirled the flashlight in his right hand and pulled his leather jacket closer to his body, shivering in the night air. He shone the flashlight around him at the dark and damp woods on all sides, then wondered how far it would be to the nut house. He could see it now, scaring the bejesus out of them by scratching on their windows. One of them may actually have a heart attack, he thought. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Then he remembered that Vinny was still waiting by the car. He couldn't believe how ungrateful Vinny could be about that car. He was always complaining about it, and especially now that it had broken down. Pete's parents were poor and couldn't even afford to get him a car. That was why he always drove around with Vinny. And here Vinny was complaining about a generous present from his father. Most guys are lucky just to have a car. Always he complained about the car. If it wasn't the car, it was his father. If it wasn't his father, it was his job. Pete guessed Vinny was the kind of guy who didn't enjoy the present moment. It wasn't that bad of a situation. If worse came to worst, and they had to walk to the girls' houses, so what? The girls probably easily could call him a tow truck. But Vinny was behaving as if the night was already ruined beyond repair. He was so negative. It was just the kind of person Vinny was. Always griping, always in a sour mood. It made it hard to hang around Vinny, but they had known each other so long, and it was nice to have a friend with a car. Besides, someone would have to drive him home tonight after getting wasted and having sex with those two hot twins from school. Maybe Vinny could just watch and jerk off. It looked like he wasn't getting any girls tonight with his whiny attitude. Nothing else to do in this town but get wasted and get girls, he thought. Nope, not in Pinehurst. Of course you could always visit the lovely halfway house and meet all the loonies. Bet some of them make for a good time, he thought. All those lonely, depressed girls just looking for a good time, needing a strong, dark-haired man in a leather jacket like Pete to swoop them into his arms. Pete shone his flashlight around as he walked back down the trail. Then there was a rustling in the leaves. He jerked his flashlight to the side, pointing it at a small clearing. The beam of light landed on a small rabbit darting back into the bushes. Pete jumped back and then laughed sheepishly. "You little fuck," he said. Maybe the nut getting chopped up today did set him on edge. He now felt like someone was in the woods, watching him, and he started to quicken his pace. The trail was quiet and dark. The trees were too thick above his head to allow in even the slightest moonlight, and his only source of light was the white beam of the flashlight. It started to spook him, being alone out in the woods at night. Your mind could start to play tricks on you in the woods at night. It could be disorienting, and sometimes you could lose the path and get hopelessly lost. He had seen it many times before. Pete remembered all the times his buddies had been out exploring in the woods, due to that being the only thing you could really do when you were poor and being from a small town, and they had gotten lost. Eventually, just by walking far enough, they'd get to a small country gas station or a road or the train tracks, and they could eventually get back to civilization and to their homes. But at night? No way. The woods could really fuck with your head at night, Pete thought. Pete arrived back at the road and pointed the flashlight at the blue AMC sitting on the shoulder. Vinny was still leaning down under the hood. He started scatting as he strolled jubilantly towards the car. "You better have this thing started or you're a dead man," he said, and climbed into the driver's seat, not registering that the door was now unlocked. He revved up the car. "A rat-a-tat-a-tooey, rat-a-tat-a-tooey," he sang to himself. The car failed to crank. "Car ain't starting, a rat-a-tat-a-tooey, gonna kick your ass. Come on, motherfucker, fix the fucking car." He cranked it again, and still the engine gave the same raucous whining and grinding as before. "Come on, Vinny. Vinny, what are you doing, man?" he shouted. No response. Then he cranked it again, and the car seemingly by magic cranked back to life, and Pete cheered. "Woo-hoo-hoo!" he exclaimed exuberantly. "Vinny, let's go!" In all his excitement, he didn't hear the heavy breathing behind him get louder and more intense. A strong hand suddenly grabbed his forehead and pinned him back to the headrest. He had no time to register what was happening, and that Vinny was lying dead underneath the hood, blood drooling from his lips and down onto the engine. The machete slashed across his throat in a wild blur. Pete's head lifelessly fell on the steering wheel, setting off the horn. But nobody heard a thing. Chapter 3. Early morning dawned over the sleeping residents of Pinehurst, but one resident was wide awake in his bed. Die! 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 Make it stop, Tommy thought. God, please make it stop! He slammed his hands against his temples, trying in a desperate attempt to squeeze the thoughts and the voices out of his head. They kept coming. He heard Trish's shrill and terrified voice calling to him, begging him to stop. "Tommy!" she had screamed. "Tommy, no!" He could still remember the silver gleam of the machete in the moonlight. It had all been coming back to him in pieces, in broken fragments of morbid images and colors and voices. "Die!" Tommy had screamed until his throat was raw. He didn't know what had overtaken him, but something had. Something deep and primal within him that he couldn't understand. Something that had stuck with him and haunted him. It was eating him alive. All he had known at the moment was that he had to die. He had to die. That thing had to die. He didn't care what it was going to take, but it had to die. All he could hear was Trish's screaming and his own words tearing out of him. Die! Die! His eyes darted around his bedroom, trying to find something comforting to distract himself. The morning sun streamed through the window and the birds were singing outside. No use. He could still see it all happening in his head. He could see Jason's grotesque, inhuman appearance flashing in his mind. His rotted, yellow, leathery skin and his mangled teeth. He could smell him, the scent of body odor and blood and death. He could hear the way the machete had sliced into his skull and remember how it felt. How he had felt the vibration up through the handle when he swung it into Jason's head. He had managed to fool the deranged serial killer long enough to get the upper hand, but he had still been alive. It was all coming back to him, hitting him like a truck. He just wouldn't die. He could still see it all, and hear Trish screaming and crying, begging for him to stop, but he couldn't. The monster had to die. All the blood flashed into his mind suddenly. Images of his own living room floor splashed with brilliant scarlet flooded him. The sound of metal cutting into flesh was deafening. He pulled himself out of bed and scrambled to the dresser, rifling through the top drawer. Antipsychotics, where are the antipsychotics? His mind screamed at him. He found the right bottle, dumped out pills frantically on the dresser, and finally grabbed one, swallowing it without water. Tommy took deep gulps of air. In, out, and then, as he looked in the mirror, his blood ran cold at who he saw staring back at him in the reflection. It was Jason, wielding an axe in one hand and Mrs. Jarvis's severed head in another, her mouth open in a silent scream. Jason's hockey mask was stained with blood. Tommy whirled around to face the monster, but there was nothing there. The kitchen and dining room at Pinehurst Center were together in a converted sunroom. An open French door led to the patio, and large floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded it. George was standing at the stove, frying one last serving of eggs for Reggie. It was morning at Pinehurst, and George beamed at his grandson, who stood nearby impatiently waiting for his breakfast. "Be patient, Reggie," he always told him, but he never listened. Reggie was at that age where adults were the most uncool thing ever. George only brought him to work to get him out of his mother's hair for a week. They didn't call him Reggie the Reckless for nothing. He had been one of the bravest kids growing up, learning to ride a bike before other kids, going off on his own when he was 7 to play basketball with kids in the neighborhood, and taking a bus to the city without his parents' knowledge at 10. The kid was a handful. As George had become accustomed to saying, Reggie was 13 going on 30. George tried not to be too hard on the kid. He was now an only child, ever since his older brother moved out of the city and out just a few miles away from Pinehurst. They almost never got to see each other except when George brought Reggie to work, which Matt didn't like happening too often. Now, Reggie's mother had told George that he had been getting in with the wrong crowd. At first, that's why George opted to bring Reggie to his job, so he could show him how Matt instilled discipline into the kids. He had thought Reggie could learn a thing or two from that kind of environment. But after yesterday's fiasco, he was questioning that idea. He couldn't believe that had happened to Joey. Sure, Joey could be agitating, but he never expected someone to be pushed to the edge like that. Or maybe he was already on the edge and Joey was what made him finally snap. Vic always did seem on the edge, George thought. Even Matt was apprehensive around him, and he had seen Matt break up plenty of fights and restrain hostile patients. Whenever Vic walked into the room would hush. It was like walking on eggshells being around someone like that. Someone who lets their emotions control them and can flip a switch and turn evil at the drop of a hat at the smallest inconvenience. Vic flipped a switch, all right. George had seen the look on his face as he was taken away in the police car. He was almost smiling, as if he were proud of what he had done. Maybe George's daughter was right. Maybe Reggie was safer back in the city. He at first had begged his daughter to let Reggie stay with him, away from the inner city violence and drugs, but out here there seemed to be some kind of dark curse over the area. George didn't really believe in curses, but it was the only explanation he currently had. It had gone on for years. The town of Crystal Lake had a long, dark history. George remembered it all, and he had to believe that whatever dark force had come to wreak havoc in his neck of the woods was the curse of Crystal Lake. 1957, Camp Crystal Lake was the place. The peace at a cozy campground for kids was shattered one night when a boy drowned in the lake. 1958, Camp Crystal Lake reopened and was struck with another disaster when 2 counselors were found brutally stabbed to death. Then, 20 years later, the camp reopens. A young girl swore she saw a mad killer, Pamela Voorhees, coming after her with a machete, screaming about how the boy who drowned in the lake wasn't properly watched over. It had been her son, Jason, who had drowned in the lake all that time ago. Mrs. Voorhees had killed all the other counselors and also the camp director, Steve Christie. The young girl, she fought Pamela to the death and decapitated her with her own machete. All the locals say Jason is still out there, and seeing his mother be decapitated that warm summer night in '79, he sought his revenge almost 5 years later. Some still said it wasn't Jason, but some unidentified madman. But for the 2 young girls who survived Jason's murders, they said it had to have been Jason Voorhees, seemingly back from the dead, never having drowned, looking like some kind of feral, deformed beast. George fully believed in the legend of Jason Voorhees and the toll it was taking on the town. He was sure whatever curse, devil, or force you believed in this world that made Jason and his mother kill was the same one that had made Vic kill. Generational sin, George thought, had to be generational sin. Or maybe it was witchcraft. Some locals said they had seen Pamela performing rituals out in the woods. Maybe that was it, black magic. George wasn't a superstitious man either, but he couldn't think of a better explanation. He had seen Pamela Voorhees around town back before it had happened, and he always noticed she seemed to be wound tighter than an oil drum, and never talked to anyone. It must have been isolating for Mrs. Voorhees to have a mentally impaired son like Jason. No wonder she had lost it. The burden of having a son who wouldn't play with the other children and never spoke must have been damaging. But who could have known she would turn out to be fully deranged? God knows what kind of drugs she was on. Maybe she just went mad. You have to be crazy to do what she did. He remembered seeing all the body bags on the news, and the way it was described, mutilated, posed for shock value. What was wrong with this world, George wondered. Ted Bundy was another series of brutal murders he had heard about on the news. And now in his own area of the United States, you have the murders at Camp Blood. This country is headed for disaster, he thought. They should have never opened that place up again. Camp Crystal Lake was a death trap. Greedy, selfish men of the world, George thought, didn't care about anyone's well-being but their own. The real damage had been inflicted on that poor boy Jason, who died because his caregivers weren't paying attention, and due to the help he didn't receive. He didn't condone the violence, but he could understand how Mrs. Voorhees had gone to that length all because of her child. As a father, George knew all about protecting your children and your grandchildren. If only grandchildren like Reggie would listen, George thought, as Reggie anxiously groaned. "Come on, Gramps, I'm hungry," Reggie whined. All right, George said, and scooped eggs out of the skillet and onto Reggie's plate. "Gramps, can I go see my brother?" Reggie asked. "He'll be in town tomorrow." George gave him a stern look. "We'll see," he said. George didn't feel right sending Reggie to go hang out with his eldest grandson, Demon. That's what his son-in-law had named him during a previous marriage. George wasn't too religious of a man, but still didn't know why on earth you'd name a child Demon. His name fit what kind of trouble he got into. Drugs, police, drinking, you name it. He had had to drive up to Winston County just to bail him out of the county jail. He didn't want Reggie around that kind of influence. The only job Demon had was playing guitar in a band in backwoods dive bars until 3 in the morning. It was no wonder Demon didn't even have a house and lived out of a converted van in a trailer park. Sure, call him old-fashioned, but George believed in doing things that paid the bills. Lord knows what Demon was getting into out at those bars, he pondered to himself. Pinehurst wasn't exactly a picturesque, family-oriented town. The bars were full of all kinds of creeps and drugs. George's daughter would have a cow if she knew Reggie was getting into all of the things Demon had been exposed to. He couldn't fathom what had happened with Demon. Lazy parenting from that no-good husband that his daughter was with, he figured. He had hoped Reggie would learn things from coming to the halfway house, but boy, had he picked the wrong week. First Tina and Eddie getting pulled in, and then Joey. It had been one hell of a week at Pinehurst, and he hoped Reggie would never have to see anything like that again, and that George himself didn't have to see it either. "You know how I feel about that, Reggie," George replied. "But Gramps," Reggie protested. "I said we'll see." Reggie moaned and threw a mini temper tantrum, slumping down at the table. George couldn't stay mad at the kid. He smiled. "Come here, Reggie the Reckless." Reggie knew it was coming. A big kiss on the forehead. Tina and Violet were setting the table, and he knew they'd make fun of him. He walked reluctantly over to George, who pulled him into his arms and kissed him. Reggie squirmed and wiped his forehead. "Do me a favor, don't kiss me when there's people around, okay?" Reggie said. George chuckled and rubbed his head affectionately. "Go and tell everyone that breakfast is ready." Reggie complied and went to open the French doors. "Yo, breakfast, come and get it!" he shouted. "Well, I could have done that," George scoffed. Robin, a somber look on her face, came strolling in. Her auburn hair was washed and naturally frizzy, and she wore a white jacket over a pink top and a denim skirt. Jake came in behind her, also looking despondent with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders slumped.
I miss Joey already."
Jake managed to struggle out. "So do I," Robin said. Tina sat down at her place at the table and crossed her hands in front of her. She too was somber and not saying much. The teens had an oppressive cloud hanging over them. Joey's death had hit them all. Violet didn't seem too fazed, or maybe it was her defense mechanism. She plugged in her headphones to her Walkman and disappeared into her music. Robin and Jake both sat down as Pam also entered the room. Her blonde hair pulled back into a long braid and changed into a pink sweater and jeans. "Morning, everybody," Pam said, trying to inject some cheerfulness, albeit artificial, into the current atmosphere. She read their faces and knew instantly they were reeling from what had happened. as she sat down at the head of the table. The group muttered a chorus of deadpan good mornings. As the group started to pass around plates of sausage, bacon, eggs, and grits, Tina suddenly realized something and turned to Violet. "Violet, you set too many places," Tina said. Violet pulled off her headphones and her blaring techno-funk music cut through the palpable awkwardness. "Huh?" "You set too many places," Tina repeated herself. Violet looked around at the placemats on the table. "No, I didn't," she said. Tina cut her eyes to the 2 empty chairs and 2 sets of plates near the end of the table, and Violet looked down sheepishly. I'm sorry," she said defensively, grabbing the plate and giving it to George. "I don't think Vic or Joey will be joining us this morning, Violet," George said. "Or any other morning," Reggie remarked. "Reggie!" George scolded him with a disapproving stare. As Violet started to sit back down, Jake spoke up.
You don't set a place for a dead person."
Jake cried. His stutter made him less intimidating, but the piercing look in his eyes unnerved everyone. "I said I was sorry," Violet said angrily back at him. The tension was suddenly broken by Matt's authoritative voice. "What's going on here?" The room fell into an awkward silence as Matt stood, hands on his hips stoically. Violet quietly grabbed the plate and silverware mistakenly meant for Vic and brought them over to George. She sat down with the rest of the silent, morose teenagers. Matt walked to his seat at the opposite head of the table from Pam and looked at all of them solemnly. "Look," he said, his voice dropped into an even lower, more serious tone. "I know how you all feel. This thing is not easy." He could see the shock written over all of their faces. One of their own, dead. Robin had seen it happen right in front of her, and she looked the most disturbed. Jake was quiet this morning, but then again he was always quiet. Matt's eyes surveyed him, saw his slumped, dismal posture, and his eyes not making contact with anyone else in the room. He toyed absent-mindedly with his fork, staring down at his lap. He guessed it was just another sad day for Jake, and that he would get over it pretty quickly. He could tell by the way he kept glancing over at Robin that he had taken to her. It was painfully obvious. Robin tried her best to be nice, but he could tell that she knew. If only Jake had the attractive confidence that Robin was drawn to, he might have gotten lucky. Still, he didn't encourage his patients dating each other. He had told Tina and Eddie, but they hadn't listened. As he surveyed the group of kids, he noticed that Tommy and Eddie were missing. Tina was usually bright and vibrant, but this morning she looked like she had tossed and turned all night. Her wavy, thick black hair was disheveled, and there were bags under her eyes. Matt went on. "So let's just have breakfast," he said. "I'm sorry, I was out of line," Tina said. Breakfast commenced and everyone followed proper table etiquette, enforced by Matt, and the process of passing plates of food around began. None of them wanted to eat very much. Jake had his head in his hands stirring his grits, and Robin and Tina both barely nibbled their eggs. They ate in silence for several moments. The effect of Joey's death had shaken them all. This morning wasn't the usual exciting breakfast for the halfway house. Usually, Tina and Eddie would run in together, freshly showered and smelling like the strong perfumes and aftershaves that they wore, and would flirt with each other the whole meal. Violet would fake gag and mock them, and Robin would laugh. But not this morning. At one point, Matt asked where Eddie was, and Tina said he was upstairs. After that, still more silence. The unnerving silence was broken by slow footsteps coming in through the open French patio door. "Tommy?" Matt called to the figure standing in the doorway. Tommy didn't look up at him. "Would you mind going and telling Eddie breakfast is ready?" Matt asked. Tommy shifted his weight nervously, but didn't respond. Matt immediately caught himself. An overly masculine approach would probably just threaten him, he thought. "Tommy," he said softer, "would you mind?" Tommy unclenched his fist and his jaw and relaxed. "Yeah, all right," he mumbled. As Tommy turned to head back outside and up to the bedrooms, A grotesque figure suddenly lunged at him from just outside the doorway. Tommy jumped backwards instinctively, raising his hands to protect himself. It was Eddie, wearing one of his own masks. Then he heard the laughter. All of them. Robin, Violet, Tina, all laughing at him for being scared. Eddie pulled off the mask, a devilish grin on his face. Tommy could do nothing but glare at him. Eddie tossed the mask at Tommy. Tommy couldn't even catch it. It hit him in the chest and fell to the ground. Tommy didn't even care about his mask lying discarded on the floor. All he felt was the rage building inside him. All he could think about was watching Eddie's head be crushed in his hands. The laughter of everyone in the room. Eddie smiling in his face. It was all pulsating in his mind, ringing in his ears. His face was turning the color of blood, the blood that was boiling inside of him, steaming so hot he could feel it in his cheeks, rising to the surface. It was coming. Another blackout. Eddie took his fist and slammed it into Tommy's chest, smiling at him. "What's wrong, Chief? Can't take a joke? No sense of humor?" Pam and Matt saw it coming. They both flew from their chairs, but they were far too slow. It happened like lightning. The last thing Tommy remembered was lunging at Eddie. Right in front of the teenager's eyes, Eddie was lifted high into the air as Tommy flipped him and slammed him onto an end table, smashing it to bits. The lamp on the table toppled, shattering on the floor. Nobody could do anything. They all just watched in incredulity. Before they could blink, Tommy had Eddie's collar in his fist and was heaving him into the wall again and again and again. "Tommy!" Matt bellowed, but no use. The group of teenagers all pushed away from the table as the fight suddenly went onto the floor. Eddie screamed and begged him to stop, but Tommy kept pounding at him. He had him on the floor pinned and struck him again and again. All Tommy could think was, "Die! Die! Die!" "I'm gonna chop you into itty-bitty pieces, my friend." Ethel Hubbard was lonely, and it was making her a tad off her rockers. Sometimes it manifested in her talking to inanimate objects. The locals called her crazy. Ethel hadn't given a fuck in years about what the townspeople thought of her and couldn't remember the last time she did. Now she was holding up a dead chicken, freshly picked from her flock, and talking to it. She laughed with glee. "Just like they did to that piggo out at that fucking crazy farm." She brandished a huge razor-sharp meat cleaver and brought it down onto the dead chicken's throat, severing its head. "Hey-ya!" she screeched like a madwoman. Junior sat at the kitchen table, inhaling a hot bowl of vegetable stew, spilling it down the front of his motorcycle grease-stained overalls. He mimicked her, chopping down at his stew with his spoon and splashing it all over the table. Ethel glared at him dismally. "How did I end up here?" she thought. "How did I end up in a trailer overgrown with ivy and weeds, the roof of which was caving in, out in the middle of nowhere? Cheap property, that was why," she remembered. Her last two ex-husbands left her with nothing, and now here she was with her fat slob of a son and no help in a rundown house in a rundown town. Her first husband? He held a gun to her head and forced her to drive a getaway car 20 miles down the interstate, and had her stop at a motel to sleep only for her to wake to the sound of 7 police officers ramming down the motel door. Next thing she knew, she was in a cell making a plea deal in exchange for ratting out her husband and testifying. Her second husband beat her and Junior like a sack and never gave her a dime, even though she was financially ruined after her first marriage. And now here she was, on the run from her second ex-husband, living out near a nut house in the middle of bumfuck Egypt, she thought, with her first ex-husband's son, who looks, talks, and acts like him, like a goddamn moron, who rides around on his Harley all day and doesn't clean the house and doesn't have a job. You big dildo, Ethel spat at him. Eat your fucking slop. Junior complied as he usually did and went back to slurping the soup noisily. Ain't I make the best goddamn stew in the whole wide world? Ethel asked. Best goddamn stew in the whole wide world, Mama, Junior repeated back to her like a parrot. Ethel was like most residents of the Crystal Lake area. She peaked in high school. She remembered her senior year of high school and getting in the back seat of a cherry red convertible and driving out into the woods to make out with the quarterback sitting next to her. She remembered driving home that night down a country road, the wind in her long curly blonde hair. She remembered all the cigarettes and grass they used to smoke in the girls' bathroom and all of the juicy gossip like it was yesterday. And then the worst thing happened. She got knocked up and married to a thief, and then another thief. And now here she was, in her cramped, overgrown trailer, with her disabled son who reminded her all too well of the bastard crook. Some days she could barely stand to look at him with all his sloppy habits. The way he was slurping his soup made her want to strangle him. It was the way he breathed sometimes. Every day it was like this. She hated the way he talked, the noises that he made, his mannerisms, and all of his socially disgraceful habits. Ethel often wondered how she hadn't ended up in that halfway house herself, but they couldn't make her go to that place. She'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to have to live there with crazy teenagers who do nothing but trespass and fondle each other like wild animals. She still couldn't believe those nuts had been doing the deed on her property. So many times she had thought about grabbing that gun and watching for them, waiting to pull the trigger. Hell, I'd be justified under the law, she thought. They shouldn't have been trespassing, especially not with their repugnant purposes. It obviously needed to be shut down. How could the mayor fund a place where the patients are allowed to run wild, do whatever they want, and screw on others' property? Didn't they punish them at that crazy farm, she wondered? Those kids had it easy. They got to have a summer out screwing in the woods. And when she was a young woman in the nut house after her own traumatic experience, she had her ass grabbed by 3 different guards and watched somebody get stabbed right in front of her. Some days Ethel thought that living at the nearby nut house might be better than living with Junior. But with her luck, Junior would end up right next to her in a padded room, both of them in straitjackets, and she wouldn't be able to smack him in the head if he annoyed her. That would be the ultimate nightmare, she thought. She would rip her own hair out and be bald before they locked her in a room with Junior. Ethel suddenly turned to face the back door as she heard the telltale sign that something was creeping around her yard. The chickens were all clucking madly, and she could hear them scattering back to the coop. It's that goddamn coyote again, Ethel said furiously, lunging for the double-barrel shotgun she kept by the door. He's trying to kill my lot, but I'm going to show that bastard once and for all. You hear me, Junior? Junior hadn't been listening. He was busy forking cabbage into his mouth, spilling some onto the table. Ethel bit the inside of her cheeks, resisting the urge to tear him a new one. If the chickens died, that meant no food, and that was a lot more important than Junior. Ethel crept to the open back door, holding the shotgun out in front of her. As she approached, a tall, unkempt, scrawny old man in a dirty tank top and work pants came into view from outside. Ethel jumped backwards, gasping, and pointed the gun straight at him. "Holy shit!" she exclaimed. "Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck do you want?" "Haven't got a place to stay," the man said nervously, his eyes directed at the gun aimed for his chest. "Name's Raymond. Ain't eaten in 3 days. I'd like to earn a meal." Ethel lowered the gun suspiciously and narrowed her eyes. "Yeah?" she said. "What can you do?" "Whatever you need done," Raymond replied. Ethel thought for a moment. She didn't want to be desperate enough to hire a man off of the street to do her chores, but it sure beat the hell out of doing them herself, or asking Junior to do it only for him to screw up somehow. The last time she asked him to do anything, it resulted in half the bedroom ceiling caving in. "Go up and fix the leak in my room," she had said, only to see Junior's foot hanging from her bedroom ceiling 10 minutes later. "Okay," she said to the homeless man. "Clean all the chicken shit and dump it behind the shed. Come back here and then I'll fill your stomach." Raymond nodded graciously. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and headed for the shed. He looked like an old gangly scarecrow, Ethel thought as she grimaced. "That is one fucking ugly man that goes there," she said, putting the gun back by the door. Junior repeated her again with his mouth full of stew. "One fucking ugly man, Mama." Ethel spun around to face him, her eyes wide with fury. "Would you shut your trap?" she snapped at him. "You ain't so pretty yourself, you know." Junior was used to his mama's biting words, so he just grinned at her with the few teeth he had and a mouthful of food. "I ain't so pretty myself, I know." Ethel clenched her fist. She needed to hit him, hit something, anything. She saw the meat cleaver still lying on the cutting board. She grabbed it, raised it into the air, and lopped off another chicken head with a loud hi-yah. Sheriff Tucker stepped out of his police cruiser and surveyed the scene. Harper's Road was a long stretch of paved road surrounded by desolate woods and fields. It was the middle of the afternoon and the sun was glaring down, and was slowly cooking the two bodies in black body bags that were sprawled out in the road. Tucker got a whiff of decomposition and reached into his shirt pocket, taking out some lotion and rubbing some under his nose. "What do you got, boys?" Deputy Dodd was peering under one of the sheets, squatting beside the bodies, trying hard to breathe through his mouth. "Two homicides, Sheriff. They got done dirty, too," Deputy Dodd replied. "What the hell?" Tucker thought. "First that slow kid at the nut house, and now these two?" The sheriff kneeled down and peeled back the sheet. His jaw dropped in horror. Pete was lying on his back, his dead eyes staring straight up at the hot sun. His throat was nothing but a gaping wound. The other body was Vinny, whose eyes were blood red. His face had turned purple and his tongue dangled out of his mouth. Big pink blisters had formed all around his lips. "Jesus," Tucker muttered under his breath. The only one who could have done something like this was Victor J. Fadden, Tucker thought, but he was sitting in a holding cell back at the station. A beat-up old AMC hardtop set by the shoulder of the road, the hood propped open. "We're guessing these two punks were broken down on the side of the road here, and someone came by and did them off, but we can't find any other tire tracks," Dodd said, scratching his head. The sheriff pointed at two officers who were standing around chatting. "I want a full search of the area. Come back with anything you can find," the sheriff ordered. He was hoping they'd come back with the missing axe from the evidence locker at the station. He hoped it wasn't a failed effort by one of his deputies, but he was sure he saw Dodd place the axe in an evidence bag back at the crime scene. Now it was gone and there were two more murders. What was next? The officers nodded in response and walked down a nearby trail. Roy and Duke both walked from the ambulance towards the body bags and started to lift them onto a stretcher. Sheriff Tucker wasn't paying attention. He was deep in thought. Who the hell could be committing murders now? Mrs. Voorhees and her son Jason were long gone, both buried in a cemetery far from Pinehurst. Who was it this time? The thought that the killer could very well be Tommy Jarvis entered his mind. The bodies were both killed in ways similar to the way Jason Voorhees had killed his victims. What if Tommy had finally snapped and decided to be a copycat? Tommy would be the first place to start looking, he thought. He had seen the look on Matt's face when he asked about Tommy the day before, and knew that Tommy had a troubled past. What was the kid truly capable of? Maybe Ethel was right. Maybe that nut house was causing problems for the town. Who was next? First, Joey gets killed at the nut house, then the axe that was used to kill him goes missing, and now 2 seemingly random murders. "What the hell is going on?" Tucker said, more to himself than anyone else. "You say something, Chief?" Roy asked, as he lifted the second body onto another gurney. "Nothing, Roy," Sheriff Tucker responded. Deputy Dodd readjusted his hat and walked up behind Sheriff Tucker, his eyes squinting in the sun. "Well, Sheriff, it looks like we have a maniac on the loose." "Yeah," the sheriff mumbled, his voice trailing off. The sheriff's thoughts were a million miles away, thinking of who could possibly be the killer and what to do. He knew he had to keep this under wraps or the mayor would have his head mounted on the wall. No need in getting the town panicked about a serial killer. One thing he knew for certain, the murders didn't start until Tommy Jarvis arrived in Pinehurst. The headlights of a 1968 Dodge Charger illuminated the narrow stretch of country road. It flew past the tree line going almost 90. Billy McCauley whooped as the car sped up to 100 miles an hour. He was high as a kite and high on life. He had just gotten off of his shift at the Unger Institute and was headed back to town for a good time. And a speed limit certainly wasn't going to impede him. It also wasn't like the hick cops around Pinehurst could catch him. It had been a long day, and all he wanted to do was cope with his usual booze, a little blow, and a foxy girl from town. All he wanted was to be on every kind of drug or substance available to him, and forget reality and his job for a little while. Today he had been on duty cleaning for 6 straight hours. He was going to have a good time tonight if it killed him. He revved the engine, letting it purr as he cruised. The windows were rolled down, and the smoke from a burnt-out cigar sitting in an ashtray was slowly wafting out into the night. "I can't believe Joey got chopped into pieces yesterday," Billy thought. Finally, it happened. One of them finally completely lost their marbles. Billy had always had a feeling around Vic, a feeling of dread. He never joked around with Vic. Billy was too smart. Billy liked the blood inside of his body, but poor Joey. Billy knew it was just a matter of time before one of them, one of the nuts, went and did something like this. He figured something like what happened to Joey was bound to happen at a mental hospital that let the patients wander around like they did. Joey's death hadn't really shaken him up, but he might be saying differently if he had been the one working yesterday. Duke had told him all of the gory details with a sneer on his face. He had thought about inviting some of the guys from work, but Bud was at home with his girlfriend, Duke was still on duty, Roy kept to himself, and Billy had nothing else to party with, so he had decided to call an old girlfriend who was working the late shift at a nearby diner. Talk radio suddenly interrupted his blaring rock music. Breaking news for Pinehurst County. 2 young men were found dead in an apparent homicide after their car broke down out on Harper Road. Sources tell us that the murders seem to resemble the old M.O. of the late deranged mass murderer, Jason Voorhees. "Jesus," Billy said out loud. "First Joey and now 2 more people get the axe? What if there was a killer on the loose? It couldn't be Vic. He was undoubtedly locked away in a holding cell. But he didn't trust those buffoon cops as far as he could throw them. Vic had probably tricked them and escaped and greased those 2 kids out on Harper Road. Holy shit! A killer on the loose? Billy thought. Just like what had happened out at Camp Blood. Camp Blood was a moniker that the locals had used to refer to Camp Crystal Lake. It was only 5 years ago that a maniac named Jason Voorhees slaughtered a bunch of kids there. And now it looked like it was happening here. What if it was that Jarvis kid? He remembered the unnerving silence and the negative energy he exuded, and there was something in Tommy's eyes. The kid sure seemed like the type to go off at the drop of a hat. What if he left his bed in the middle of the night, sneaked out and greased those 2 kids that were killed last night? He had thought maybe Tommy wouldn't hurt a fly, but ever since Tommy had arrived in Pinehurst, the blood kept falling, and people kept dying. It would make sense with Tommy's past. He had read about it in his file at the Unger Institute. The same guy who killed all those kids at Camp Blood was the very same man who fucked up Tommy Jarvis and his family, Billy thought. Jason fucking Voorhees, he said to himself. It was a notorious name around this area. The guy must have been living out in the woods for years, he thought. Billy had heard that one of the ones who survived his killing spree reported that Jason was living out in the woods of Crystal Lake in a crudely made, dilapidated shack. She had said that he kept his mother's severed head on a table with candles, like some kind of deranged shrine, and stored all of his bodies there, posing them around the room like works of art. Another girl said he was a deformed, hideous monster and could barely be seen as human. She was one of the ones who was still locked away in an institution somewhere from all the hell that Jason had put her through. He had killed all of her friends and set them up all along her property for her to find, and then chased her into her family's barn as she screamed for help. But everyone she knew was dead. All of her friends, slaughtered like the others. She finally managed to seemingly kill him with an axe, but he came to life in the hospital, killing a nurse and a morgue technician before escaping and killing another group of teenagers who were renting a house at Crystal Lake. This time, Tommy Jarvis lived next door. It was there he had had to fight Jason to the death. No wonder the kid was mentally fucked in the head. Billy wondered what it had been like to see and face the great Jason Voorhees, but he also didn't know if the stories were true. What if it hadn't even been Jason who committed those murders? Surely the legend in the story had to be exaggerated, and the real story was likely an amalgamation of different versions. How could Jason have survived for 20 long years out in the wilderness unless he had been superhuman? Maybe the rumors about his mother dabbling in black magic were true. Billy didn't believe in all that shit, but sometimes, with the kinds of things he saw every day, he thought there could be dark forces in this world. But for the most part, he liked to stay in reality. That girl who survived Camp Blood probably dreamed that she saw a shrine with Pamela Voorhees' head. After all, a traumatic experience can make your mind go completely unhinged. Maybe they had been making it all up. Billy wasn't afraid of the legend like the other locals were. Yeah, fuck Jason, he said, as he sped around a bend and honked his horn at a driver who swerved slightly into his lane. Asshole! He called out the open driver's side window. As his Dodge Charger whipped around another curve in the rural stretch of road, a flickering neon sign lit up the road suddenly, and Billy left the highway, veering into the parking lot of a small, old-fashioned diner that looked like it was straight out of a 50s beach movie. Billy sped up faster, skidding across the pavement, showing off as he performed donuts around the parking lot. Smoke from his tires filled the air. He finally pulled up to the front doors and stuck his head out the windows. "Lana!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. His rock music was once again blaring from his radio. If this didn't get her attention, nothing would. A young, vivacious blonde in a crisp pink 1950s-style waitress uniform stepped outside and smirked at Billy. "Sorry, Buster," she said playfully. "We're closed." She pointed to the close sign on the door. "That's all right," Billy said, flirtatiously playing along. He eyed her unzipped blouse. "I just want a takeout order." "You do, huh?" Lana said. "Well, what would you like?" "I would like Lana to go with nothing on it." "Oh?" she said, giggling. "And who wants her?" Billy sighed. Usually he would flirt right back, but it had been a long shift, and he didn't want to play these games. He was horny, a little drunk, exhausted, and pissed off. The pride of the Unger Institute of Mental Health, who has cleaned his last bedpan and wants to party. Now would you get your ass out here, he said. Lana looked off into the distance, pretending to think, still teasing him. Lana, I don't know about that. I'll have to ask her. Lana, she called into the diner. Do you want Billy? Are you sure? Billy rolled his eyes into the back of his head. Okay, Billy, Lana can come play, but you have to wait until she's done inside, Lana finally said, and disappeared into the diner. Billy exclaimed Yahoo, tapping along to the rock music on the steering wheel. It was time to party, and nothing was going to stop him. Not his job, not Jason Voorhees, not anyone. He pulled his sun visor down and retrieved a small mirror, a razor, and a dime bag of cocaine. There it is, he said. That's the whole fucking thing right there. That's just what the doctor ordered. He set the mirror down on the console and began laying out the lines of coke. And the forecast today is cloudy in the mountains, sunny in the valleys, and snow flurries up your nose, he said as he snorted the first line through a tiny brass pipe. His face scrunched up as he felt the burn, and he shook his head. Good shit, he said, feeling the rush from the narcotics instantly. After a few more minutes, he began to get impatient. Lana, he called, sticking his head out the open driver's side window. Hey, Lana! The missing axe from the police station came out of nowhere, splitting the back of his head. Billy felt the searing pain that lit his cranium on fire for a split second before his life had ended. The rock music drowned out his pained yelp as his hand reached out in a death spasm, knocking the cocaine into the floorboards. Inside the diner, Lana had finished wiping the tables clean and pushing in all the chairs, and she sighed heavily. Billy suddenly stopped calling her name, and she looked towards the door. All she heard was his rock music. Then suddenly it stopped as well, and she heard his car engine die down. I'm coming, Billy, don't get your panties in a twist. She had planned on fucking him anyway, ever since the first time he had flirted with her at the bar on Main Avenue downtown. She had told him where she worked and that he could pick her up after her shift ended, and it looked like now was the time that he was taking her up on her offer. The least he could do was wait for her to finish her shift and change out of her uniform. Didn't he want her to look hot and put on some perfume? Now I'm gonna go party, she exclaimed exuberantly. Lana snatched up her purse and ran into the small private bathroom in the back of the diner. She changed hurriedly into a white lace blouse and jeans and sprayed some perfume into the air and walked through. She applied some pink lipstick and smiled at herself in the mirror. It's showtime, she said. Just then the sound of shattering glass jolted her out of her primping in the mirror, and she slowly opened the bathroom door and peered out into the empty, dimly lit restaurant. Billy? She called. No response. The only sound she heard was the buzzing from the flickering neon light in the window. She shrugged it off and went back into the bathroom, reapplying lipstick in the mirror and then checking herself out. Girl, you are so hot, she said to her reflection. She could picture Billy's sweaty body glistening and moving with hers. Both of them were stressed about their long workday and ready to relax and really explore each other. And she knew that it would really be a great night, especially if he had some coke like he had promised. Some guys will promise to bring surprises like that and then flake on you. But Billy showed right when he said he would. She hoped he didn't think they were just going to drink. Lana much preferred the harder stuff when it came to sex. It made everything 10 times better. No matter how self-conscious she felt about her body, a good line would make her not care about anything else in the world except for her partner and pleasing them. She would feel instantly hotter and sexier whenever she was high. If a guy supplied, she'd be happy to provide her body. The coke made it easier to forget and way more fun. Billy wasn't even all that cute. Sure, he was balding and kind of old, but she needed a good time. He wasn't a hick like the rest of the townspeople. He had a nice car, and he was older and more mature than half the guys she knew. She hoped he'd be good in bed. They had only gone out, but hadn't had sex yet, despite all of the body language and dropped hints and flirty comments. Lana turned the bathroom light off and left, closing the door behind her. As she walked towards the exit, there was a loud screech and a yowl as a cat leaped from behind the corner into one of the booths, the hair on its back standing straight up. Lana screamed and fell backwards, catching herself on the bar. "Oh my God, Kitty, what are you doing?" she said, catching her breath. The cat had definitely been spooked by something, or someone. She scooped the cat into her arms and let him out the back door, laughing to herself. After locking the back door, Lana strolled to the front and left the diner, locking that door behind her. "Sorry," she called to Billy. No answer. As she approached his Charger, she noticed he wasn't in the car. The driver's side door was wide open. "Billy!" she called into the night. There was no answer, and there was no sign of him either. No cars were coming down the highway. She was all alone in a deserted parking lot at night. There was no sign of Billy. She climbed into the passenger seat of his car and closed the door. A few more moments of silence went by with no sign of Billy anywhere. "Billy, what are you doing? It's cold," Lana called. Still more silence. The night air whipped through the Charger and she shivered. Maybe he was taking a leak in the woods, she thought. Dumb time to do it. He had a sexy piece of ass like herself, and he goes off and leaves her in the cold. "This is so nice," she said sarcastically. "I like this a whole lot." She sighed and stared out the window miserably. Maybe Billy was like the other guys, she thought. Just leaves you out in the cold like the rest of them. This really wasn't looking like the good time he promised. Then she looked into the floorboard and saw the intact mirror sprinkled with white dust. "Oh, Billy, you made a mess," she said. "Oh well, more for me." Maybe it would be a good time after all, she thought, and leaned down, dipping her finger into the cocaine and sniffing it. "Yummy," she said. And then, as the head rush started to kick in, she looked out the open driver's side door and saw something else. Blood staining the pavement. 2 legs attached to heavy workman's boots that were coated with blood. A crimson-stained axe held by a man's hand. A man's blood-soaked hand. Lana then saw the blood on the driver's seat in the moonlight as her eyes adjusted. Her heart started racing even more than the cocaine was already making it race. "Oh my God!" she uttered. She wrenched at the passenger side door. It wouldn't budge. "Billy! Billy!" she screamed, clawing at the door, but it still wouldn't give. The figure carrying the blood-soaked axe slowly began to walk around the car. "Help me!" she shrieked. She finally kicked the door open and she started to run, but she wasn't fast enough. There was a loud whoosh as the axe plunged into her stomach, up to the hilt. Chapter 4. The next morning at the Pinehurst Youth Development Center, Robin was up at 6 a.m. before breakfast to let the chickens out of the coop and into the backyard and spread some feed in the grass. They clucked happily at the food and ruffled their feathers in the early morning sun. Jake and Violet finished breakfast around 8:30 and decided to hang out in the barn during their free time. It was their favorite place to go and talk about their troubles. Jake would talk about how he had been bullied and rejected his whole life, and had never had a girlfriend due to his stutter and his scrawny, awkward nature. Violet would wax dramatically about life, telling Jake all about her many past boyfriends and her asshole of a stepfather who molested her when she was 4. She told him how much she had hated him and how she had run away at 15 to live on her own, and eventually ended up at Pinehurst after being shipped from one foster home to another. The two had a good connection and had become fast friends, although Violet got annoyed by Jake's insecurities and Jake was put off by Violet's insensitive remarks that she played off as jokes. Matt and Pam sat in the living room by the fireplace and chatted. Tina and Eddie came gallivanting cheerfully out of the front door and out into the morning sun hand in hand. She laughed as he chased her, slapping her ass and then pulling at her hair like he was in elementary school. "Stop!" she squealed as she ran around the house towards the chicken coop. Tommy was awake and had been for some time. He managed to get only an hour of sleep before another nightmare had torn him from his peaceful slumber, leaving him sweating and hyperventilating, and rushing downstairs to get water at 4 a.m. It had been another horrific and vivid nightmare, and he had been back at Crystal Lake, this time at the lake. He was on the shore of the lake with the kids from the rental house, the ones that Jason slaughtered back in 1984, sitting around a fire. They were all having a good time. For the first part of the dream, it was a pleasant one, and Tommy was loosening up and chatting with others. He felt at peace for the first time in a long time, only for it to be shattered like it had been before. Just like the peace at his lakefront childhood home had been shattered that summer night, the peace in his dream melted away. Everyone started to scream when a machete was thrust out from the darkness, plunging into Samantha's back and protruding out between her breasts. Blood sprayed the terrified teens and they ran for cover, but not Tommy. Just like the last nightmare, Tommy had frozen like the ice that had run through his veins at what he saw. It was Jason without his mask, hideously deformed. His skin was rotting. He was dripping wet with algae from the lake, wielding a machete that was coated with bright vermilion, coming towards him. Then he had woken up. Just another one for the archives, he thought, as he stared out his bedroom window. Just another sick fantasy that his mind had conjured for him. He watched as Eddie and Tina ran past the chickens towards the woods, laughing. Their laughter was like chalk scraping across a chalkboard. He shut his eyes, trying to block it out. He hated other people, no matter how hard he tried not to. He hated how happy they seemed to be, so carefree, able to enjoy life instead of walking around like a zombie like him. They were free of their demons, it seemed. It made him bitter, and the resentment welled up in him until it felt like he might die. That's what had been so hard about school, seeing everyone laughing with their friends while inside he was drowning, being pulled deeper into his own thoughts and his own scarred and fractured memories of that night at Crystal Lake. He had tried to tell himself that Jason was dead, but he still jumped at every noise. He was paranoid about every whisper or creak on the stairs, ready to fight at any second, always on edge. Living like that took a toll on your body and your mind. It certainly had for Tommy. If he could just relax, Pinehurst might have been a great place to stay. He didn't know what had come over him when he had attacked Eddie. After he had been restrained by Matt, he had been made to apologize, but Tommy hadn't meant it. He wasn't sorry. That douchebag shouldn't have gone into his room and touched his things. He shouldn't have touched him. Everyone gets what's coming to them. But why me, he thought. What had he done to deserve what had happened to him? Eddie deserved what he got, and Tommy was sure if there was anything he wanted to do in life, it was to give justice. First to Eddie, and to anyone else who had wronged him, and to Jason. Tommy still wasn't convinced he was dead. He had survived in a lake and out in the woods for years, and an axe in his head. There was no telling what that monster could survive. He was dreading the day that his worst fears would come true, and Jason would come back from the dead just like in his dreams. Back to finish what he had started, back for vengeance. It was the perfect place for him to strike, an isolated rural farmhouse, a group of young sex-crazed teenagers, just like the ones who had betrayed him, just like the counselors who had been careless enough to let him drown. This time, Tommy wanted to be ready, but he knew that he wasn't. In his dreams, he always froze at the mere sight of Jason Voorhees. He knew he wasn't ready to face him again. "If you want me, Jason, come and get me," he thought. "You've already ruined my life. You might as well finish me off." That's when Tommy looked back down into the backyard and saw him, wearing his hockey mask and wielding an axe, staring straight at Tommy through the eye holes. Tommy immediately brought his hands to his face in horror, rubbing his eyes frantically, and when he looked again, Jason was gone. The bodies of William McCauley and Lana Fisher were found by the morning crew of the Lakeside Diner off Highway 61. Tucker was now more sure than ever of who the killer was. It had to be Jason Voorhees. Billy had been propped up on the toilet in the employee bathroom, a gaping hole in the back of his head. Blood was smeared all over the bathroom walls like some kind of sick Rorschach. Lana was found hanging above the bar from a light fixture, the missing axe protruding from her torso. Her white cotton blouse stained the same color as the pole at her feet, crimson red. The young waitress who had found the bodies wasn't able to stop screaming and had to be taken to the psych ward at the local hospital. Tucker leaned back in his chair at his desk back at the station and puffed on his cigar. Only one man ever committed murders like this, Tucker thought. Jason Voorhees. He had to be back from the dead somehow, unless it was Tommy Jarvis. But Matt had said Tommy almost never left his room. Maybe it was someone trying to kill off the rest of the paramedics. He had tried to warn Duke and Roy, but he couldn't get a hold of them on the phone. That theory didn't explain the two greasers that got nailed, he thought. For all Tucker knew, it could be Ethel, getting revenge against the town for building a nut house near her farm. But he couldn't picture little old Ethel hanging up Lana's body and carrying Billy into the bathroom. There was no one else that fit the profile of the killer. It had to be Jason. He didn't know how. Nobody else was as strong or as brutal as this killer was. It was the only explanation that he had besides Tommy Jarvis. Maybe Tommy had finally lost his entire grip on reality and became the mad killer that had taken his childhood. Could he have snuck out in the middle of the night, stolen the axe from the police station, and made his way to the diner to kill Billy and his girlfriend? It was possible. After all, Tucker wasn't convinced that Matt kept the house under lock and key when Tina and Eddie were always getting caught miles from the Pinehurst Center screwing around. Maybe he had snuck out a window. Who knows what kind of tricks Tommy had up his sleeve, Tucker thought. He had been able to take down a mass murderer. Who knew what else he was capable of? It seemed to make sense, but he didn't want to throw around accusations without any evidence, and Matt had given Tommy an alibi. The thing was, Matt could be saying anything to defend his patients. Maybe he had seen Tommy leave his room in the middle of the night and lied just to cover his own ass. If word got out that one of his patients had escaped and committed several murders, Matt would surely lose the rehab center. That would be a good motive for lying about Tommy's whereabouts, but he still wasn't sure. Damn the tabloids, he thought. He had tried to keep the fact that the murders resembled the murders at Camp Blood secret, but it had leaked anyway, probably due to Deputy Dodd's big mouth and his stupidity. Now the town was surely in a panic, and he was sure the mayor had heard all about it, and was on his way to give Tucker a piece of his mind. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door of the police station. And the stocky, red-faced mayor, Arthur Cobb of Pinehurst County, came barging in without waiting for Deputy Dodd to invite him in. He was dressed for success in a dark pinstripe suit, but his face read differently. His eyes were wide and his cheeks were flushed with stress and irritation. Tucker glanced at the mayor and stayed absolutely relaxed, leaning back in his chair and taking a long drive of his cigar. This made the mayor even more irate. "Morning, Mayor," Deputy Dodd said. The mayor ignored him and pointed the finger at Tucker. "Sheriff," he said, "I elected you for a goddamn good reason. When I went to bed last night, I thought these murders were going to be behind us. Then I wake up this morning and 2 more bodies have been found?" The sheriff didn't respond. The mayor glanced at both of them in disbelief. "So? Do you got a suspect or not?" Tucker glanced at Dodd and then back at the mayor. "The Pinehurst residents were all accounted for last night, Arthur. We just don't got any evidence to make any accusations," the sheriff said. "I don't care if you have to put your fucking mother behind bars," the mayor declared in exasperation. "I mean, what the hell is going on here?" "You see, Pinehurst is supposed to be a small town. You know what that means, Sheriff? That means it's supposed to be safe. Small towns are supposed to be safe." Tucker took another long drag of his cigar, then a smirk developed on his face. "I know who it is," he said resolutely. The mayor's eyes grew even wider. "What?" he said. "I said I know who it is." "Who?" "Jason Voorhees." The sheriff tried to contain his laughter. If the mayor wanted an answer, that was as good of one as he was going to get. "Jason Voorhees!" the mayor exclaimed. He looked at the sheriff dumbfounded. "You're out of your fucking mind! You've been out in the sun too long, Tucker." The sheriff took another long puff of his cigar and made sure the smoke blew into the mayor's face. "Jason Voorhees is dead," the mayor said. "His body was cremated. He's nothing but ash." The sheriff tossed his cigar butt into the ashtray and stood up, leaning close to the mayor's face, almost nose to nose with him. "Really, Mayor? You know that for sure? Were you there? Did you see him cremated?" the sheriff said, getting annoyed. The mayor narrowed his eyes furiously. "I cannot believe this," he said. "Jason Voorhees. Let me tell you something. Here's your Jason Voorhees right here." With that, he picked up the ashtray and dumped it onto the floor. The mayor straightened his suit and stormed off to the door, yanking it open and then turning back to Tucker. "Your ass is on the line here, Tucker. You got that? You go out and get me a goddamn live suspect." His eyes glared at Tucker, and then he left as quickly as he came in, banging the door shut behind him. Tucker wanted to say so many things, but instead he picked up the glass ashtray and hurled it at the wall. He now realized he had the task of finding the killer before they killed anyone else, and his prime suspect was dead. It was still the early hours of the morning out at the Pinehurst Center. Ethel was in the midst of tending to her garden when she stopped short at the door to her overgrown rickety shed in the backyard. The lock had been broken. "God damn it," she thought. "Must be one of those kids." She listened silently but didn't hear anything from the inside of the shed. What if they were in there stealing from her, or worse, screwing their heads off? They could be in there doing drugs and end up making her whole property reek of reefer for weeks. "This'll be the last time they come on anyone's property," she said under her breath, and she dashed back inside the trailer, grabbing her shotgun by the door. "That'll show 'em," Ethel said. Even just firing a round off would surely scare them into never stepping foot in her yard ever again. But also, they were on her property, and she believed she had every right to bring bodily harm to trespassers. It would serve one of them right, she thought. Underneath her anger was jealousy of them, jealousy of their young age and vibrance. Ethel hadn't figured that out yet, but she also didn't know many things. She didn't know why she had resigned herself to this filthy, squalid hovel that she shared with Junior. She ran back out into the yard, opened the door to the shed, and pointed the gun into the dark, musty interior. It was empty. Nothing but cardboard, rows of shelves and storage containers. Her eyes darted to the tools that were hanging from the walls. One space was empty, the space that held her long, sharp gardening shears. Ethel struck the door with the butt of the gun in anger. Someone's been stealing, she thought. It had to be Raymond. She had known better than to let some man off the street into her home. God knows what else he had taken from her, and God knows where that man was now. He probably had taken off somewhere with her gardening shears and anything else he could find. Shit! She swore loudly and banged the door to the shed closed. Just like men to steal, she thought. They ain't nothing but crooks and thieves. Ethel went back inside the trailer, set her gun down by the door, and stopped again in the kitchen. Her meat cleaver was missing from where it had been lying on the counter. Tina McCarthy couldn't help herself when it came to men. Ever since her dad left when she was 10, it had been that way. It was her way of getting the male attention that she never got as a young girl. At least that's what all her therapists and doctors said. Whenever a man showed her any semblance of kindness, she would fall head over heels and end up getting hurt. But Tina was convinced that with Eddie, things were different. Instead of just sex, Eddie listened to her and what she wanted. Isn't that what sex is supposed to be about? Listening to each other's wants and desires? It wasn't like she was being irresponsible. She was on the pill, and besides, she knew all about pregnancy and STDs. If you're someone who started to have sex at 15 like Tina, you needed to know about these things, and Tina had informed herself. So what was the big deal? Sure, she was coping to fill a void in her life, but who were the doctors to tell her how to cope? Even if there was some psychoanalyzing to be done, Tina truly enjoyed sex and showing off her body, and she hated how society shamed women for being into those things. She wasn't hurting anyone, except for that poor woman and son who had caught them going at it in the bathroom, and that had just been a dumb, drunken mistake. What was so wrong with enjoying sex? Tina was 18 and didn't know how she kept ending up in these types of situations. Sure, maybe she had urges that she couldn't exactly manage, but it was a process. Matt said that she needed time to process her trauma, but she didn't understand what he meant. She didn't want to process her trauma. She was sick and tired of the nightmares and of the memories and of talking about it. She just wanted to pretend that it hadn't happened and continue on like she had been. If society had a problem with it, they could stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Fuck it, she had thought one night after sex with Eddie. Society will call you a slut, but also make fun of you for being a virgin. You couldn't win, no matter what you did. So Tina did whatever she felt like doing and what made her happy, which was usually sex. She was glad that today was laundry day and that she had laundry duty, because right on top of the pile of laundry were her sheets, and if she washed them personally, Pam wouldn't have to do it, and then she wouldn't get in trouble for having sex in the house. As she hung up her dry sheets on the clothesline and stood out in the late morning sun, she thought back to Joey. On one hand, she was glad Joey wouldn't have to encounter her having sex with Eddie anymore, but she also couldn't shake what had happened. There had been so much blood. It had been so shocking. She had been nearby, and Joey's screams of agony were still playing back in her mind. She never expected Vic to lose his mind like that. Never in a million years. Poor Joey. The kid was so sweet and harmless. Even if he could grate at your nerves, he didn't deserve something like that. She couldn't imagine a worse fate, except maybe drowning to death. It had been an exciting few days at Pinehurst, she thought. First, they got caught out by that hillbilly shed. Then Joey is attacked and killed by Vic, and finally, after all of that, Eddie gets attacked by Tommy. Tina had to admit it. Taking one of Tommy's things had been too far. But it had been a harmless prank. She remembered seeing that icy cold glare on Tommy's face when Eddie had walked in wearing that mask. What had happened to him? She had overheard Pam and Matt talking about him like he was some kind of special patient, and talking about how he had been attacked by a serial killer? She hoped Eddie wouldn't be dumb enough to keep provoking him. They had never had someone at Pinehurst like Tommy, and had never had anyone who had been through such a hellish nightmare. Vic was angry, sure, but he had never shown signs of snapping before he had swung that axe at Joey, and they had still steered clear of him. Hopefully Eddie had learned his lesson and would now steer clear of Tommy. Even Tina herself was scared, and she had never been scared of a man before. Men were interesting and alluring to her, but never threatening, at least not yet. And the strangest thing was that everything was seeming to amp up ever since Tommy arrived. Maybe Tommy was just bad luck. Maybe he brought negative energy around wherever he went. It seemed to explain all that had happened. It would explain why Vic had snapped. Her thoughts began to drift, and she suddenly found herself in a daydream as she thought of Eddie, making love to her just like the many times that had happened before, and how much better he was than other guys. With Eddie, she didn't have to close her eyes and pray for it to be over. She didn't have to fake an orgasm and moan loudly just to make the guy feel good. Eddie already knew how sexy and good he was. He didn't have to be reminded all the time, and that was attractive to her. A guy who is confident in himself. There was no need to let him know. There was something in that unabashed confidence of his that drew her to him like a moth to a flame. His smile, his thick head of dark hair, the wavy hair, his muscles rippling underneath his white t-shirt that he had been wearing when she had seen him, all made her weak at the knees. He had been at the grocery store where she worked, and she had seen him coming by and walking past her, so suave and careless and cool, running his hands through his hair absent-mindedly, and she had known right there that she wanted him. Then a series of flirtatious games started, where she would catch him glancing at her, admiring her beauty, and then she would get flowers that he had picked outside left at her cashier stand. He was almost like a little boy trying to win over his crush, and it had been adorable and endearing. Finally, she gave in when she had seen him shirtless, throwing rocks into a small creek. His boyish attitude was too much for her to handle. Then they held each other and balanced on the rocks that stuck out above the water, splashing around and enjoying themselves, and eventually enjoying their first kiss. The first time they had sex, it was like a cherry bomb had gone off. There had been an explosion of ecstasy and passion. After that, they were hooked on each other and each other's bodies. It felt nice that Eddie cared about more than just her body, though. He asked her how things felt when he touched her in certain areas, and checked in with her to make sure she was comfortable and relaxed. It was so different than any other sexual experience she had had. Her first time was with one of her uncles. He got her drunk at her 15th birthday party and fucked her after all the guests had gone home. She had never told anyone about that. She guessed that was the start of all of her mental issues. Her sexual encounters continued to scar her emotionally. Next, she was 16 and was forced to give a blowjob to a senior boy, or else he would rat her out for smoking cigarettes in the girls' bathroom. Then at 17, she told a guy to stop, but he kept going, and the trauma kept going on and on. Maybe the reason she had had so much sex is because she was trying to gain control over her sex life. The more sex she had, the more chances she had to get it right. When she had first hooked up with Eddie, she couldn't get enough. It was the only good sexual experience she had ever had, and she wanted more, desperately trying to right what had been wronged. It made sense to her anyway, and she wasn't planning on giving up the intoxicating drug that was Eddie Kelso anytime soon. For the first time in her life, she felt appreciated and cherished by a man and not just used like a piece of meat. Whenever Eddie looked into her eyes, she just knew he was the one. There was no denying it. They had real chemistry. She wished Eddie had been there when Joey was attacked. Eddie was the type of guy to jump in and help him. That's also what she loved about him. He genuinely was a good, light-hearted person. And after dealing with her bitter asshole of a stepfather for years, he was so refreshing. Only problem was, he was another patient, and she had heard all kinds of warnings against dating other patients in rehab. What would happen if Eddie got sent somewhere else? She had thought about it many times over, but ultimately she had decided that she would always remember Eddie and fondly reminisce on their sexual escapades, but that eventually she'd have to let him go. Some guys are like that, she decided. Some guys are only meant to enjoy your company for a little while. They sure as hell had made rehab worth it for the both of them, and had made the most of it. It would be a good one-time love affair that they would both cherish. She'd fantasize about maybe meeting Eddie years down the line, but for now, she was satisfied with it just being an erotic summer fling. She'd have plenty to tell her girlfriends back in the city, all about how many times they had done it in the middle of the woods and how romantic it had been. She'd have them envying her when she told them he had taken her on a picnic by the creek in the woods near Ethel's farm and fucked her under the light of the moon and the stars one night. She hoped that old bat didn't come out and shoot them, but with Eddie, she just couldn't keep quiet. When he was inside her, it made her want to scream it to the world. Just then, she was snapped out of her thoughts by two strong arms swathing around her waist and lifting her. She squealed with glee and turned to face Eddie, freshly showered and smelling of cologne. He smiled at her lustfully. "You fuck, you really scared me," she said, mock angry at him. "You loved it," Eddie said. He pulled her in close and tugged at the collar of her shirt, unbuttoning the top button. "You want more?" he asked seductively. He gestured towards the entrance to the trail that led up to the creek. Tina looked away nervously. "Eddie, we can't," she protested. "Matt will kill us." "Fuck him," Eddie said. With the look in his eyes, Tina was dazzled and couldn't resist. "Fuck you," she said with a smirk. "Exactly, fuck me," he said, beckoning her playfully to the trail. "Come on," he urged. Tina took one last nervous glance back at the house to make sure nobody was watching, and then followed him giddily down the trail, still carrying one of the sheets she was hanging up. They ran into a clearing, Tina chasing Eddie and then the other way around. It was a very flirty and playful game of cat and mouse. Eddie slipped into a pile of dead leaves by an old pine tree, and Tina went down with him. They got up, throwing leaves at each other like children. Eddie lifted her, spinning her around as she laughed. He dropped her and then ran off, Tina following after. After playfully chasing each other for about a quarter of a mile into the dense woods, they both heard the sound of running water, the perfect background noise to their romantic tryst. They found a wide open clearing, and as the sun cast shadows that danced around them in the cool morning breeze, they spread out the sheet and embraced, kissing passionately. The leaves falling around them from the canopy of trees, the bubbling of the creek nearby, and the sunlight beaming in through the branches, and casting them in a warm yellow glow made for an idyllic scene. If they had listened closely, they might have noticed the soft footfalls just a few feet away behind a tangle of briars and thorns. They were blissfully unaware. The two lovers stripped, and Eddie thrust his body into Tina's as he fondled her large breast and kissed her. Their moans of passion were louder than the footsteps and the heavy breathing. They might have seen Raymond behind the thicket of foliage at the edge of the clearing if they weren't so preoccupied. He watched them, his eyes narrowed curiously, and then he heard footfalls that weren't his own. Little did he know he was in the terribly wrong place at the terribly wrong time. He turned and watched as the blade of a hunting knife flashed silver, and Raymond felt the cold steel pierce his belly with immense force. He was dead before he hit the ground. A crow squawked above, making its warning call about the dark presence below, but the lovers were oblivious. Tina and Eddie didn't hear his body fall on the soft forest floor or him being dragged away. Their love-making climaxed loudly, and then they both sprawled on the sheet, nestled nude in each other's arms. Their breathing started to slow down as the clouds shielded some of the sun, bathing them in the relief of the shadow. They relaxed in the afterglow for a few more moments, enjoying the crisp air and the birds singing above in the trees. After some more basking, Eddie stood to his feet and pulled on his jeans, fastening them, and then leaned down to Tina and nuzzled her neck. "I'm gonna go wash up," he said, kissing her earlobe. "Okay, sugar," she said. "Hurry back." Eddie walked off towards the sound of the running water, as Tina lay sunbathing on the linens they had spread out on the leaves, her eyes closed. She let out a deep sigh, still able to feel Eddie and his body on top of her, and able to feel the way his hands felt when they were touching her. It was even better than the last time. There was something about doing it in the woods that felt so right. Maybe it was just being out in nature that could make you feel so connected to another person, as if there were nowhere else on earth she wanted to be except right there with him. Or maybe it was him. Maybe he really was that special, even if she had only known him for a few short weeks. But what difference did it make? She wasn't getting attached to him. There was something calmer about being with him. Maybe that's what true love felt like. Her mother had called her a whore at 15 and told her that she didn't know what true love felt like. Well, screw you, Mom, she thought. She now knew exactly what true love felt like. It felt much more grounded and real than any other time she had loved someone. And the sex was fantastic. His body was fantastic. What more could she ask for? Tina loved sex, but wanted something real at the end of the day. Sex should be a bonus to an already great relationship. It should only embellish a healthy relationship, not be the forefront of a couple's life together. It wasn't all that important. Maybe it was just her getting older and realizing there was so much more to life than just sex. Tina hoped their romance and the sex wouldn't have to end, but she feared that once Matt approved Tina and recommended that she had improved her life habits while staying at Pinehurst, she would be sent home to live with her stepfather. And if she could tell you more, she'd tell you that staying at Pinehurst was miles better than being anywhere near that son of a bitch. Maybe she would keep giving in to Eddie's desires and going into the woods to have sex. If Matt kept catching them, he couldn't be so inclined to report that Tina had improved. Then she and Eddie could stay with each other a little while longer. Maybe with what Tina had managed to save up, her and Eddie could get an apartment somewhere, maybe in Pinehurst. She knew that there was cheap land all around the area. Then they could enjoy the wilderness together and have sex in so many different places, and not have to risk being spied on like back in the city. It was the middle of nowhere, and Tina almost liked it better that way. It was easier to have a private life out here, like the one she enjoyed, with plenty of sex with men. She and Eddie really could have something special going on. Tina opened her eyes, gazing dreamily up at the canopy and the blue sky that lay beyond it. She listened to the sound of the birds and the running water, thinking about how much trouble they'd be in if they got caught again. Matt would probably just give them another lecture, Tina thought, and then Eddie would coax her into another sexual tryst. Maybe that was the answer. She wanted as much time with Eddie as possible, so she had to show as little improvement as she could. She closed her eyes again. Then she heard soft footsteps approaching her, slow at first and then rapid. It was probably Eddie, she thought, back from the creek. Tina opened her eyes. Two evil, deranged eyes were staring back at her. They narrowed and then widened with insatiable lust as the man in the hockey mask raised the rusted pair of garden shears into the air. Tina's frenzied scream was cut short. The birds above scattered. One more down. Eddie Kelso tossed a rock into the stream and ran his hands through his hair. What a summer it had been, he thought to himself. Sex with a smoking hot girl with a great body and personality out in the middle of the woods, away from the stress of their dysfunctional lives. It felt like it was just the two of them in the world. All of his problems and other people seemed to disappear whenever he stared into her wistful brown eyes. He wondered if it was only lust he was after, or true love. Tina certainly felt different than his past girlfriends. The sex was certainly better. Tina was obviously experienced and knew what she was doing, and that made for a better time than a nervous, sheltered virgin from the city. She had seen a thing or two and been around the block quite a bit. For some guys, that could be a huge turnoff, but it didn't distract Eddie. How could he turn away a girl like Tina just over the fact that she had a history? He would be giving up the chance of a lifetime, all because of a personal hang-up. Who cares if some other man had been inside her? It was weird for him to think about, but his lust for her body outweighed his personal disgust. It was as if they were completely in sync with each other whenever they made love, as if God was directing the scene himself. He almost didn't want to lose her, but he figured that it would likely come to an end in one way or another. Summer flings always do. He would probably end up back in the city living with his parents, and Tina would be shipped back home to her asshole stepfather. What a bummer end to an erotic summer. Maybe losing a girl like that was worth it, he decided. Maybe she was truly too good to be true. Maybe girls like that only come into your life for a season, just to show you that side of her for a moment, to let you explore her world, and then she's gone. Usually that's how it went for Eddie. He could never quite stay committed to anything. The doctor said it was bipolar disorder. His mania was the reason for his bold and spur-of-the-moment sexual encounters. Eddie didn't know how true any of the shit they said was, but he knew one thing. He loved women, and he loved sex. Maybe if those doctors were getting laid, they wouldn't be so quick to pathologize him, he thought. He didn't know if he loved Tina. Maybe it would take a few more weeks of getting to know her before he could decide. He didn't feel like tying himself down to one girl. The world was full of so many experiences, and he didn't feel the need to commit to one thing. He hoped Tina felt the same way, but he knew women could get attached, and he didn't want their relationship to go down that road. Hopefully he could explain to her before he left that he wasn't the type to get tied down. He definitely didn't want to just leave without saying goodbye. Tina wasn't the type of girl you treated flippantly. She was a once-in-a-lifetime type of relationship, and he didn't want it to be shuffled back in his memory as a one-night stand. It had been real. It wasn't just about getting your rocks off anymore. It was about truly loving someone and everything about them. The way they smelled, the things they said. Eddie threw another rock into the creek and watched plaintively as it skipped across the rushing water. As he stood up, a branch cracked nearby, and he looked towards the sound, but there was nothing there. Shrugging it off, he started the lengthy walk back to the clearing. As the trees cleared, he saw Tina lying on her side facing away from him, her snow-white skin gleaming in the sun. "I'm back," he said. Tina didn't roll over or say a word. "What is this, sleeping?" He kissed the back of her neck, running his hands through her jet black hair that was fanned out around her head. "Tina?" he said. He rolled her over onto her back and he gasped. Her brown eyes were now replaced by two bloody eye sockets. Blood was splattered all over the white sheet. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. Eddie couldn't utter a sound. He rose slowly to his feet, not able to pry his eyes away from his mutilated lover. He stumbled backwards, the shock beginning to overtake him. As he backed into a tree, there was the sound of leather snapping, and suddenly Eddie was blinded. A sudden strong force yanked him backwards into the tree, and he cried out as the rough bark embedded in his flesh. The leather belt that was wrapped around his skull was pulled tighter and tighter. His orbital bones began to break as his skull started to cave in from the immense pressure. Suddenly it got even tighter as the assailant slipped a tree branch into the belt loops and began twisting with all of their might. Eddie screamed, but it was no use. Nobody was coming to save him. The belt pulled tighter as blood began to leak out of his eyes and his nose. Snap! The leather belt broke under the pressure, and Eddie suddenly felt nothing. Chapter 5. When Tina and Eddie didn't show up for dinner, Matt went into a frenzy, checking every room. They weren't anywhere in the house. After 2 more hours had passed and night fell over the farmhouse, he got even more concerned and went out to the creek near Ethel's farm, and they weren't there either. Pam and Matt stood outside the front door, scanning the yard for any sign of Tina and Eddie running towards the house. "I just don't understand it," Matt said. If they weren't in their rooms or out in the woods, where the hell were they? It was about time to have to enforce some stricter rules. Come tomorrow, it was no more Mr. Nice Guy, Matt thought. Little did they know, for some of them tomorrow would never come. "Pam, let's get this show on the road," Reggie called from the passenger seat of Pam's blue pickup truck. She had promised to take Reggie to see his brother at a nearby trailer park, and he was getting more impatient by the minute. George leaned against the hood of the truck and gave him a dirty look. "Wait a minute, Reggie," she ordered. "Now, Reggie," George said. Reggie rolled his eyes, feeling a lecture coming on. "You better be on your best behavior with Pam. She's doing us a great favor." Reggie slumped in the seat. "Yeah, if she ever gets here," Reggie whined. George ignored his impatient remarks. "And don't you get into any trouble with Demon," George said. All right, Reggie moaned. "Yo, Pam, come on!" "I'm coming," Pam shouted back at him. There was no use. He wouldn't shut up unless she drove him to see his brother. She turned to Matt, trying to ease his worries. "I'm sure Tina and Eddie will show up when they get hungry," Pam said reassuringly. "So stop worrying." Matt chuckled and shoved his hands in his pockets. His eyes still looked everywhere for his missing patients. "I'm not worried anymore. I'm just pissed," he said. "They missed dinner. Tina didn't finish laundry. What am I doing here?" "Stop it," Pam chided him. As Pam started to walk towards the truck, She glanced over a large oak tree near the front porch and saw Tommy leaning against it. Matt noticed him and leaned closer to Pam, whispering, "Why don't you take Tommy with you? It'll probably do him good to get him out of here for a while." "Yeah, that's a good idea," Pam replied. "Hey, Tommy," Matt called in a kind voice. "Pam's taking Reggie to see his brother tonight. Why don't you ride along with them?" "Yeah, great idea. Now let's go," Reggie chimed in, as he was met with another stern look from George. "Well, go see what you can do," Matt said. Pam took a deep breath. This may be her chance to prove herself to Matt, and to herself, she thought. Maybe she could finally crack him and get him to open up. Tommy still hadn't responded to Matt's question. "Hey, Tommy," she said politely, and began to approach him. He didn't respond, and kept his back turned. "Tommy," she said, and gingerly touched him. Tommy reluctantly turned around to face Pam, awkwardly glancing around and not making eye contact. "Come on, it'll be fun," she said, and smiled at him. After a few nervous seconds of shifting his weight uncomfortably, Tommy nodded. "Good," Pam said. Tommy slowly shuffled over to the truck where George held the door as he slid into the passenger seat besides Reggie, who sat in the middle. George and Matt watched as Pam climbed into the driver's seat and the blue pickup disappeared down the long, winding road, past the barn, and then hit the main road where Pam sped up to the speed limit. As they drove, Pam was trying to focus on Tommy, trying to find the right words to say to him, but nothing would come out. She had never had this happen. Why did he instill so much fear in her? He was a 17-year-old boy, she thought. It shouldn't be this hard to communicate with him. But the whole ride, she was biting her tongue, wanting to say something but not saying anything. Tommy stayed silent, staring out the window and watching the never-ending reel of moving trees. Pam decided it was just best to shut up and enjoy the ride for now. Maybe he just needed to settle in. Once she worked with a patient who did nothing but sleep for days. Once they were accustomed to the environment and the social atmosphere, little by little they would open up, start smiling and socializing with other kids again. Pushing him too hard this early into his treatment may not be the most effective way to go about it. She scanned the road, looking for Tina and Eddie to come popping out of the woods somewhere, or having sex on the shoulder for the world to see. Pam hoped that they were all right. Had Ethel meant what she said during her diatribe? Pam thought back to exactly what she had said. "I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out." Had she really meant that? What if they were lying dead in the woods from shotgun blast? Pam wondered. She had known Ethel was crazy, but not that crazy. Not crazy enough to kill. Or maybe she was. Just like Pamela Voorhees. Back at the house before Tina and Eddie went missing, Pam had ducked into Matt's office and read Tommy's file more in depth. The name Jason Voorhees had intrigued her, and she had remembered reading about the whole story. She wanted to know more. If she knew more about Tommy's past, she could figure out how to reach him. She read that Pamela Voorhees, bereaved from the grief of losing her son in a drowning accident, went on a mad killing spree back in 1979, leaving a sole survivor. The remote summer camp where she worked as a cook and where her son Jason had drowned became the perfect place for a massacre that lasted for some 20 years. The survivor's name was Alice. Pamela slaughtered all of Alice's fellow counselors that summer night at Camp Crystal Lake, posing all their bodies for Alice to find. Alice had finally managed to gain the upper hand on the mad killer and decapitated her with her own machete. Dear God, the trauma that poor girl had been through, Pam thought. Her mind had actually become so disengaged with reality that she made up this story about being snatched out of a canoe the next morning by none other than Jason Voorhees, the boy who had drowned in the lake. She had sworn that it was Jason, that she saw the rotting figure in the flesh in all of its grotesqueness, rotting from all those years spent at the bottom of Crystal Lake. But of course, Pam knew that such a thing wasn't possible. There's no way Jason could have survived. It was probably just a hallucination that she had in her sleep when she was lying in the canoe. Pam knew all about sleep. She did several sleep studies to help pay for her textbooks in college. People can imagine and believe they saw all kinds of things. People have claimed to have been abducted and sucked into the sky by aliens, little green men that would do horrific things and experiment on you. There is even a phenomenon known as sleep paralysis, where a person can be sleeping but totally aware of their surroundings. During this aware period, they may see things in their bedroom such as apparitions or demons or shadowy figures. The brain was very complicated, and she knew that usually there is always a scientific explanation for most things. Plus, Alice's brain had experienced so much stress that it was understandable that it probably had stopped working correctly in order to aid her survival. Pam had seen scans of people's brains when they are under stress, and the emotional side of your brain completely flares up. The point being, you can't always trust your senses. Maybe when the police had grabbed her from the canoe, she thought they were Jason pulling her down into the depths. But what really piqued her interest was that just a few months after Alice's nightmare at Crystal Lake, the police found her ransacked, blood-splattered, empty apartment, but no sign of Alice. And then more murders happened. Picture it. A small counselor training center on the shore of Crystal Lake and a young group of college co-eds. Evil struck again as more bodies began to fall. Was it Jason back from the dead to avenge his mother? How could it be his mother? She was long since dead. This time the survivor of the murder swore that it was Jason. She swore that she had seen him fully unmasked and that he was barely a human creature living out in the woods in his shack and eating animals to survive. A few days later, another group of kids is attacked. The survivor said the same thing, that it was a hideously deformed man in a hockey mask that had been after her and had killed all of her friends. Then, disaster struck again, and the same hockey mask maniac ended up meeting his match with Tommy. Pam had been shocked at reading the dark history of Crystal Lake. She was almost resentful at Matt for not warning her, for taking her out in the middle of nowhere so close to a place where many murders had happened. If she would have known all about the history of Camp Blood, as they called it, she never would have accepted the job offer, and she'd be back curled up by the fire in her apartment in the city and drinking tea. She wondered how much of the story was true. Had it been Jason or someone else? The police said the body was Jason Voorhees, but there was still room for doubt. There certainly would have been no way to identify him. Small towns can pass around stories until the story is a totally different version of the truth. Kind of like the telephone game. If you pass on even a single phrase to someone, it can get distorted the more and more times that it's passed on. Eventually, you end up with a completely different phrase. Maybe there was a Jason, and maybe his mother did seek her revenge. But there was no way for a young boy like Jason to survive out in the wilderness for that long. Was there? Maybe it was someone else. That meant that whoever had killed all those kids at Crystal Lake was still out there, watching and waiting, like another Ted Bundy. She shivered all over. Don't go freaking yourself out, she told herself. No need to go scaring herself into a frenzy. Tina and Eddie were probably at the police station being held for trespassing. They'd be brought up in the morning as usual. There was nothing to worry about. As the dark blue pickup truck took a left at a flickering neon sign that read 24-hour trailer park, thunder rumbled overhead in the distance. The truck pulled to a stop just outside a maroon van parked near the entrance. Pam shut off the truck and climbed out, as Reggie shoved past her and ran towards the van. Tommy slid out in the same direction and stepped out, leaning against the truck. His head hung somberly. Pam noticed him withdrawing again, and she nudged him. "Come on, come meet some new people, Tommy," she encouraged him. Tommy shook his head. "I'll just wait here," he said softly. "Come on," Pam said. "No, it's fine, I'm okay," he replied. Pam resolved to just let him be and walked towards the van, telling herself that he had to make the decision to engage with life again on his own. Reggie rapped on the back doors of the van. "Yo, Demon!" Reggie shouted. From inside the van, a young man's voice called out. "Is that the big bad wolf rapping at my door?" the voice said. "Yeah, it's me, bro. Open up." "Is that you, Reckless? Open up the door!" The van doors swung wide open to reveal an interior straight out of an 80s disco bar. Posters of Michael Jackson and ZZ Top were posted on the walls of the big, converted living space Demon had renovated in the van. Shag carpet lined the floor, and a lava lamp glowed on a table in the corner. A foxy young girl in her early 20s was smoking a joint and lounging on a couch. Pam's eyes grew wide as she saw the bong and smelled the skunky aroma of marijuana. She now understood why George was hesitant to let Reggie visit. Demon was a tall, skinny man in his early 20s with big, styled dark curls. He looked the part of a musician, Pam decided, as she saw his leather jacket and matching skin-tight leather pants. "Oh my God," Demon said, seeing his younger brother. "Get your ass in here, boy." They hugged and Demon playfully rubbed his head. "Good to see you, dude," Demon said. "Damn, you look good." I know, Reggie said, grinning from ear to ear. It was really sweet to Pam. They must not have been able to see each other very often, she thought, seeing the way Reggie's face was lit up with joy. It seemed like Reggie really looked up to him. "Hey, you had any dinner?" Demon asked. He reached for a takeout tray sitting on the coffee table. "Here, have an enchilada." Reggie took the takeout tray in his hands and was about to dig in when he noticed the silver rows of jewelry across Demon's knuckles. "Wow, man, where'd you get those bad rings?" Reggie asked, admiring his bling. "If you've been around the world as long as your older brother has, you get things," Demon said. Then Reggie's eyes directed towards the girl lying back on the comfortable-looking couch. "Freaking A, where'd you get that?" Reggie asked, stunned by her beauty. Her jet black hair was styled up high and big, fitting for an 80s rock band. She looked like she had just done a show and was probably one of his background singers, Pam thought. She wore a shiny blue top and leather pants, and her makeup was dramatic but tasteful. Her skin was like smooth caramel and her eyes were emerald green. "Hey, calm down, dude. Say hello to Anita. She's my girlfriend." Reggie couldn't take his eyes off of her. She took a drag off the joint and smiled at him. "Hello, beautiful," he said with boyish charm. "Hey, little brother, what's happening?" she said. "I want all of y'all to meet somebody," Reggie declared. "Pam, come here." He motioned for Pam to come inside the van, and Pam poked her head in nervously. "Hi," she said, trying not to crinkle her nose at the thick smoke that clouded the interior of the van. "This is Pam. This is my girlfriend," Reggie said proudly. Demon surveyed Pam's features and looked on in admiration. "Well, hello, Pam." Back at the truck, Tommy was staring at the flickering lamp that provided a small halo of dim light in the darkened parking area. Socializing required far too much effort, and Tommy hardly had any energy. His dreams had kept him up again. They wouldn't stop coming. Bits of memories were coming back piece by piece. Parts of his life that were lost due to his disassociation and his blackouts. He remembered hiding up in his bedroom, huddled with Trish, watching fearfully as Jason hacked at his bedroom door with an axe. He remembered being up in his bedroom, shaving his head bare, trying to resemble a photo he had seen of Jason as a child, in an attempt to confuse him. Then he had called Jason's name as Jason was strangling the life out of Trish on the living room floor. Jason had turned to look at him and was suddenly caught in some kind of trance. That's when Trish picked up the machete and swung at him, but it missed, knocking off his hockey mask. What was underneath had made Trish start to cry with sheer horror. He was a true monster, not like in one of Tommy's favorite movies, a real one. hideously deformed. A bulbous, yellow, leathery head with piercing eyes that were ravenous for blood. A terrifying, snaggle-toothed sneer attached to a massive body that smelled of death and filth. He remembered the way the blood had profusely oozed out the gaping wound in Jason's skull, and how he had fallen like a pine tree and lay dead on their living room floor. But he came alive again, twitching on the floor in a death spasm. That's the last thing Tommy remembered. The police had said he had gone into a savage rampage, hacking Jason repeatedly with the machete. Tommy didn't remember a thing. It was all a blur. Just a tortured, fractured, and hazy memory when he was awake. But in his dreams, they came back vivid and surreal as ever. And the worst part of it all was that he knew the dream had been real. It really happened. Jason Voorhees actually had been alive and standing in front of him. When would he finally be rid of his past? When would he be able to be okay with what had happened? It had been 5 years. Why couldn't he just get over it, he thought? What was wrong with him? It was as if Jason's darkness had somehow gotten into him and seeped into his bones. Maybe it was the curse of Crystal Lake. Maybe it was just that town. That goddamn town. Maybe something was in the water supply and it made people crazy and turned them into serial killers. First, Jason's mother loses her mind and her son Jason turns out to be just as deranged. The only problem was, the curse had followed him home from Crystal Lake and ruined his life back in the city with his older sister and his father. It had to be a curse, and the curse was Jason. Tommy looked up into the neon blue glow of the trailer park sign, and he almost became transfixed on it. As he tried to shut out terrible memories and voices, he stared into the light. He stared past the light into oblivion, his mind racing, his stomach wrenching in knots, his mind begging whatever powers to be to stop the projector reel that played repeatedly in his head. Die! Die! He heard the voices beckoning again. Suddenly another light hit him in the face. Flash! He heard the raucous and blaringly loud revving of an engine, and Tommy held out his hands in defense of the bright light that was flying towards him. The tattered, battered Harley motorcycle came to a lurching stop inches away from Tommy's waist. He looked up to see Junior, who had a dopey grin on his face. He guffawed with laughter. "I really got you, didn't I? I really scared you, huh?" Tommy didn't say a word. His lips tightened, his jaw locked, his fist clenched, but he remained calm by the skin of his teeth. "What are you, dumb or something?" Junior mocked Tommy's silence. Slobber dribbled down his chin as he stepped closer to Tommy. Then Junior glanced over at the blue pickup truck, and his laughter stopped. His grin morphed into a nasty sneer. "You're one of those crazies from the loony bin," Junior said angrily. His face twisted into a hateful grimace, his lips curled with rage. "Oh, my mama's gonna chop you up into itty-bitty pieces, my friend," Junior threatened, poking Tommy hard in the shoulder. Tommy stood like a stone and glared at him, trying to breathe in and out. The breathing wasn't working. "You hearing me?" Junior shouted. He pushed Tommy this time, hard. Tommy didn't blink. "I said, you hearing me?" Still no answer. Without warning, Junior reared back and took a wild swing at Tommy's head. "You fucking lunatic!" he bellowed, but Tommy was too fast. He ducked and rose to his feet, delivering a solid left hook to Junior's jaw. Then several more body blows. Junior doubled over in pain and tried to get a hit in, but Tommy dodged faster than lightning and kneed him hard in the midriff. Tommy tried to stop himself and backed away, his head in his hands, losing control fast. But Junior came at him. Again. His grimy hands went for Tommy's throat and squeezed. Tommy instantly landed a counter move, twisting both of his arms and dashing around behind him, delivering jabs to his ribs. Junior cried out in pain. Tommy kicked at his calves, sending him onto his back. Junior suddenly lurched upwards, grabbing onto Tommy's shirt and pulling himself up. He glared up at Tommy furiously, snot and blood cascading from his nose and mouth. He tried to reach for Tommy's throat, but he was too weak. Tommy hit him again in the belly and he keeled over. Just as Junior went down a second time, Pam came sprinting from the van, seeing what was happening. Tommy grabbed Junior by the collar and reared back his fist, letting out a battle cry. Like a shot had rung out, Tommy suddenly froze as he heard Pam call his name frantically. "Tommy, no!" Just like Trish had begged him to stop, it was happening to him all over again. Except this time, he was the monster. Tommy couldn't believe what he had done. He stood back as the bloodied and dazed Junior fell onto his stomach, moaning with pain. He backed away in disgust and horror as all of a sudden everything was spinning. His heart thumped in his ears, and he tried to get a gasp of air, but he couldn't. The only urge in his body was to run. Pam watched in shock as Tommy suddenly ran across the road and disappeared into the woods. "Reggie, we have to go!" Pam yelled back at the van. With that, Reggie hugged Demon and hurried towards the truck with Pam. "Take care, bro, all right?" Demon called after him. "I will," Reggie said. "Stay cool, baby," Anita said. She took a puff of her joint and waved as Pam and Reggie climbed into the pickup and sped down the road back towards the Pinehurst Center. Tommy was on the run. The woods were quiet and dark. Night was slowly enveloping the backwoods town. A full moon hung in the sky, its hoary glow slowly being obscured by dark storm clouds. The woods were not empty. Someone was out there. It was an evil presence, a hateful presence, but the residents were peacefully in their homes, unaware and blissfully ignorant. Ethel was also ignorant, but far from blissful. She stood anxiously at the open kitchen window, looking out at the long, dark country road leading past her trailer. Junior wasn't home, and it was getting late. Ethel felt like she had been losing her mind. All of her things were disappearing. First, it was her gardening shears. Then her meat cleaver vanished from the kitchen. The only logical explanation was that Raymond had to have taken them, since she hadn't seen or heard from him since yesterday. She knew she shouldn't have trusted him, but she needed some work done around her farm, and he was doing it for no money. Just a warm, hot meal was all he had wanted, and that had made her think he was honest. And now she was going to have to go into town and buy new supplies that she couldn't afford. "Where is that dumb fuck?" Ethel said to herself as she listened for the sound of Junior's motorcycle pulling in, but heard nothing. He probably had gotten lost or had gotten taken in by Sheriff Tucker for driving like a moron on the highway. He could be so ungrateful. The man couldn't even be home in time for dinner. At least her ex-husband had managed to do as much. Junior couldn't even be grateful for all that she did for him. She did his laundry, and that was a lot considering he was an absolute slob and made a complete mess of himself during this day. She cooked meals for him. She stayed out in the hot sun for hours tending her garden so they could have food to put in his monstrous belly. And she didn't see how it paid off for her. Sometimes she even daydreamed of leaving him one day. But how would he take care of himself? He could barely get dressed. She would sometimes fantasize about dropping him off at the nut house and catching a bus to Las Vegas. There she could be free. If her body was in better shape, she considered going and working at a strip club or a bar. It sure beat the hell out of whatever she had going on. Maybe she could get a job at a casino as a waitress or a dealer. She knew how to deal all kinds of card games, from blackjack to poker. Maybe that could be her second peak in life, living out the rest of her days in a place like Vegas, smoking cigarettes by the box, drinking good bourbon and gambling in one of those fancy casinos that line the boulevards. But it looked to her like she'd spend the rest of her life caring for Junior and living in this dead town with nothing to her name. If only she had gotten out a long time ago, she wouldn't be in this mess that was her life. Maybe she could go to Reno and wear sequins and drink scotch on a balcony somewhere. Or maybe somewhere out in the Midwest, somewhere with better kinds of people, and not mentally unwell sex-crazed teenagers and cops who don't do a damn thing about them. A town where the mayor doesn't think of the great idea to take a bunch of crazies and let them wander around willy-nilly. A town where poor people could get a chance. There was no chance in Pinehurst. Sometimes she thought she might lose her mind, just like that Voorhees woman did a few years ago. Maybe if she had the opportunity, she'd just lose it and take an axe to all those loonies, as she called them. She could at the very least relate to Mrs. Voorhees, having to care for her disabled son. But Ethel had a feeling if Junior had somehow drowned in a lake, she wouldn't be that broken up about it. She definitely didn't think she would go to the lengths that the Voorhees woman had gone to. She loved Junior, some of the time, but she didn't love him that much. Ethel wished she hadn't gotten knocked up at 18. It left her with a man-child of a son that had no future ahead of him. All he ever did was ride around on his motorcycle, eat, and shit. If she could have told her younger self some advice, it would be to never have kids. Back then, she had been completely against the idea of abortion. But now, after living with Junior for all these years, she was starting to understand the idea. If she only could have had that pregnancy ended back then she could have gone on with her life as she was. Junior had completely changed her trajectory. I ain't never making that mistake again, she thought. Never would she ever have another kid. They were expensive, needy, and ungrateful. She had been slaving over another serving of her vegetable stew for hours, and Junior wasn't even home to eat. The only good thing it had brought her was a check from the government, and it barely covered her expenses. It wasn't enough for groceries. That's why she had been forced to start gardening just to survive. It was the only thing she knew how to do in order to make money, and it had come in handy, but it was a lot of daily work, and Junior didn't help her one bit. How could he? Anything he did, he fucked up. When he'd try to water her plants for the day, he would always overwater them or underwater them, and eventually kill them. It was like living with a toddler for more than 20 years. It had really started to take a toll on her mind. It was no wonder she had taken out all of her anger at those loonies at the nut house. She simply couldn't believe that this was where she had ended up. High school had been so carefree, so fun. Everything after that had been downhill, and she was surprised she was alive after everything that had happened. She could have been easily killed by her ex-husband. Life really is a bitch, she thought. Her ex-husband's genes must have been bad, real bad. There was no way Ethel believed that Junior's mental disability came from her side of the family. It was all his fault. He just had to go out and have the next best thing and not care about his responsibilities, just like Junior. Sometimes she just wished a tornado would blow through and whisk her entire trailer away. Junior would end up blown away somewhere in a field God knows where, and she could finally start over. She stirred the large pot of soup that sat on the stove inside. The quietness of the woods nearby were suddenly broken by the revving of an engine growing louder and louder. As if on cue, Ethel heard Junior screaming maniacally, driving his motorcycle like a bat out of hell through the gate onto her property. "No!" he bellowed. He let out another gut-wrenching cry, raving and yelling like a lunatic. He sped past the kitchen window, speeding around the trailer, through the backyard and around the other side, mud flying, his tires spinning rapidly. Blood was cascading out of his nostrils and his mouth. "He hurt me, Ma!" Junior shouted. "I'm making you dinner, Junior!" Ethel screamed angrily over the sound of the blazing motorcycle engine. Junior didn't hear a thing. In a rage, he did a wheelie and then looped around a tree, careening around the trailer several more times. "They hurt me, Ma, them fucking loonies hurt me!" he shouted furiously. "Kill 'em all, chop 'em up and kill 'em! Come in here, get off that fucking bike and eat your stew!" Ethel yelled back at him. As Junior sped past the large tree in the front yard, the blade of Ethel's meat cleaver flashed out from behind it. Junior's eyes got wide as he saw the blade of the cleaver held by the man's hands jutting out from behind the tree. But he didn't have any time to stop the bike. The sharpened cleaver sliced straight through Junior's neck. The motorcycle launched forward and crashed into the picket fence. Junior's head hit the ground. His body made a second thud. Now the woods were silent again as the motorcycle's engine died, coming to an abrupt halt. Ethel continued peeling and slicing tomatoes into the stew, shaking her head. There was a creak outside the kitchen window as someone climbed onto the porch. "About time, you fuckwad," Ethel said. "I knew you couldn't pass up on my stew." The footsteps outside the kitchen window got closer. "You hearing me, Junior?" There was just silence now. And then, without warning, the kitchen window imploded inwards, sending shards of glass flying. The blade of her own meat cleaver came smashing through the window, and she felt the cold steel tear into her as it split her forehead clean down the middle. Her eyes opened wide at the unbelievable pain. Her hands squeezed the tomato in the throes of agony, smashing it into mush. She fell face down into the hot pot of stew, but didn't feel it. Ethel was dead by the time the evil was disappearing back into the trees. Surely Tommy couldn't have gotten very far, Pam thought. She steered the pickup truck down the country road as she stared up through the windshield at the lightning that flashed in the distance, and the dark oppressive storm clouds that were gathering and obscuring the full moon. What if he got caught out in the storm, she thought, starting to panic on the inside. Matt was really going to tear her a new one. She could just hear him now. "How could you have let Tommy out of your sight?" he'd probably say. Then again, it was his idea for Tommy to go along. She didn't think it seemed like a good idea at the time, but Matt usually didn't like it when she tried to go against what he said. Reggie was staring out the passenger window as they both looked for any sign of Tommy. Maybe he was on his way back to the center, she thought. That's what she had to hope for, so she didn't start freaking out. As she pulled into Pinehurst Center, she drove past the barn looking for Tommy everywhere. She reached the main house and got out. Robin, Jake, and Violet, all wearing their pajamas, were coming out of the house as Pam was pulling up, and she met them coming up the walkway to the front porch.
Matt's gone.
Jake stuttered.
George, too.
Reggie, who had also climbed down from the pickup, and Pam both looked at them with concern. "Are you sure?" Pam asked.
I looked everywhere.
Jake said. "Tina and Eddie haven't come back either," Robin said.
Where are they?
Jake asked. Pam could tell Jake was getting more anxious, and she didn't want him to have an attack. "Look, it's okay. Calm down, Jake," she reassured him. "Let's try and take this slowly. Where did Matt say he was going?" "He didn't say," Violet chimed in. "Yes, he did," Robin corrected her. "He said he was going to go look for Tina and Eddie."
Well, where's Tommy?
Jake implored.
I thought he was with you.
"And where's Gramps?" Reggie asked, his eyes wide with worry and confusion. "I don't know, Reggie. Look, all of you go inside and I will go find everyone. Jake, I'm putting you in charge." Jake nodded in understanding. Pam gave Reggie a firm look. "And you, little reckless, I want you asleep before the time I get back," she said. "No problem," Reggie said. Pam got back into the pickup truck and drove away, leaving the four of them, Robin, Violet, Reggie, and Jake, staring after her, wondering what had happened to everyone. First Tina and Eddie, now Matt and George. This Friday the 13th, there would be more that would have to pay the ultimate price. They all had to pay. The trailer park was only lit by the single flickering neon light and a few street lamps. An outhouse made of sheet metal nearby was illuminated by one of them. A few abandoned cars sat in the lot. The wind was picking up, whipping the tops of the pine trees that surrounded the park. Thunder was rumbling in the sky. Evil was afoot. The two lovers nearby were oblivious. The maroon van bounced back and forth, moving to the rhythm of the two young consenting adults inside. Anita straddled Demon on the floor of the van as he pumped hard into her. 80s funk blared from the stereo as they finished. Anita climbed off, gasping for air and moaning. "Oh, baby, you are always so ripe after a show," she said, giggling. "You know it, baby," he said, pulling up his pants. "Here, you want to hit this?" she asked, handing him the burnt-out joint lying in the ashtray. "Yeah," he replied, taking the joint. She lit it for him and then got dressed. "You know, I miss Reggie already," Demon said, puffing on the joint. "He is a cutie pie," Anita said, lying back on the shag couch and bathing in the aftermath of sex. All of a sudden, Demon clutched his stomach in pain. He moaned, doubling over. "Hey, you okay?" Anita said. Demon shook his head in response. His bowels were churning inside him. "Them damn enchiladas!" he remarked, moaning again as he held his stomach in discomfort. Demon threw open the van door and started running for the outhouse as Anita leaned outside. "You gonna be all right?" she called after him. Demon didn't respond for the fear that it all might start coming out right there in the parking lot. He had to be quick and quiet. He threw open the outhouse door, scrambled inside, dropped his pants, sat, and finally felt the huge relief as it washed over him. Everything in his body was returning to normal, and he sighed. The discomfort was almost immediately gone. As he looked at the graffiti on the inside of the outhouse, he saw one that piqued his interest. It said, "Jason Voorhees was alive." Jason Voorhees, he thought. That kid who drowned over 40 years ago? No way he was alive. He knew that was some stupid legend the old people in this hick town made up to scare the younger generations about being out in the woods at night. It was just like the way that his folks had tried to scare him about drugs and sex. And now he was living a more satisfying life than any of them. Demon had been the perfect name for him, ironically. It was his stage name for his band, too. It made perfect sense with the way his parents tried to push their views about religion on him. They said he was living a sinful life, but he didn't care. He didn't know what he believed, except that life should be about having a good time. He embraced being a demon to them. That seemed to be what they thought of him. Every time he was with his parents or his grandfather, they would always try and tell him to grow up and get a real career in passive-aggressive ways. Not fully saying it out loud, but instead subtly talking about a new job opening at some office firm that he knew he would have despised. Who the hell wanted to sit at the desk for 8 hours a day? Not me, he thought. Demon was living the good life while his parents sat around in fear of the world. What was so wrong about doing what he liked to do and making money doing it? They always nitpicked and nagged about every little thing. If it wasn't the fact that he lived in a van, it was the fact that he smoked weed, or that he didn't go to church, or that he didn't have a real job. At least it wasn't boring. At least he didn't have to drag himself to work every morning, dreading every second. At least he got to do what he was passionate about. How could he trust them if all of their warnings against drugs, alcohol, and sex turned out to be lies? They had him convinced that he'd become an alcoholic, that he only drank on the weekends. They had him convinced that weed would ruin his life, but it had made his life better. Weed had helped him write his own songs. It was the only thing that helped him truly express himself. He thought about Reggie and hoped that he would also be able to live his life without fear. But he wasn't Reggie the Reckless for nothing. He wished he had a chance to see him more often, but he couldn't stand being around his parents and being lectured constantly. That's why he moved out to a hick town called Pinehurst in the first place. It had a few great bars that hosted live music, luckily for him. With Anita as his background singer, he was hoping to start selling records. That would show his parents that he could become successful. First, he had to get out of Pinehurst. Maybe somewhere like Nashville would pay musicians what they were worth and have a lot more venues. That, however, might actually require a real job to be able to live there. The only reason he could live in Pinehurst was that the property was so cheap. Renting the trailer park lot cost a decent price, and even apartments were cheaper than bigger cities. Then he could finally feel like he had done something with his life. He would be on his own, paying bills and playing gigs on the weekends to make ends meet. Nashville probably paid way more, considering the town was typically full of tourists. Now he was only making about $200 or $300 a night. But in Nashville, he could probably make up to quadruple digits. That would really show his parents. But then again, they still probably wouldn't respect him. They were all hard-headed and stubborn. Well, guess what, he thought. I'm stubborn too. And he would be damned if he let them or anyone control his life. He was in charge of his destiny. Little did Demon know, someone else was about to quickly alter that destiny. As Demon started to wipe and pull up his pants, the outhouse suddenly began to shake. "Who's there?" he called. There was no answer. It continued to rattle. "Stop it!" He heard familiar giggling. "Oh, you're gonna get it, bitch," Demon said playfully. "Oh, lighten up, Demon. You'll feel a lot better after you shit," she teased. "I'll feel a lot better when I'm out of here. This shitbox is gross," Demon said, grimacing at the horrible smell that hit his nostrils. "Well, you better watch out for those snakes that's gonna crawl up that crapper and bite your ass," Anita said, laughing. She started singing softly. "Ooh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby." Demon recognized it as one of his original songs and started singing back. "Oh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby, hey, baby." Anita repeated another verse. "Ooh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby." There was suddenly silence. Footsteps. A gasp. Demon stood to his feet, looking puzzled. "Anita? Baby? What's up?" The outhouse started to shake again. This time it was incredibly more forceful and violent, like it was being thrown around by a hurricane. "Hey!" Demon shouted. The shaking stopped. "I told you this isn't funny. Now you're gonna get it, bitch," Demon said. He zipped up his pants and pushed on the outhouse door. It barely opened. Something was blocking it. He looked down. Anita was close to dead, lying across the front of the outhouse door, her throat gaping open. She was barely alive, blood gushing out of the gash that ran all the way across her neck. She struggled to breathe, but couldn't get any air. Demon was racked with unimaginable horror. "Anita!" he cried, stumbling back in shock and falling against the outhouse wall. He lunged at the door, trying to heave it open, but it didn't budge. Wham! A long, rusted piece of sharpened rebar launched through the tin walls of the outhouse, narrowly missing him. Demon cried out in disbelief and terror. "Oh my God!" he screamed and threw himself against the opposite wall. The killer was inhumanly fast. He rammed the rebar through the opposite wall, piercing Demon's leather pants and plunging into the meaty part of his thigh. Blood splattered across the inside of the outhouse wall. He screamed again, clutching his hand to the wound. The makeshift spear was pulled out as fast as it was rammed in. Demon was trapped like a caged animal. He climbed on top of the toilet, pressing himself against the back wall. Bright, thick redness oozed out from the puncture wound in his thigh. He tried to listen for footsteps, to see which way the maniac was moving. But he couldn't stop his own panicked breath. Tears were now streaming from his eyes. He knew he was about to die. The worst part was his own stupefaction as to who could be doing this to him. Why, he thought. God, why? Unfortunately for him, Demon had no more time to ask himself any more questions. The metal bar was suddenly thrust through the back wall, spiking Demon straight through the heart. He let out an anguished cry, throwing his head up to the sky, and then staring down in shock at the makeshift metal spear that had harpooned him through his chest. As Demon's body slowly stopped quivering, and as Anita's blood drained away, the full moon came out from behind the clouds and shone down on the man in the hockey mask. Chapter 6. As Demon and Anita's life ended, Pam drove the pickup truck down the muddy highway, heading past the trailer and RV park. She squinted through the rain that had started, trying to see if Tommy had possibly gone back there. There was no sign of him on the road or in the woods. There was no sign of Junior and his motorbike either. She knew that Tommy wouldn't leave his mask behind and just go off on his own. Where had he gone? Was he just out wandering in the woods, she thought? She couldn't imagine how irate Matt would be when he learned that she had lost Tommy. How could she have predicted that Junior would pull up on his motorcycle? How could she have known they were to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? From what she could tell, Tommy had just been defending himself. He seemed to be able to take care of himself pretty well, so maybe he would be all right. As if things couldn't get any worse, Matt and George were gone. She glanced nervously at the sky, praying that the storm would pass over the area. It would just make things worse trying to look for people in the pouring rain. If worse came to worse, she would have to go sleep at the clinic and call the sheriff in the morning. She didn't know what else to do. She was really starting to worry, and she could feel the knot of fear and stress churning in her gut. They had 3 patients missing, the doctor was gone, and it was storming. What a night, she thought. What a week. Pam thought back to all the events of that week alone. Joey, his body hacked almost limb from limb. Vic, not showing any remorse for it and being taken away willingly by the police. The way he had looked at her flashed into her mind. It was as if he was trying to impress her. Tina and Eddie got hauled in a police car. Now 3 patients and the doctor are missing. And today was Friday the 13th. I guess the legend about Friday the 13th in this town is true, she thought. She wasn't superstitious, but the fact that it was Friday the 13th, and the fact that it was a stormy night, and the fact that so many strange things were going on all had her spooked. Something else was bothering her too. Everything seemed to go wrong ever since Tommy had arrived at Pinehurst. Maybe he just brought gloom and doom everywhere he went. It was understandable given what he went through. He had actually seen Jason Voorhees, at least if you believe the legend. What if he really was out there? She thought back to her psychology courses. What if there had been a Jason? What if he really did survive after all those years and murder those innocent people? What would have happened to his mind out in the woods feasting on roadkill and running off of pure survival instinct? Had it rotted his brain to the extent that he became just a killing machine or some kind of wild animal? He was clearly able to feel things, since he was killing for his mother and clearly loved her. It was easy to empathize with Jason. He would have been a good fit for Pinehurst, considering all he had was his mother, and look how she turned out to be. He probably didn't have any friends. Pamela's love for him had driven her crazy. A special needs child like Jason allegedly could do that to you. It can make parents extremely overprotective of the child. That's what Pam learned in her parenting courses. Sometimes parents end up totally babying their special needs child and underestimating their abilities. They also overestimate sometimes and end up pushing their children into doing things they aren't ready for. Pam sometimes dreamed of one day becoming a parent, but she didn't know if she could handle it. Some days, she still felt like she was barely an adult herself. Maybe Mrs. Voorhees had tried for so long to keep Jason safe from the other kids that it must have felt like her heart had been ripped out and stomped on when he drowned. The guilt must have been too much to bear and to cope with. She blamed the counselors. Those counselors should have been watching Jason, and none of the murders would have ever happened. The whole thing was started by people mistreating a special needs child. And the pattern still continued today, she thought. Just look at how Ethel behaved. She had called the patients all crazy and threatened their lives. There was definitely a societal stigma against mentally ill and disabled people, and she worried that if it didn't stop soon, more people would end up just like Jason. More people would end up just like Jason's mother, and take revenge on the people who harmed their child. It was only inevitable. She couldn't imagine the pain Mrs. Voorhees must have felt, knowing that the people she entrusted with her son's life let her down and didn't keep him safe. Her thoughts drifted back to Tommy, and she started thinking of where he might go to feel safe. He'd probably go and touch his masks, she thought. That's where he was probably going, back to the center. She started to think more about Tommy. Maybe he snapped. What if he was way more messed up than they realized? What if he became Jason? What if in his mind he felt himself turning into a monster? And what if he eventually started to believe those feelings? Could Tommy have been responsible for the murders at Camp Blood? Sure, Tommy and his sister both said they saw Jason, but did they? No, that was nonsense. How could a 12-year-old boy slaughter a bunch of 17-year-olds? Then again, Tommy's story didn't make sense either. How could Jason have survived all those years? None of it made any sense, and if she kept thinking about these morbid legends and ghost stories, she was going to scare herself to death. She decided to just focus on finding Tommy for now. As she started to turn the truck around to head back to the center, it suddenly sputtered and stalled. Fuck, she thought. She cranked it. Nothing. Just great, she said to herself, annoyed. Pam climbed out of the truck and started the long walk back to the center, and miserably thought to herself, happy fucking Friday the 13th. At the Pinehurst Center, it was dead quiet except for the howling wind that made the old farmhouse creak and groan. Thunder rumbled. Sheets of rain fell, dripping off the tin roof and the eaves of the old home. Robin's red hair was gleaming in the light of the roaring fire in the fireplace. Jake sat next to her on the couch, anxiously biting his nails. Robin was engrossed in an old movie, munching on a bowl of popcorn, wearing nothing but a short, revealing blue robe. They were all not supposed to watch TV in the living room after 7, but since Matt was nowhere to be found, the teens decided to have some fun. Violet was dancing up in her room, her outlet for all her pent-up emotions, even though she was supposed to do dishes after dinner. Jake opened his mouth trying to say something, but his nerves were taking over. Finally, he managed to force it out.
Robin?
He stammered. She leaned over to him. Jake went on.
We've been here nearly 8 months now, right?
Uh-huh, she said, still not taking her eyes off the TV.
That's a long time to, get to know each other, don't you think?
Robin shushed him, trying to hear the movie. Jake, please, she said. A Place in the Sun, a black and white film from the 50s, was playing on the small television set, and Robin was enthralled. The woman on screen looked dreamily at her lover. We could get the biggest house in the world, only I'd like to live in a little house with room enough for just the two of us, the woman on screen said to him. Jake thought about having a house big enough for just the two of them. Him and Robin, that is. How nice would that be? Their own place to make their own rules. They could support each other and tell each other about their day at work. They could spruce up the house with curtains and knickknacks and could make it feel lived in. They could light a fire in the fireplace on a cold night, and he'd press his lips against hers, tasting her lip gloss, smelling her shampoo, and then slowly they'd take all their clothes off and make love right in front of the fire. They could get a dog or a cat. Jake was allergic to dogs. They could even invite friends over and let them crash on the couch. It all sounded like some distant ideal fantasy that was playing in his mind. But tonight, he wanted it to feel like a reality. He couldn't stop staring at her long red locks and the way her bathrobe fit tightly around her long, slender legs.
Robin, I like you a lot.
He managed to stammer out. He hoped she didn't notice that his hands were getting clammy, and beads of sweat had started to roll down his forehead. I like you too, Jake, she said flippantly, not able to pull her eyes away from the TV screen.
You do? A lot?
He asked. He smiled. Ecstasy was surging through him. What are you talking about, Jake? She asked, popping another popcorn kernel into her mouth and staring at the screen intently. Jake licked his lips nervously and swallowed. He tried to get out his next words, mustering up his courage.
I wanna be with you,
Jake said.
I really do wanna be with you.
Robin continued watching the movie.
I wanna make love to you.
Robin's eyes grew wide. She turned to him, and then a smile broke across her face and she laughed, and then giggled some more. She tried to stop, but couldn't. It was flowing profusely out of her, and she couldn't stop. Jake's smile turned into a hurt expression. He tried to fight the knot in his stomach that was slowly twisting tighter and tighter. The lump in his throat could have been the size of his fist.
I didn't mean it,
he said. Robin laughed harder.
I said I didn't mean it.
Jake cried, flustered. He rose to his feet and stormed off. Robin's laughter faded when she realized he had gotten really upset. Jake climbed the stairs 2 at a time. He wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. More than that, he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Jake watched the upstairs hallway and slumped against the wall, trying to collect himself. He took deep breaths in and out, just like Matt showed him. He bit the inside of his cheeks, feeling the tears welling up in his eyes. How could I be so stupid, he thought. How could I be so goddamn stupid? Just ask her if she wants to make love right out front. What have you been thinking? He had just wanted to get it out there before it ate him alive. Ever since he met Robin 8 months ago, he had become enamored with her. The way she smelled, the way her gorgeous crimson hair gleamed in the sun, the way that she looked away slyly whenever he would compliment her. Even the way she had giggled at him just now had been irresistibly sexy. He couldn't help himself. Whenever he came upon someone he liked, he got so attached. He would usually freeze and not say too much, but when he did open his mouth, he always managed to say the worst things possible. Matt said it was just his social anxiety, but it had to be more than that. Maybe he was just a freak and nobody would ever love him. Despite being 17, Jake felt he had lived a lifetime of loneliness. He had always been painfully shy around the other kids his age. In school, there were some classes where he couldn't say a word to anyone or would refuse to read if the teacher called on him. And now, it was his first time trying to be intimate with a girl, and she laughed in his face, literally. What was he going to do? He felt like becoming a hermit like Ethel Hubbard, just to live away from civilization and not have to deal with people any longer. It was hard enough to socialize with nice people for Jake. At least he saw the hard truth. Robin was a cold-hearted bitch. At least that was his way of making himself feel better. Since he had been to rehab, he had barely said 2 words to Robin, much less flirted with her. Something about her made her seem so intimidating. She was far prettier than any girl at his school. And she laughed at him. Why was that her response? Was he that pathetic to her? Was he nothing but a joke? He felt so stupid. He even planned for her to watch that stupid romantic movie to try and get her in the mood, and it hadn't worked. And of course, his stutter didn't help it either. He was probably just cute to her and not sexy. He didn't want to be cute. He wanted to be sexy to women. He wanted to be like Eddie. That guy could have anyone he wanted, he thought. Any girl looks at him and their panties would fly off for him. It made Jake increasingly bitter the more he thought. Fuck him, Jake thought. He was glad Tommy had whooped his ass the other day. What Jake really felt was deep jealousy towards him and his masculine bravado that could hook women like a fish. It was easier to be angry at him. Hopefully he and Tina both had been arrested. Thunder suddenly rumbled outside and Jake jumped at the sound. Looking towards the window in the hallway, there was a loud thwack. The wind was picking up, blowing the trees against the window. God, what had actually happened to Tina and Eddie, he thought, staring out the window, and Matt? They were all gone and it was storming. He wondered about what Ethel had said the other day. She had threatened to kill them all. What if she really did come here in the middle of the night and hack us up? What if Tina and Eddie are lying dead in the woods? As Jake wiped away a tear that fell, he went to his bedroom door and leaned against it, his thoughts drifting back to Robin. Maybe he just needed to talk to someone. Since Matt was missing, he would have to see if Violet could console him, although he didn't expect her to oblige. She wasn't the best during times of need, but it was his only option. Jake rapped on her door that was across from his. It was the door with loud techno-funk emanating from it.
Vi?
He said. When the door didn't open, he pushed it open. Violet's bedroom screamed angsty teenager. Ripped magazine pages and posters hung all over the walls. She moved her hips back and forth to the funk music, looking up when she saw Jake's silhouette out of the corner of her eye.
Vi!
Jake yelled over the music. Huh? She said.
I need to talk.
Can it wait? She yelled back. Jake sighed defeatedly, and his shoulders sunk.
No.
He said, and quietly left the room, leaving Violet to her late-night hobby. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. Now it was either go to sleep or back downstairs and give Robin a piece of his mind. Why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he march right down and tell her how he felt and that he didn't care about her anymore because all she is a bitch? It would serve her right. He wanted an apology. She didn't have to laugh at him. A simple, "No thanks, I'm tired," would have sufficed. Thunder boomed again, shaking the old farmhouse. There was a creak on the stairs. Jake didn't hear it. He was lost in his racing thoughts. The thoughts screamed at him about how much of a loser he was. It had only been his first try. Did she have to laugh at him? What a cold, heartless bitch, he thought. Or maybe he really was unlikable. Nobody liked him no matter how hard he tried in school, so why would it be any different here at Pinehurst? He just didn't care anymore. If Robin was going to treat him that way, she deserved to lose him as a friend, and she had to know how he felt. He had to tell her how he felt, how hurt he was, how wronged he felt. Jake mustered up his courage again and moved for the stairs. Another creak on the stairs, and Jake heard it this time. He turned the corner to go downstairs when an arm flashed out. Lightning struck, and Ethel's meat cleaver gleamed in the bright light as it whistled down through the air. As Jake's body slumped to the floor upstairs, Robin jerked her head at the sound. When the house returned to silence, she resumed watching the television. It was probably Violet, punching a hole in the wall, she thought. Or it had just been the storm. Poor Jake, she thought. She really didn't mean to laugh. It was the only thing she knew how to do when men made sexual advances towards her. Now she had gone and hurt his feelings. Why had he come on to her like that in the first place? He had barely talked to her before, and now they were getting to know each other. He decides to ask to fuck? That interaction had just as much been his fault as it was hers. Maybe get to know me first, she thought. Maybe see me as a person. With her body issues, she felt insecure constantly, and the only thing she knew to do was laugh when guys came on to her. She never knew what to say or do. Really, he had been sweet and endearing up until tonight. Now he was playing creepy, and she was dreading breakfast tomorrow and how awkward it would be. Didn't guys ever care more about a girl than just her body? Is that how they want to start relationships? Robin thought that was so backwards. She always felt used, like a spare hole for someone to fill to get their rocks off and then toss her aside like a discarded rag. In the past, her relationships were all abusive. For years, all she was a piece of meat, and it made her body issues worse. Now, with Jake coming on to her so blatantly like that, she was getting flashbacks to her exes and how they treated her. She really hadn't expected Jake to be so forward like that, but she surmised that he was just like other guys deep down, always wanting to fuck. Then again, Jake had asked her to make love, not fuck. Making love was a very different thing than fucking, she thought. Maybe he was sweet and did care for her. Maybe he was just socially unaware. His stutter really didn't bother her all that much. There were never any awkward pauses. Still, he wasn't her type. He was a nice guy. He was a good person. Most guys wouldn't have even asked like he had. Robin seemed to only fall in love with the toxic ones. Matt said it was all because of her relationship with her parents. Her mother had constantly called her fat. She remembered sitting on Halloween wanting candy like the other kids, and her mother refusing because she didn't want her daughter to grow up being a chubby girl. That word, that damn word, started it all. She hated that word. She hated that word and the word fat. She hated being fat. Anytime Robin gained a pound, she would violently throw up to force it out. Sometimes she would gorge herself with delicious cakes and sweets, only for it to feel like poison running through her veins afterwards. Then the cycle would repeat. She remembered her mother constantly teaching her about counting calories and weight restricting. It had really taken a toll on her self-worth. Anytime she craved sweets, she would beat herself up. Anytime she binged on sweets, she would start a spiral of intense self-hatred that would completely consume her. That's how she ended up at Pinehurst, and she felt like she was going to have to stay here forever. But maybe not. Matt had taught her a few things. Maybe she could face her demons once and for all. She had thought many times about bringing it up to her mother about how she had given her an eating disorder. The trouble was, she knew that they wouldn't even listen. Her mother would likely make excuses for it. Matt called her mother a narcissist. Maybe that's why she had laughed in Jake's face. It had all been her own trauma. Maybe she was a narcissist herself. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as they always say. Tomorrow she would have to apologize to him. Maybe she could tell him how she felt, and that maybe they could just get to know each other first. A relationship like Robin wanted, you had to work on for a while. Robin wanted something special, not just a hookup with a patient at rehab. As the end flashed on the screen, Robin yawned, stood up, and turned off the TV. She heard the rain pattering on the tin roof. Robin walked over to the second couch, where Reggie lay half asleep. She bent down close to him. Reggie, wake up." Reggie moaned and didn't move. "Reggie, it's time to go to bed," she said, trying to pull at his bright red sweatshirt. Reggie pulled his arm away and moaned in protest again. Robin gave up and threw an Afghan down on him. She glanced out the window at the rain coming down on the halfway house. She was really getting worried about everyone. Where was Pam? Was she really driving around in a thunderstorm? Had they found Tina and Eddie? It was a weird night, but then again it was Friday the 13th. She yawned again and sleepily walked up the stairs and into her room. Her room was more modern with a bunk bed. The bottom bunk was shielded by a curtain. Rain pelted her window. Lightning cracked, illuminating her small bedroom. She jumped and then relaxed. Robin took off her shoes and her robe, wearing nothing but her panties. She gazed into the mirror at her breast and her body. "Jake, I'm sorry," she said to herself. Her eyes went down to her waist and she frowned. She felt the hate rise in her, the hatred of her body fat. Maybe she had laughed at Jake because she didn't feel like she was good enough for a sweet guy like him, even though he was kind of creepy. She didn't think it was meant to be creepy. He was just socially awkward, and it was kind of endearing. And she laughed at him. She couldn't believe herself. "God, Robin, sometimes you can be so stupid," she said to herself in the mirror. Lightning flashed again, and she jumped out of her skin. What would have been so wrong about giving him a fun night for the both of them? Her thoughts continued. It was probably his first time, but anything would be better than getting slapped around like her last boyfriend, she decided. It probably wouldn't be that bad. He was the only one around to hook up with. Vic was in jail, Eddie was taken, and she hadn't got to know Tommy. Boy, was he messed up, she thought. You could see it in his eyes. Something about the way he had looked at her when driving in had spooked her. It had been an icy, distant stare. And then, when he flipped out on Eddie, it had made her even more afraid of him. Tommy must have gone through something really terrible, she thought. Something nightmarish. That icy stare of his reminded her of how Vic had stared after he had killed Joey. Poor Joey, she thought. Now she felt bad about both of them. She had been mean to Joey just seconds before he was... She didn't want to think of his mutilated body again, and she forced those thoughts away. She continued to scan her naked body in the mirror, her eyes attuned to any imperfections that she saw. As she sucked in, she saw the outline of her ribs and side. Maybe she was just naturally skinny. Maybe it was just her metabolism. Or maybe it was just her way of avoiding the fact that she had a problem. Sometimes it was easier to just pretend that she didn't binge and purge every now and again. Matt called it denial, and it told her to focus on radical acceptance. But it all sounded the same to her. They all said the same things, but still she kept purging. She didn't know what it would take to cure her obsession with being fat. It had started to take a toll on her body. Her teeth were not as white as they used to be, and her throat was frequently irritated from all the vomit. And now, as she was staring at herself in the mirror, she saw how thin and unsexy she was and frowned. She knew that it was her mother who had damaged her in this way, but she also knew her mother had to learn from her parents and so on. How could she blame her if she was trying to keep her daughter attractive looking, even if she did have the wrong approach? Or maybe what she needed was for that woman to just die. Then she may finally be free from the disappointment of having her own mother disapprove of her body weight. That's how much it hurt. Every little snide comment about her weight made her resent her mother even more. Why couldn't she change, she thought? Why couldn't she see what she was doing to her own daughter? She would probably laugh in my face if I told her I have an eating disorder, Robin thought. Then again, she had no room to talk. She had been in just as much denial as her mother was about her problem, but at least she recognized it now. At first, she would have a little extra cake at dinner, and then it morphed into binging on entire bags of chips and cookies. She would tell herself it wasn't that much food, but it was, and it all would feel like poison every time she binged. At first, she had only thrown up her dinner once to see what it felt like, and after just once, she was hooked. It felt like purging had become her only refuge. It immediately relieved her anxiety whenever she participated in it. Whenever she'd purge, she'd feel safe again. The guilt over eating a few extra cookies would be completely drowned by the sound of that toilet flushing and the blood running through her veins from all the effort and from all her muscles violently contracting. That's what had reeled her in. It was a coping mechanism to deal with the guilt that came along with choosing to eat a lot of sweets. It was especially harder for women who were always pressured to look good, wear your makeup, and don't get fat. It's not ladylike, her mother would always say. Yeah, some lady you are, Robin thought. As she ran a hairbrush through her thick red hair, lightning flashed again. Robin turned to the window. The only sound was the tree branches tapping against the glass and the howling storm just beyond it. She set the hairbrush back on the dresser and sauntered sleepily over to her bunk bed, climbing up onto the top bunk and sliding underneath the covers. As she stared at the ceiling, she wondered when Pam and the others would come home. Hopefully they were all safe and sound, and she could wake up tomorrow and everything would be back to normal. As she rolled over onto her side, lightning flashed again, and Robin opened her eyes at the sound. Jake was sprawled next to her in the bed. His eyes were open in horror and shock. His face was twisted into a horrified grimace. His mouth hung open lifelessly. His face was split in half diagonally by a huge gaping gash. Blood poiled underneath his head and dribbled out of his mouth, soaking the sheets and the mattress beneath. Robin screamed bloody murder. The storm rumbled, drowning it all out. Robin leaped up and tried to grab for the ladder, but an almost inhumanly strong hand grabbed her by the throat and pinned her down to the bed. A machete came up through the mattress like a shark rising from infested waters, and she felt the cold blade pierce her back and plunge all the way through her abdomen. Blood vaulted into the air like a geyser. Violet yanked off her Walkman headphones, jerking her head to the door. Had she heard something? She lowered the volume on her Walkman and listened. There was nothing but the sound of the rain on the roof. She shrugged and turned back on the funk music, dancing around her room and flipping through a teen magazine. She wondered what Jake had wanted. Maybe he finally talked to Robin about how much he liked her. Violet had seen it on his face when she had arrived. The boy was like a lovesick puppy. It was disgusting to Violet. It was endearing, but definitely not something she was into. Violet liked toxic men too, ones with tattoos and chains and motorcycles. She had almost been turned on by that hillbilly's motorcycle the other day when Tina and Eddie got arrested, until she saw his face. She couldn't help herself. Men who could easily kill her if they wanted to were exactly her type. She knew how dangerous it was and didn't care. She had had a death wish since she was 13. She just didn't see the point of life. She had a drug-addicted mom, a jailbird dad, and a creepy uncle who always complimented on her body and touched her in inappropriate ways. She was stuck in a small town as a goth kid and had been bullied her whole life. She had been molested 3 times by 3 different men. First it had been her stepfather, but luckily she had blanked it all out. Then it had been another uncle who invited the family over for a bonfire on the 4th of July when she was only 11. He had brought her out to the backyard while the rest of the family was inside and made his move. From the odor of his breath, she knew he was absolutely plastered out of his mind. That's when he had begun to touch her. That's when the disassociation started. Her entire body had frozen when it had happened. She couldn't move. She had just let it happen. Just like the next time when the school janitor copped a fill in the janitor's closet. She had frozen then too and had never told anyone except for Matt and Pam. Pam was a good listener and was the only one she felt like she could trust. Now, anytime she tried to be intimate, she would freeze just like when she had been assaulted. That was why Violet was always in a bad mood. She couldn't experience true human connections. So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a honey badger. She truly didn't understand someone like Jake, who had these fantasies about Robin that he had told her about. They were long and convoluted fantasies of himself and Robin falling in love with one another and doing other cutesy couple activities like going on a picnic or a romantic walk by the beach. All of that made Violet want to vomit. It felt like poison to her. She wasn't aware that the darkness she had experienced had also seeped into her bones and became her personality. She didn't know why she started wearing black. She also couldn't understand what had made her choose to wear thick black makeup and pierce herself multiple times. To her, her exterior needed to match her tortured internal world. That was why she was the way she was. All of the fucked up shit eventually became too much for her to bear, and just like that, her good girl personality was gone, and all that was left was a very angry, pissed off, and antisocial, sarcastic 16-year-old. Of course, she had every right to go through her angsty phase. Some have to cope with that kind of attitude. For all the shit Violet had gone through, she was grateful to be alive most days, and grateful when she wasn't cutting. She had started using a knife from the kitchen when she was 13 to make small gashes, not deep enough to cause an issue, on her forearm. She wondered how people would react and began to think the attention would be worth the pain. But soon it spiraled out of control. She started doing it not to get affection and attention, but doing it for the sole pleasure of it. It began to be her refuge. Knowing that she could go home and cut had been her only solace at the time. Her parents didn't listen and didn't believe her story. They said she was just lying for attention. She didn't feel safe anymore, not in school or at home. The only other place where Violet felt safe was music. Pseudo echoes hit his eyes, blared through her headphones. She had first seen their band at a concert and fell in love with their new wave of electro-funk. The door to her room slowly creaked open. She didn't turn around. Violet swayed back and forth to the rhythm, not hearing the stealthy footsteps approaching. She closed her eyes, feeling the beat pulsating in her ears, moving back and forth. And then lightning flashed. A hand appeared suddenly and meaty fingers wrapped around her throat and slammed her back into the wall. Her magazine and Walkman fell to the floor. She tried to scream, but her assailant's hand squeezed tighter, crushing her larynx. As she looked up, she saw the demented eyes of her killer through the eyes of a hockey mask. She felt the pain of her throat being compressed, but only let out a soft whimper. The hockey mask assailant lifted her into the air, her feet dangling and kicking below as she tried to free herself. It was no use. The machete gleamed in the lightning. It pierced her belly deep and plunged into the plaster behind her. The figure stood and admired his handiwork. Violet hung from the wall like many of her posters. Chapter 7. Reggie awoke to the sound of thunder booming and rattling the farmhouse. He rubbed his eyes and sat up straight on the couch listening. He didn't hear any voices or laughter, nothing but dead silence and the rain. And then he heard the soft sound of something being dragged from upstairs, and then a loud thump. Maybe it was Tommy, he thought. Maybe he had run back to the farmhouse after the incident at the trailer park. What are the nuts up to now? He said to himself. He walked groggily through the living room and slowly he climbed the stairs. Thunder crashed again. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes. As he reached the upstairs hallway, he saw that the door to Tommy's room was open. It was pitch black inside. He stepped into the doorway. "Tommy, you back?" he called into the dark room. There was no response. "Yo, Tommy!" Lightning flashed. The room was illuminated in white light. Violet was lying on Tommy's bed, her head propped up against the wall. Blood drizzled from her lips and from the gash in her torso. Robin was sprawled on top of her. A giant gaping hole was carved through her chest. Jake lay beside Robin, his face split by the missing meat cleaver. Reggie reeled back in absolute shock. He couldn't scream. He was paralyzed. Blood was smeared along the walls and all over the bed. Bright crimson everywhere. The realization hit him. It was Tommy's room. Tommy was a maniac. He backed away slowly out of the doorway and into the hallway. He wanted to run as fast as he could away from the halfway house, but his body wouldn't let him. "Tommy?" he said, his lips quivering. Thunder crashed and the lightning illuminated the room again as Reggie saw the horrible sight again, entrenching it further in his psyche. All of a sudden, a hand grabbed him and he leapt out of his skin and let out a high-pitched shriek. Pam was looking back at him. Her hair was drenched from the rain. She saw the petrified look on Reggie's face. "Reggie, it's Pam. Reggie, what is it? What's wrong?" she implored him. Reggie couldn't get it out. He stammered, his entire body trembling. "What's the matter, Reggie? What is it?" she begged him. Reggie pointed a quivering finger towards the open doorway. "In Tommy's room," he said, his voice breaking. "Okay, you stay here, relax, I'll go look," she said, consoling him. As Reggie froze in his spot on the floor, Pam stepped into the darkened room. The lightning flashed again. All Reggie heard was her terrified scream. Then she ran out of the room and sighed with urgency. She stared at Reggie with panic-stricken eyes, and then in a flash, she grabbed him by the hood of his sweatshirt and pulled him fiercely towards the stairs. They ran, scrambling down the stairs two at a time. Pam's heartbeat began to race, and her breathing quickened. They ran through the farmhouse as the storm raged outside. Pam dragged Reggie into the kitchen, pulling the door shut and locking it. As they rounded the kitchen island, Reggie fell, bashing his shin against the small stair that led up into the main room. He cried out, grabbing his leg in pain. Pam bent down beside him, trying to pull him to his feet, but he cried out again. He couldn't get up. Pain shot through his right leg like a hypodermic needle. Then the kitchen door began to quake and rattle violently. Wham! It shook again and began to splinter from the weight of whatever or whoever was ramming it. "Get up!" Pam yelled at Reggie frantically. He winced, managing to get himself to his feet just as the kitchen door imploded. Fragments of wood rained down on top of them. Standing there was a tall, monstrous man, wearing a work suit and heavy boots. He also wore a hockey mask. His hands were coated with the blood of the halfway house patients. He glared down at Pam and Reggie with a menacing hatred. Reggie looked on in terror, and Pam screamed. Reggie forgot all about the splitting pain in his leg and ran for the front door, pulling Pam along behind him. The hockey mask killer was in pursuit. Pam grabbed at the front doorknob and tugged at it. The door was wedged shut. "Shit!" she swore, hearing the heavy boots on the linoleum floor slowly and steadily approaching. She kicked at the door hard, knocking it loose. She then managed to heave the heavy oak door open, and Reggie and Pam raced out into the night. Now Reggie was dragging Pam along, his breathing frenetic and quick, his heart pounding, scared out of his mind. The killer's breath was shallow and steady as he marched out the front door and followed after his prey. As the rain came down on both of them, Pam and Reggie ran across the grounds of the halfway house. Reggie was running in a blind panic as Pam held his hand and was pulled alongside him. They ran past the barn and into the woods, heading for the road leading into town. The woods were wet and dark, leaves glistened, the moon was full and shone down, providing their only source of light. They could no longer see the masked maniac. They must have outran him, Pam thought. She was lucky to have even one single cohesive thought. Her mind was racing in one panic stream of frenzied thoughts. Pam wanted Reggie to stop. She couldn't breathe, but he kept running in a hysterical state of mind, trying in a desperate attempt to get as far away from them as possible. The trees suddenly cleared and Pam and Reggie dove from out of the undergrowth, stopping for a minute to finally catch their breath. When they looked up, they saw the road that led past the halfway house in front of them. But they were in the middle of nowhere. They would have to be extremely lucky to have anyone pass by at this time of night. "God damn you, Matt," she thought. "God damn you for bringing me out to this place." Then Reggie pointed at something in the distance. "Look!" he shouted. It was a car parked on the side of the road. "Help us!" Pam instinctively shrieked as loud as she could possibly shriek. They both ran through the pouring rain towards the vehicle, frantically splashing through the thick mud that covered the shoulder of the road. "Help!" she screamed again, waving her arms. As they drew near to the seemingly abandoned car, Pam saw that it was the government-owned transport van that Tommy had arrived in. Her eyes lit up when she saw the Unger Institute's insignia on the side of the van. What was it doing out here, she wondered. But what did it matter? Maybe the keys were still inside. Maybe someone was inside and could help them. Pam and Reggie ran around to the driver's side door and Pam pulled it open. Duke Smith's lifeless corpse fell out into the mud. His throat had been cut from ear to ear. Blood stained his white medic's uniform. Pam screamed a blood-curdling scream. Then, from out of nowhere, the maniac lunged at them from behind the van. Reggie was next to scream. He finally unleashed the power of his lungs, and it was piercing, catching Pam off guard. Then he was gone, racing off back into the woods as fast as the lightning that catapulted across the sky. Now she was alone with the killer. "Reggie!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. He was gone. His red sweatsuit was disappearing into the blackness of the woods. The killer advanced towards Pam. He brandished a long, blood-stained machete, stained with the blood of the patients she had come to know. She had to get back to the pickup. It had to be somewhere on this road. But what about Reggie? She had to catch him and get him out of there. As the killer thrust his machete at her, Pam dodged and ran into the thick woods after Reggie, screaming his name frantically. She flailed wildly at the branches that clawed at her, tearing at the undergrowth, pulling it aside and running, stumbling, half falling through the woods. Rain mixed with petrified tears streamed down her face. Thorns slashed at her skin, drawing blood. "Reggie! Reggie!" she cried, searching for any flash of red in the darkness. Then she finally broke out of the woods and came upon a small creek. She must be near the Hubbard property. There was no way Reggie would run there. He had to be back at the house. She dashed across the stream, but suddenly found herself sinking. She was trapped in the thick black mud at the bottom of the creek. "No!" she screamed as she clawed at the ground, trying with all of her might to pull herself out of the muck, but it was thick and viscous. Finally, she grabbed onto a tree root and managed to heave herself out of the mud. Then she scrambled to her feet, not willing to wait around to see if the maniac was close by. She crashed through the undergrowth blindly and stopped dead in her tracks in front of a gnarled tree. It was Matt. He had been impaled to the tree by a railroad spike that had been driven into his forehead, and his throat was slit so deep he was almost decapitated. His body was racked with stab wounds. A bone-chilling scream erupted from Pam's raw throat. She threw her hands up to her face, aghast at the sight, but also not able to take her eyes off of it. So much blood. She screamed, "No!" The panic started to set in again, and she ran from the awful sight, tripping again in the mud. She struggled to her feet and ran some more, not stopping, hyperventilating. She was hopelessly lost now. The dark woods were disorienting her, and she stopped, her eyes flickering around wildly. "Reggie!" Then, as her eyes adjusted, she could see lights through the trees and realized she was back at the farmhouse. She dashed towards it, clearing the woods and sprinting past the chicken coop, up onto the porch and through the front door, slamming it closed and locking it. "Reggie!" she screamed. The only sound she heard was her own panicked breathing and the thunder outside. Then the lights went out. Lightning flashed, illuminating the interior of the house. Pam caught her breath, using the wall to support herself. "What the fuck am I gonna do?" she thought. Who was wearing that mask? Who had gone and killed everyone? Then she remembered. It had been in Tommy's room where all the bodies had been posed. Tommy was the one who liked masks. And he's also the one who had faced the hockey mask-wearing murderer, Jason Voorhees. Now it was like he had finally snapped and had become Jason. She had been right. Tommy finally lost it, and she sensed it coming. And now she was right in the middle of it. There was no more time to think, she decided. The maniac could be heading for her. He could be here at any minute, waiting to hack her to pieces just like the rest. Just like Matt. Just like Robin, and Violet, and Jake. "Oh God, Matt," she thought. Her mind raced and she looked around frantically for any sign of the killer, thinking of what she could do. She had to find Reggie and get out of there. Where had he gone? Where would he go? Then she closed her eyes, trying to think. What could she do? She was trapped out in the middle of nowhere. Weapon, she thought. I need a goddamn weapon. Pam hurried into the kitchen and pulled a long, sharp kitchen knife out of the butcher block. She tried to slow her breathing down and stay quiet, looking around her in all directions. The rain pattered on the roof, keeping a steady rhythm that accompanied the sound of her pounding heart. Thunder crashed again. "Reggie," she whispered. No response. "Reggie!" She called up the stairs. Again, no response. The halfway house was deathly quiet. She made her way cautiously into the dining area, curling her fingers tighter around the knife and holding it high above her head. As lightning flashed and the thunder rang out again, the patio doors suddenly shattered completely and glass sprayed across the room. Pam shielded herself from the glass and reeled backwards, looking back at what had been thrown at her. It was George. Staring back at her were two empty, bloody eye sockets. Pam let out another frenzied scream. A hand suddenly smashed through another kitchen window, grasping at her. It snatched her by the hair, pulling her backwards as she cried out in pain. It was the killer. She glanced back at those deranged eyes, leering at her through the eye holes of the hockey mask. He pulled her towards the window, bringing the machete up to her throat. "No!" she exclaimed, and thrust the knife backwards. She felt it hit flesh and sink into the bone. The killer growled, and Pam let go of the knife when it became buried in his right arm. The deranged murderer released his grip and clawed at the knife handle, stumbling back out of the shattered window. Pam ran, now in full hysterics, through the broken patio doors, out again into the rain. She didn't think to go back for the knife. She didn't care. She was running for her life. "Reggie!" she shouted through the storm. There was no sign of him. Maybe he had gone into the barn and hid in the hay, or searched for a weapon himself. The bulldozer, she thought. They could ride it out of this godforsaken place. With a look of mad determination, she ran towards the barn. "Reggie!" she called again. As she rounded a row of hedges, she suddenly found herself disoriented again, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Her lightheadedness got the best of her. She fell, stumbling forward, plunging straight into a mud pit dug out by the construction workers to build a new stable for the horses. The mud looked like thick black tar in the night. It started enveloping her and sucking her down and down. As she screamed, clawing for something to grab onto, there was nothing. And then she saw the killer. She caught him out of her peripheral vision, stalking towards her, machete gleaming. "No!" she cried out. "Reggie!" She finally heaved her way halfway out of the pit, but the ground slid out from beneath her, and she went falling in deeper. The killer was coming closer and closer, moving in on an easy kill. This is how it would end, she thought, stuck in the mud with a machete right through her head, just like Matt with that railroad spike. They would find her propped up in Tommy's room. She could see it all flashing through her mind. The killer was now just a few feet away, and she was hopelessly caught in the mud that had become quicksand in the storm. Then the deafening sound of splintering wood rang out, startling her and the killer. It was the bulldozer. It had driven through the barn walls from the inside at full speed. Its headlights pierced the inky black darkness that shrouded them all. The falling rain glimmered against the dazzling white lights. Reggie was at the wheel, a look of fury and grim determination on his face. He let out a battle cry and pulled his hood over his head. Reggie vaulted the bulldozer forward at full speed. The killer raised his left arm, shielding his eyes from the light, frozen with bewilderment. It was too late now to get out of the way. The sharp metal teeth of the bulldozer's trough rammed into his chest, sending him flying backwards like an acrobat falling. He hit the ground hard and writhed in the throes of pain before finally lying in the mud motionless. Reggie climbed down from the bulldozer and rushed to Pam's aid. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in one giant effort out of the mud. Then they stood next to the unconscious killer. Pam held Reggie tightly as they both looked down in terror, praying that he wouldn't get back up. They had to get out of there. As they started to run for the bulldozer, the masked maniac lurched up from the ground in a wild paroxysm, grabbing madly at them. He managed to grab a hold of Reggie's red sweatsuit and pulled him onto the ground. Pam screamed no. She kicked the killer hard in the mask, and he didn't let go. Reggie was screaming a high-pitched, terrified shriek, clinging onto Pam for dear life. Pam kicked at him again, nailing him square in the face, and he finally relinquished. "Go!" Pam said. She grabbed Reggie and they ran for the bulldozer, climbing it, and they started the engine. It sputtered and then died. "Oh, fuck," Pam thought. "No!" her mind screamed. She started it again. It didn't start. The killer slowly stood to his feet, clutching his bleeding chest. He picked up the razor-sharp, blood-stained machete. He looked dead at them. "Fuck!" Pam yelled in frustration. They climbed out of the bulldozer and they both made a beeline for the barn. There had to be some kind of weapon in there, Pam thought. Their only choice was to fight back. It was their last chance. There was nowhere else to run. He had to die. They ran through the giant hole in the barn wall where Reggie had rammed it with the bulldozer and stopped, searching for places to hide. The killer stalked towards them. He showed zero emotion. He just walked slowly, effortlessly, taking his time. He stopped at the barn doors, not seeing his prey anywhere. He walked slowly across the hay-covered floor, his boots thudding across the hard-packed mud. All was quiet except the rain coming down on the tin roof. The killer gripped the machete tighter, scanning the room. His eyes flickered over to a storage closet, and he tilted his head, studying it. As he started to advance towards it, Pam, a look of fierce valor on her face, came bursting out of the closet. She tugged a string, and the chainsaw in her hands revved to life. The wild, spinning blades came at the killer, and he lurched backwards to avoid them. He held up the machete, deflecting the blades of the chainsaw. A shower of sparks shot out in all directions. "Yeah, Pam, all right!" Reggie cheered her on from the hayloft, where he hid behind a large haystack. Pam lifted the heavy chainsaw into the air and thrust the blades at him again. It made an awful metallic scraping as it made contact with the crimson-soaked blade of the machete. More sparks flew. Pam and the mad killer circled each other like boxers in the ring. It was chainsaw versus machete, and Reggie cheered like a rabid fan. She thrust again, and the killer stepped back, once again deflecting with the machete. She thrust lower, and he still blocked her. "Ah!" she cried out, brandishing the chainsaw at him as it rumbled. Then the killer stumbled and lost his balance. This gave Pam the opportunity of a lifetime. His machete fell down to his side. Pam lunged at her chance. The spinning blades tore into the killer's left arm, giving him a similar gash to the one on his right, where Pam had stabbed him with the knife. She heard him growl underneath his mask, and he fell backwards onto a stack of hay. She raised the chainsaw into the air with all of her might, her eyes wide with determination and rage. "Take that!" Reggie cried. Reggie's smile dropped as the chainsaw suddenly stopped. "Shit!" Pam said as she tugged on the string, revving up the motor. No use. It was out of gas. "Oh, please," she said, revving it again. It still didn't start. She felt the panic rising. The killer slowly stood to his feet and picked up the machete. Pam did the only thing she could think to do, and heaved the chainsaw at him. It worked, sending him stumbling back again into the hay. She made a mad dash for the ladder leading up into the hayloft and scrambled up out of the mad killer's grasp. And then a figure suddenly appeared in the hole where the bulldozer had driven through, silhouetted by the moonlight, covered in mud, wet from the rain. It was Tommy. Chapter 8. "Tommy! Tommy!" Reggie screamed. The killer suddenly stopped walking towards the ladder and snapped around to face Tommy. Tommy was instantly frozen with fear, as if someone had injected him with a tranquilizer. He was transfixed on the image of the man wearing a hockey mask covered in blood, oozing from the gash in his chest and on his arm, and wielding a machete. Then the voices came back stronger and louder than ever. "Die! Die! Die!" They grew louder and louder, throbbing like a giant tumor, like some kind of deformed growth in his mind that was growing and pushing on his brain. And all he could see was Jason Voorhees standing before him. The killer and Tommy locked eyes for several moments. The killer wasn't sure what to make of him, Pam thought. It was as if he was deciding whether to kill him or not. Or maybe it really was Jason Voorhees back from the dead to finish Tommy off. If the killer wasn't Tommy, it had to be Jason. They both stared at each other like it was a Western showdown. Tommy was seemingly in a trance. He didn't move or run. "Run, Tommy, run!" Pam screamed. "Run, he'll kill you! Listen to me!" "Jason?" Tommy muttered under his breath. The killer slowly advanced towards him. Tommy still couldn't move. He just watched, mesmerized in total shock. He was oblivious to Pam's urging. He watched as the murderous brute advanced towards him. He was staring off into the distance, replaying the entire night at Crystal Lake in his head. And now it was playing out right in front of him. Again. For all he knew, it could be another dream. It could be another hallucination. It was just like in his dreams, Jason coming towards him and not being able to move. He had no idea that what he was seeing was real. Deathly real. More real than he could have ever imagined. He heard Pam screaming his name just like Trish. It had to be a dream. It had to be a terrible dream. He'd wake up in the morning and Jason would be gone. Jason came closer. "Remember, Jason? Don't you remember?" The voices played in his head. It was his own childlike voice. It was the words he had said to Jason on that horrible night. "Die! Die! Die!" All he could feel was the sheer helplessness he had felt as a 12-year-old boy when he had faced him before. Jason raised the machete into the air. Tommy still didn't move. "Tommy!" Reggie shrieked. "Run, Tommy! He'll kill you!" cried Pam. And then the machete came down, and Tommy didn't get out of the way. The fire that burned across his chest suddenly galvanized him, breaking him from his trance. "No!" Pam cried in despair. Tommy fell, suddenly incredulous as he touched his hand to his chest, only to discover his hands were now stained red with blood. There was a gash across his midsection. Jason walked towards him menacingly. "Up here, Tommy! Tommy!" Reggie begged him. Tommy still lay on the floor in shock at the red that blossomed across his chest and blemished his hands. The pain was unbearable. It felt like a hot iron had been slammed down on his ribs. As the killer closed the gap between them, Tommy felt something in his left pocket. It was the pocket knife his father had given him. Now enraged and terrified, finally coming back to his senses, Tommy fished it frantically out of his pocket, flipped it open, and thrust it towards the mad killer's groin. The blade of the knife penetrated deep into the inner part of Jason's thigh. Jason growled, and Pam and Reggie cheered hysterically. The masked murderer went down on all fours, clutching at the knife in agony. Tommy, still bleeding profusely, staggered towards the ladder. "Tommy, up here, come on!" Pam cried. "Hurry up, man!" Reggie exclaimed. Tommy slowly made his way to the ladder, the pain almost knocking him to the ground again. It coursed through his entire body. It was as if 1,000 bullets were ricocheting around inside him. He clutched at the deep, bleeding gash across his belly, trying to fight through the excruciating, stinging sensation that spread across his abdomen. The killer managed to pull the knife out from his thigh, and he hurled it aside. With the help of the adrenaline that was now surging through his veins, Tommy reached the ladder, and with urging from Pam and Reggie, he mustered up all of his strength and started climbing one rung at a time. Come on, Tommy, he thought. You need to protect them. Just how he had protected Trish. That was all he could focus on. The sound of Pam's voice calling to him urgently was the only thing keeping him going. Her voice then started to fade in and out of earshot. He was losing blood. He began to feel increasingly lightheaded. He was more than halfway there. Jason staggered to his feet and stalked towards the ladder, taking his time. Come on, Tommy, you can do it! Reggie cried. Suddenly, Tommy's foot slipped and he teetered, losing his balance, wincing at the pain that ravaged his body. Take my hand, Pam yelled. She extended out her arm towards him and he reached for it with all the strength he had left in him, and she and Reggie both pulled him up onto the hayloft. Jason started climbing the ladder, one rung at a time, perfectly stealthy and in no hurry. He had plenty of time to catch them. Now they were trapped in the hayloft, nowhere else to go. Jason reached the loft. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room in the incandescent white light. He scanned the loft, searching for them. His breath was slow and calm. Tommy was lying on his stomach. He had lost consciousness. Jason tilted his head and flipped Tommy over onto his back. He lay there motionless. Jason moved away from him and focused on his moving targets. Where were they? He listened, but only heard the rain pattering on the roof of the old barn and the wood sagging and creaking under his heavy boots. Rows of hay bales were stacked against one wall, and the other wall held a shelf of tools. The loft doors were open, creating a precipice that looked down onto an old rusted tractor harrow. Rows of sharp spikes jutted upwards towards the sky. Jason walked, slowly, patiently. The killer knew he had time. His fingers gripped the wooden handle of machete in a talon-like grasp. It was his prey that was running out of time. As he passed by a large bale of hay, he saw a fleeting shadow out of his peripheral vision. Someone ducked back behind the hay. It was too late. Jason had seen Reggie crouching down behind the hay. Reggie slowly stood to his feet, facing the monstrous psychopath. Jason slowly walked towards the young boy, tilting his head, observing him. He tilted his head to the other side like a curious dog. Then he suddenly lunged at Reggie, slamming the machete down on a wooden beam inches from him. Reggie lurched backwards, cornered against the wall. As Jason raised the machete again, he felt the axe handle come down right on his shoulder blade, and he grunted. He spun around to face Pam, who was wielding an old axe that was missing its blade. She swung it again like it was a baseball bat, and Jason effortlessly moved out of the way. He advanced towards her. Pam stumbled back, looking behind her to see where the loft's open doors were. She swung again and missed. Then he countered and swung with the machete, knocking the axe handle out of her hand. She screamed out in terror as she looked behind her to see she was right on the edge of the precipice. 10 rows of spikes lay below her. She cried out in peril again, imagining how it would feel for every one of those spikes to tear into her. There was nowhere to run. Jason was eye to eye with her, cornering her back against the precipice. She teetered, almost losing her balance and plunging to her death, but managed to stay up on the loft. Jason came at her. She tried to run around him, but he blocked her at every move. He raised the machete. "No!" Pam screamed. Hope was almost all lost until Pam looked at Reggie, who was waving his arms to get her attention. They made eye contact, and Reggie motioned for her to get out of the way. All of a sudden, Reggie climbed as fast as he could on top of the bale of hay, and he pounced like a wildcat onto Jason's back. He let go just as Jason went pitching forward from Reggie ramming him. Pam dove to the side, her shoulder slamming into the wall as she cried out in pain. Jason fell, his arms flailing, disappearing down the side of the barn and out the loft doors. The machete hit the floor. Then there was silence. Pam and Reggie caught their breath and listened. There wasn't any noise, not a thud, or the sound of him falling on the spikes, just the rain. Where had he gone? Pam and Reggie both inched towards the open loft doors, searching for the mad killer. Suddenly, he lunged up and grabbed Reggie by the leg and pulled him towards the precipice. "No, Pam!" Reggie shrieked in abject horror. He was being pulled off and down onto the spikes by Jason, who had been holding on to the doorframe of the barn doors below. Jason wrapped his meaty fingers around Reggie's ankle and twisted, resulting in the boy being brought to tears as he frantically clung for dear life to Pam. "Reggie!" Pam screamed. "Help me, please help!" Reggie cried. Tommy's head began to move slightly. His eyes fluttered open and then grew wider as he saw what was happening. It was a murderous tug-of-war between Pam and Jason, and Reggie was the rope. "Help!" Reggie screamed and screamed again and again. Tommy lay there, still in immense pain. He just wanted to die, to never have to face this world again. Then the voices came. "Die! Die! Die!" This time he felt something different. They were energizing him, and he suddenly felt the same rage that he had felt back in 1984. "Die! Die!" It echoed in his mind. It was as if his whole body felt it. Those words pulsating in his veins. That son of a bitch had to die. With the voices giving him an incredible amount of strength, Tommy slowly dragged himself up onto his feet and lifted up the discarded machete. A surge of power coursed through his veins. It felt like nothing he had ever felt before. He curled his fingers around the wooden handle, feeling the weight of the heavy blade. It felt incredible. And then he was overcome with lust, the lust to kill. He raised the machete into the air like a medieval sword and brought it down, hacking at Jason's hand again and again. Jason released his grip on Reggie, and down he fell, straight onto the spikes with a loud, wet thud. As Tommy passed out from sheer exhaustion, Pam and Reggie hurried to the precipice and looked down. Their jaws dropped in shock. The hockey mask had come off when the killer landed on the spikes. It was the paramedic, Roy Burns. Chapter 9. Pam listened to the hospital's cacophony of grating noises, trying to tune them out as she cradled an exhausted, half-asleep Reggie in her arms. First, she heard the pretty, dark-haired nurse filing her long red nails, then typing at a computer. Then the hospital intercom buzzed. She tuned it all out. All she could hear was the overlay of the horrible night they had had in her mind. She was completely depleted of all emotion, just like Reggie. The roller coaster of a night was taking its toll on both of their bodies. Her legs ached from all the running. Her arm muscles were excruciatingly sore from having to pull frantically at Reggie as the killer was dragging him off the hayloft. The night kept playing again in her head. She heard her own panic screaming and still felt its after effects when she swallowed. She heard the way Reggie had screamed. What got to her was the way that Reggie the Reckless had been shaking like a leaf. Something had finally scared him. This night could have scared anyone, she thought. It felt like a bad dream, as if it hadn't actually happened. But it had. All of the patients and her boss were now dead. She couldn't even care that she was going to have to find a new job. She was just glad that it was finally over. She couldn't believe it had been Roy Burns under that mask, and she couldn't imagine why either. The guy hardly said a word, and was always nice to the patients every time he drove them out to Pinehurst. How could anyone have figured he would turn out to be a psychopath? But maybe it was the quiet ones you have to watch out for. Something had to have made him snap, and she couldn't figure out what it was. She saw Sheriff Tucker making his way towards her down the hospital corridor. He walked up to her, a somber and sympathetic expression on his face. Pam couldn't even move her head to look at him. She stared off into the void, too tired to move an inch. All she could do was gently stroke Reggie as he slept quietly. Her hair was a frizzy, damp mess, and tears stained her cheeks. "How are you doing?" Tucker asked. Pam didn't grant that moronic question an answer. How did he think we were doing, she thought. She just stared ahead, softly rubbing Reggie's head. "Quite a brave kid," Tucker said, gazing down at the sleeping Reggie. Pam still didn't respond, too exhausted to speak. Then the sheriff pulled a leather wallet out and showed it to her. "We found this on Roy," he said. As Pam scanned the wallet, she gasped. A picture of Joey stared back at her. "The kid that got axed at the woodpile? He must have been Roy's son. God only knows why Roy kept it hidden all these years," the sheriff explained. Pam was still too tired to even think too much about it. She looked at the wallet again and then stared back off into the distance. "Roy was a real loner, from what I heard," Tucker went on. "He never even talked much to the other paramedics." Pam listened. "I reckon when Roy got to the scene and saw that it was his son who had been hacked to pieces, His voice trailed off. He saw the pained expression on her face and in her eyes and decided to stop while he was ahead. "We also found these," Tucker said, and handed her an old tattered newspaper clipping. "Jason Voorhees slain," the headline read. A picture of an artist's depiction of Jason was underneath it. A young, deformed boy stared back at Pam. "He must have used the Jason story to cover up his killings," Tucker said. When he finally realized Pam was in no mood to chat, he stood to his feet and sauntered off down the hallway. Pam rested her head on the concrete wall. She took a deep breath, breathing in the stale hospital air. Anywhere was better than being back at Pinehurst, back in that barn fighting for her and Reggie's life. As she tried to shut her thoughts and the memories of the horrible night away, she started to doze off. The night of carnage came back to her as she drifted off into the early stages of sleep. The image of Matt, pinned to the tree like a dead insect on a scientist's corkboard, dried blood caked around his face, his throat slashed, played as if it were playing on a big movie screen in her head. Robin, Jake, and Violet lying in a bloody pile on Tommy's bed. George thrown through a glass door, blood running down his face, his eyes gouged out by someone with inhuman strength. And then the hulking hockey-masked figure of Roy Burns lunged at her through a window as she fought for her life, her hair nearly being ripped at the root, from her hair being yanked by his fist in a talon-like grip. She remembered fighting him with the axe handle and seeing that gleaming machete headed straight for her head. As the machete came down, Pam jolted out of her sleep. Her panic dissuaded when she saw that she was in the hospital, with Reggie sleeping in her lap. The hallway was strangely dim and empty. The dark-haired nurse was gone. The security guard at the end of the hall, watching the door to Tommy's room, was also gone. She stood to her feet, letting Reggie lay down on the row of uncomfortable plastic chairs. Where was the hospital staff? They were nowhere to be found. She walked down the hallway towards Tommy's room, searching in every room and down every corridor that branched off. The hospital was deserted. What the hell? She thought. She glanced at Tommy's room and swallowed hard. A knot twisted in her gut. The door was standing wide open. "Tommy?" she said. There was only a deafening silence. As she entered the room, she saw him there lying in the hospital bed motionless. His chest moved up and down slowly as he slept. There was the large outline of a bandage across his chest. As she inched closer to the bed, she heard the sound of thunder outside. She turned back to the door. Still, there was no sign of the nurse or the security guard. She came closer. There was a flash of lightning outside the window. Tommy's eyes flew open. "Die!" Tommy snarled viciously. His hand suddenly revealed a long, shining machete. It plunged into Pam's stomach. "No!" She let out a hair-raising shriek. And then Pam was jolted out of her sleep again and started to panic, but then relaxed when she saw everything was back to normal. She was sitting in those awful plastic chairs, still cradling Reggie. The security guard stood like a statue at the end of the hall outside Tommy's room. The nurse was filing her nails again, and the obnoxious sound came to her, bringing her fully back into reality. Her breathing relaxed and her muscles stopped contracting. Everything was okay, she told herself. It was all over. It had all been a dream. Just a hellish dream. She wished she could say that about being attacked by a mass murderer, but it had really happened. All of a sudden, there was the loud shattering of glass. The security guard and Pam both jerked their heads towards the sound. It came from Tommy's room. Pam laid Reggie down on the chairs and ran to Tommy's room, scrambling in behind the security guard. They both stopped dead in their tracks, flabbergasted. The window was broken from the inside. A pile of rumpled sheets lay on the floor. The bed was empty. Tommy was gone. Epilogue. Roy Burns had stared down at the bloody sheet that lay on the grass. He had watched silently as Duke lifted the sheet with a big grin on his face. He was laughing at it, amused by it. It didn't faze him a bit. That's when he knew Duke also had to die. The thought of committing murder hadn't come to him so easily at first. It started with Duke. As his own flesh and blood lay mangled in the back of the Unger Institute ambulance, Roy stayed quiet. Duke had sat in the passenger seat smoking a cigar. The smoke wafted into Roy's face. He hadn't noticed. He also hadn't heard a word that Duke had said. It was all white noise to him. All he could think about was what Joey must have felt in his last moments, the abject terror and helplessness. No one had even tried to help him. Just another life lost at Crystal Lake. Roy Burns first saw the clipping of young Jason Voorhees at the library. He was drawn to it. He didn't know how. He had taken it home to read, and then for the next few days he read some more, and more, and more, until he was staying up all night to research Jason. Jason's name had echoed in his mind ever since he read that newspaper. It played like a broken record as he lay down to get just a few hours of sleep at night, before waking up and driving to work, where he would hear them all snickering and laughing, making jokes about the patients, laughing at them, just like they laughed at Jason, just like they had laughed at Joey. Nuts, they called them. Another day of driving the loonies around, Billy had said. That's when he knew Billy had to die. Then, on the night after Joey's death, on the night of a full moon, Roy drove from his apartment across town, bought a hockey mask at a party store, and drove all the way to Crystal Lake and sat at the edge of the water. He swore he could hear young Jason's voice calling to him, calling for help, sounding just like Joey. That's when the unbearable grief and guilt hit him all at once. That's when he put on the hockey mask. That's when he began to walk. He didn't care where he was going. Something seemed to be pulling him through the night. He just didn't care anymore. All he wanted to do was walk until he died of exhaustion. He had nothing to live for. He had abandoned his only son, only for him to end up with them, the selfish idiots that surrounded him. His co-workers that thought jabbing and jeering at mental patients was funny. The doctors who couldn't help him and refused to protect him. The other patients who excluded him. As he walked wearing the hockey mask, the more he could hear the voices, soft at first, then growing increasingly louder. "Kill for me, Daddy! Kill them all!" It was Joey's voice, calling out to him through the wind. They weren't taking care of you, he had thought, just like they never took care of Jason. This whole godforsaken area of the world had to die. They let Joey die, just like they had let Jason die. Roy himself had been the one to give Joey up to the people who were supposed to keep him safe. Instead, they belittled him and let him die, just like Jason. The guilt was too much to bear, but he couldn't kill himself. That was not an option. Someone had to pay for what had happened. He couldn't die before knowing that they would all pay for what they had done. That's when he heard them, the two kids stranded on the road. "All those loonies should be killed off one by one," one of them had said. That's when he knew it had to be done. No matter what, no matter how, they had to die. Joey would not die in vain. He had taken a machete from a nearby abandoned tool shed and took a flare from the trunk of the boy's car when he wasn't looking. The boy's screams filled him with the elation of sweet vengeance, and he knew he had to keep killing, and he wouldn't stop until the doctors and all of the patients were dead. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. The sudden urge of ecstasy when he had heard their dying cries was too good to pass up. They all were to blame. They all let it happen. He remembered killing Billy next. It had been so easy. He had hidden in the dark of Billy's Charger with the axe that he stole from the scene of his son's vicious murder when the cops weren't looking. Next was Tina and Eddie. All they cared about was having sex, so they had to die. They hadn't cared about Joey. Nobody cared. He remembered her long, blood-curdling scream as she lay naked on the forest floor basking in the sun. And then she screamed no more. He remembered the way Eddie had fought back at him against the leather strap that looped around his skull. He remembered the satisfying sound of his facial bones shattering under the weight of the immense pressure from his head being smashed against the tree like a grapefruit. That's when he had heard Ethel's voice carrying from inside her trailer. "That better not be you goddamn loonies in my woods! I'll blow your fucking heads off!" she had screamed. She, too, had to die. He had felt no compassion or remorse when he buried her own meat cleaver into her skull. He didn't know why he kept killing. The pleasure of inflicting on someone else the same pain that he knew Joey had felt was too great. He wanted everyone to suffer the way Joey had suffered. All he could think was scream the way Joey had screamed as the axe hacked at him. Feel the terror that he must have felt in his last moments. Nothing else mattered. The patients and anyone connected to them had to die next. They treated Joey like nothing. The pain he felt whenever he heard them talk about Joey like he was some kind of alien was only appeased with bloodshed. He had heard it for years. "Hey, did you hear that retard kid freaking out today?" Billy had said. "That retard got the axe today," Duke had said. But all of it was pacified by the sight of red. The rage would be quelled with their screams, but it had always came back, stronger than the last time. It all made sense. He was just trying to do what Pamela Voorhees started. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill all the ones only interested in serving themselves, heedless of their responsibilities, careless towards other lives. Make them all pay, he had thought. Make them all pay. Next was Matt. He had seen him walking through the woods behind Ethel's trailer, searching for Tina and Eddie, who were lying dead in the trunk of Roy's car. All he could hear in his mind was, "You never protected Joey, and now nobody will protect you from me. No one will hear your screams." No one heard a thing as the machete slashed across Matt's throat, sending a geyser of blood spraying out. No one heard a thing as Matt choked on his own blood. He had staggered back into a tree, and that's when Roy drove the spike into his head, pinning him to the tree. And then he started plunging the machete into him again and again, harder with each thrust, feeling better and better with each stab. Then he had ripped the spike out of Matt's head and plunged it into his forehead and hammered it in. He saw George later, taking the trash out. George never saw it coming, and soon he was unable to see anything at all. One death wasn't enough. Every time, he always wanted more. He couldn't stop. And now, Roy Burns felt nothing at all. He was just another lost soul of Crystal Lake. Some people around town swore that the curse of Crystal Lake was all nonsense. But some will tell you straightforward, it was Jason Voorhees that wreaked havoc at the Pinehurst Center that summer. Tommy knew it too. Tommy knew that it was the curse of Crystal Lake, the curse of Jason. It all went back to Jason. And Tommy now knew what he had to do. If he failed, somebody else would be possessed by Jason's curse. It would never end, and more innocent people would die. Unless he had to do it. Somehow, Jason Voorhees had to die. For good. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been the prologue of the fan novelization of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, thank you so much for writing these. I'm really looking forward to finishing this one and reading and narrating Part 7 that you're writing, and a lot of us hope that you'll do 8. You'll do Jason Goes to Hell. And Landon, your work has always got a place here. I really, really enjoyed the prologue of this book. I'm looking forward to narrating the rest of it. I'm going to alternate between this book and finishing Freddy vs. Ash. We've got a lot of cool stuff planned. Narrations are going to ramp back up the best I can. It's been slow for a while because of my health problems, but I'm really excited to be back in the saddle, and things are looking really good. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I've been seeing a doctor and getting a certain treatment, and it looks like I might come out of this thing completely 100%, or as close to 100% as I was before I got sick. I'm really enjoying getting into Tommy's head. Getting that prologue from the movie, more detail and everything, was so good, Landon. Really, really good. Please, everybody, be sure to thank Landon for writing these books, because without him, we wouldn't have the audiobooks of Part 4. You know, he wrote Part 4 that I narrated, and it was freaking amazing. We're going to be talking about that on the next Out of Print Slashers podcast, by the way. Also, little thing I've always thought about with this movie and the book. See if any of y'all agree with me. Could Tommy be a little bit psychic? Maybe the dream he had here in the prologue of the book and what he dreamt in the movie, could that be like a premonition of what he's going to do in the future? Because even though it's not him that he was seeing, unless maybe it was him that he was seeing in the movie and in the book here. You know, maybe it was an older version of him and he just didn't know. Anyways, it's so close to what he does in Friday the 13th Part 6, Resurrecting Jason. I just always wondered if maybe the writers of those two movies, I know they weren't really connected and stuff as far as the writers were concerned, very loosely from, you know, story to story. But what if that was a premonition that Tommy was having of what he was going to mess up and do just a few short years later after the events of Part 5? Food for thought. But I'm curious to see where Landon's going to take this, if we're going to get into Tommy's head even more, because he didn't really talk that much in the movie. But it looked like a lot was going on in there. And you did such a good job, Landon, of describing the trauma and the PTSD. I think we've all had at least one experience in our life, maybe not as rough as Tommy had it, but something that still sticks with us through all the years. I know I've got a couple of those things, and the PTSD is real, you know. So, a couple things that I'm excited about. I want to see if we can, if Landon's gonna delve more into the Roy Burns character and his son. Hope I didn't spoil that for anybody that's not seen the movie that came out like 40 years ago. I'm also curious to see if any of the characters are going to suspect Tommy as a killer more, because I really, as a kid, I thought it was Tommy. I thought we were going to find out at the end it was Tommy, because somebody had told me it wasn't Jason before I watched it, a friend at school. So, yeah, I want to see if anybody's going to suspect Tommy more, or if that's going to get brought up. And there's some great characters in this movie, and I'm hoping that we get more into their head as well. And a couple of the kills that got cut from the movie, I'm curious to see if Landon's going to throw those in. But even if not, it is so entertaining. Just the prologue was so much fun to get through. I cannot wait to see what comes next. Please let me know in the comment section, everybody, what you thought of the prologue. Throw some thanks at Landon, because he's working hard on these fan novelizations for us all to enjoy. And I'll be back very soon with more of Friday the 13th Part 5, the fan novelization by Landon Turner. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 1 of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, buddy, you are great at this. I cannot wait to finish this book and start Part 7, and I really hope you're going to hit Part 8 and 9. Everybody's rooting for it, man, but do it in your own time, and you're just really good at it. I'm really enjoying what you're doing with the characters, diving into even the ambulance drivers, a little bit of Roy's backstory. You know, it was kind of cool having his name thrown up. And, you know, finding out more of how the doctor ticks and how Pam ticks, what's going on in Tommy's head. I think that's what the movie was lacking. You know, we saw the actor playing Tommy, and you could tell there was a lot going on, but there was never really a sense of exactly what it was. So I'm really interested to see how that goes. You did hear a guest voice tonight. That's Willem Piccolo. He had asked to play a character a while back. Things got slow on the channel with my health problems, so he's going to be voicing Joey. And if anybody here right now would like to voice a character, if you're a patron, you can pick any character of the supporting cast here. Get with me, and we'll work something out. Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. Had a lot of character development tonight, setting the story up. We've all seen this movie. We know how it turns out, but I'm really curious to see how Landon's going to handle the landing here. What he's going to do with each of these characters. These are some of the most fleshed out characters in any of the Friday the 13th movies. I'm actually a big fan of Part 5. I know that's a very divisive thing, but kind of like Jason Goes to Hell. It's really good. It's got some of the best kills, some of the best characters. I mean, come on. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I mean, come on, right? So yeah, let me know what you guys think. If you want to join the Patreon for as low as $1 a month, you can do so. The link is on the screen. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 2 of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. Great chapter, guys. Landon, you did great. Also, William Piccolo voiced Joey and Vic tonight. Great job. Thank you so much for helping out on this one. We'll be getting to another book pretty quick. and we'll do some more voice casting. So check it out then, William. Anybody else that's wanting to voice a character, please get with me. A couple people showed interest and said they wanted to, but I had to get the chapter out. So if you want to voice a character, please get with me on Patreon. I will set it up. I will get you the lines and let you know how to send it to me and everything. Usually it's about 3 days between chapters. That's what I'd like to do, 3 or 4 days. So there's plenty of time if you want to jump on. It's not too late. Even if I've already started voicing a character, if it's one of the ones that's up for grabs, I don't mind letting you take over going forward. Gotta say, I liked what Landon did here with the whole Joey scene. It wasn't exactly verbatim, and I like that. I like the changes, little subtle things. And again, I love getting into the heads of the characters. Even Pete and Vinny, you know, getting killed at the end. I had a lot of fun with that, with the sound effects and the music, really trying to set that ambiance for you guys. But yeah, I was just enjoying reading it, you know. I forgot I was even narrating for a minute there. I was just so enthralled with the story. Everybody let me know what you think of the book so far. I love hearing from you guys, discussing your thoughts. I know this is a divisive movie, but I like it. It's got some great kills, and Landon is nailing it so good. Stay tuned right after I quit talking here. I've thrown in a few bloopers from tonight's recording. I think you're going to enjoy them and get some good laughs. Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Crystal Lake without protection. Landon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is going to be in the blooper reel. As soon as I said that out loud, all I could think about is all the premarital sex at Crystal Lake. So when it says he wasn't going to stay there without protection. Okay. Your writing is amazing. It's fantastic. That was just me. That was the 12-year-old inside me. My 12-year-old brain came out for a second. Back at the top hat. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 3 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the fan novelization. You know what? No. The Novelization by Landon Turner. This thing is so good, Landon. You are doing such an amazing job with these novelizations. I cannot wait to see what you do with 7, 8, and 9. I really hope you do those. This chapter was jam-packed with some great stuff. We got some more Junior and Ethel. And I got to tell you, I have the most fun narrating those parts and doing their voices. I love that we got a little more backstory on Reggie and Demon, and even George. I thought you did a great job voicing Jake. Everybody, that was Landon Turner, the author of the book, who voiced Jake and will be voicing Jake going forward. So I got to tell you, man, you did a good job. Really good job. The kills were great. I hope you guys like the sound effects and the music. I try to really make these a little more cinematic, a little more entertaining, throwing that stuff in there. I really enjoyed the last little bit there. That part of the movie always confused me. I'm not sure why the person who is Jason killed those people. Maybe because of stuff he heard the other paramedics say. I don't know. But still, great kills. Don't do drugs, folks, because if you do coke, you're going to get killed. Let me know what you guys thought. I really enjoyed the chapter. Even the stuff, with Tommy seeing Jason in the mirror, Tommy attacking the bully, at breakfast. That was a lot of fun. And I'm really looking forward to getting more into Tommy's psyche. And I feel like we're going to get a lot of that going forward. This is my first time reading this book. I really prefer to experience these books for the first time, if possible, when I'm narrating them for you guys. So I'm enjoying this and experiencing it at the same speed you are. And I'll be back a lot sooner with more. I've been moving from one town to another for the past couple weeks, so that's why things kind of slowed down, especially in the last several days. But we just got a new Out of Print Slashers podcast out. We got a new Slash Tracks Reviews where we review A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. Check that out. And we got this chapter out tonight, and I'm going to be working on another chapter of Freddy vs. Ash to drop in the next couple days. Yeah, I think that's about it for tonight. I really enjoyed the chapter. It was a nice, long, juicy chapter. We got a lot of backstory on characters. We got in their heads. We advanced the plot. We got another red herring the old man that comes to get work at Ethel's. I'm looking forward to the scene where Jason, kills Deborah Voorhees' character and stuff, with that old man watching, and then he gets it too. Let me know what you guys thought. I really do love hearing from you guys. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 4 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Another amazing chapter. We got to touch base with Ethel. Too bad Junior wasn't around. We got a little more scenes with Sheriff Tucker, Deputy Dodd, and even the mayor. A little extended scene from the movie. I really enjoyed getting into the sheriff's head a little bit there. But most of all, we did get a little bit with Tommy, and we got to experience a little more of what goes on in his head during the events of this movie/book. The whole nightmare scene, I thought that was great. That would have been awesome in the movie to actually see him having the nightmare play out like that. But, the whole thing with Eddie and Tina, they really dived into their backstories, Landon. That was really cool. You did a really good job there. It might have been a little uncomfortable for a bit, but it really did kind of, flesh out the characters more. No pun intended with the flesh part. But not only that, Raymond is now checked off the list of possible suspects for anybody who has no idea who the killer is. Definitely not Roy. But also, the death scenes for Eddie and Tina. They felt a little more painful, not only because of the descriptions that Landon gave of how they were killed, but because we got those backstories from them. Diving into these characters more makes you care for them more. I think this movie had the most kills in it out of all the Jason movies, and because of that, sometimes it just felt cheap and quick. But with this novelization, Landon's doing a great job of making you get to know the characters a little more before they're taken from us. So I think that was very effective. I'm looking forward to seeing what Landon does with the rest of the story. Okay, Slashaholics, I can already see what you're going to say about Chapter 5. Ooh, baby, oh, baby. I'm sure it's coming. I had a lot of fun narrating this chapter, obviously. Really enjoying this book, Landon. Really, I look forward to just reading it, let alone narrating it. You're doing a really good job with the story, with the characters. I'm a little bummed out that we're done with Ethel and Junior. I know, it's so sad. I was having so much fun voicing them. Listeners, is that you? I know you like my Ethel Junior voice. They sure do like your Ethel voice, Ma. Rest in peace, Ethel and Junior. Anyways, great stuff, Landon. Really getting into people's heads like Tommy's and Pam's, even Matt's. Really great stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of it plays out. I was kind of dreading the whole demon scene in the outhouse, honestly, because I knew that song was coming. I thought about just using audio clips from the movie, but then that would take away all the fun comments I'm sure I'm going to see about my rendition of Ooh Baby, Ooh Baby. I like that you talked about sleep paralysis. That is something I've actually suffered from in the past, and I've got my own paranormal ideas about what sleep paralysis might really be. I might actually discuss that sometime. But yeah, it's pretty terrifying when you actually go through it. So, just the fact that Tommy's having to relive these dreams and they feel real to him, the memories, as dreams, I can see how that would drive somebody crazy. I don't know if I would really be haunted from killing Jason to save me and my sister's lives, but I wasn't in that situation. It's fiction, so who knows. But I hope everybody listening is enjoying this book as much as I am. I cannot wait to come back and do more of it very soon. Another chapter will drop soon. Once again, let's say good job to Landon Turner, voicing Jake. Jake. Thank you, Landon, for not only writing this book, but being a good sport and hopping in and voicing a character in the book. That's a lot of fun. So much good stuff to come. This is where the movie really picks up. I'm excited to see what Landon does with it. I honestly thought Ethel's backstory was quite interesting. that she would like to get like a 20-year post-birth abortion with Junior. I think she would sign up for that if that was the thing. Junior's scene getting beat up by Tommy, knowing what's going through Tommy's head while he's doing it and feeling like he's Jason really makes that whole scene make more sense, that he runs off to be by himself. You know, and I know the movie was trying to set it up like Tommy ran off by himself and all of a sudden these people start dying. Tommy's the killer. But I never thought that once whenever I saw this for the first time. I thought it was Jason, honestly. I didn't know it was a whodunit. Yeah, they talked about Jason's body being cremated or whatever in the movie, but I don't know. I just never felt like it was a copycat killer. You know, they should have done a better job of portraying that in the movie, because then we would have been guessing more, right? Going back and watching it after the fact, I try to look for those little things that would have made me feel like it was a whodunit, and it's just not there. But I do appreciate what Landon's doing with all of the characters. You're making it so much more fun. If there's something from tonight's narration I didn't touch on in my little discussion here, hit me up in the comments. I'd love to hear from you guys. If you got a question for me, what I thought of a certain part that I didn't bring up here in the outro, I will definitely write you back, and we'll talk about it in the comments below. If you're watching this on the premiere, thanks for jumping in and watching it early. I may not be in the chat, but I really appreciate all of you being here. It was probably just a hallucination that she had in her sleep when she was living in the canoe. Posters of Michael Jackson. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 6 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. I gotta say, we got a lot more story about these characters that have all been killed off in one chapter than I ever thought we would get. Really made me feel more sympathy for Jake, mostly, and Violet, of course. The kills were great. There's not a whole lot to say about this one. It was just a really fun chapter. I got a couple fun little bloopers for you at the end if you stick around. But yeah, I really did enjoy diving into their heads, knowing what was going on in their minds as these scenes played out. Let's hear it for Landon Turner, not only for writing this book, but tonight was his last guest voice as Jake has left the book. He is definitely gone. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this last act of the book coming up, you know. We got Reggie the Reckless downstairs, Tommy on the run, people missing, Pam on her way back, chaos, blood, death. Cannot wait. Sign me up. Looking forward to it. Let me know what you guys thought of tonight's chapter, if you're enjoying the book so far, and I'll love to hear from you guys. I'll definitely hit you back in the comments if you want to drop one below. Maybe she was a narcissist herself. The apple doesn't fall from the tree, as they... So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a horny badger. I guess a horny badger might be irritable, folks. I don't know. Let's try that again. So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a honey badger. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 5 of... That was the last narration. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. Okay, Slashaholics, this was a very intense Chapter 7. Also shorter, I will say shorter than some of the other chapters, but very intense, very fun, Chapter 7 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, you gotta do this for a living, man. You are a great novelist. You're doing an amazing job turning this movie into a spectacular novelization. I think everybody here would agree with that. In fact, I would love to narrate an original horror story if you ever do one, or slasher story. I would love to see what your imagination came up with. As far as this chapter goes, I'm really loving the way that you're having this attack go down. You're really feeling that intensity and that stress and terror, you know, as they're trying to escape, find a place to go. She loses Reggie, has to find him, gets stuck in the mud. The bulldozer won't start back up. Killer's still coming. They think it's Tommy. You know, I really love what you did with that, too. I think everybody might enjoy that you went into more detail on why these characters suspected Tommy. And it makes a lot more sense in this book, even though I already know the outcome. If this was my first introduction to this particular story, then I would agree it was Tommy. And that little bit at the end of the chapter where he appears in the barn, I would have been like, well, what? So, great job. Sorry about my well, what. No real bloopers tonight, guys. I'm sorry. It was a really intense chapter, and I was just really into it, really got into the scene, and I just hammered it out without too many mistakes. But, yeah, very intense. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out in book form, in Landon's words, as we get into the final act of the story. You know, I'm curious to see if any more is given about, when we find out who the killer is. Don't want to do a spoiler for like a 40-year-old movie or anything, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But let me know what you guys thought of tonight's chapter. If you enjoyed this scene a little more than, what happened in the movie. I thought this was way more intense. We really felt Reggie and Pam's panic, fear, terror, anger, sadness, everything. The emotions were high, the intensity was high, the stakes were high. Amazing chapter. Just amazing. I don't know what else to say about it. And I cannot wait to get back to you guys with Chapter 8 very, very soon. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been the conclusion of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. That was Chapter 8, Chapter 9, and the epilogue. Before I forget, I just want to say, Landon, thank you for not including Tommy finding the mask with the blue chevrons and holding the knife up. I really like what you did, and I think everybody else listening will like it too. You made it really tie into Part 6. That from this moment on, Tommy escaped and was hell-bent on making sure Jason Voorhees was dead, which leads to Tom Matthews, Tommy Jarvis. A little shout-out at the beginning of the video there you saw from Tom himself. And Tommy's on this mission now to make sure Jason Voorhees is really dead and really stays dead. I really enjoyed the whole scene in the barn. Great stuff there. It played out really well, a lot like the movie, but also getting to really feel that panic and intensity from the characters and getting into Tommy's mind. It's not just him staring at Roy Burns like he did in the movie, but we actually get to know why he's staring, why he doesn't think it's real. It's just another hallucination. The movie made that pretty obvious, but I really enjoyed getting in his head while it's happening. And I love that Tommy played a bigger part in killing Roy Burns. I actually got to hack at him a few times with the machete. Great stuff there. The reveal, everybody, was anybody surprised? It was old man Roy Burns. And he would have got away with it. Anyways, great reveal, great job there. Love the scene at the hospital. Everything that was going through Pam's mind, just enough to... her life's never going to be the same. There was more kills in this movie and book than I think any of the other Jason movies. Unless you count Jason X, where he causes the ship to destroy that city with 1 million people in it, that dome city. But other than that, she just witnessed so many deaths, co-workers, and all the kids she was taking care of. I'm glad that Tommy got to, it was revealed that he wasn't the killer. When the movie came out, I think that would have ruined things. Yeah, I really enjoyed all of that stuff in Pam's mind. I enjoyed the fact that Tommy escaped to go on this, mission to stop Jason, which leads us to Part 6. But what I really want to talk about is the epilogue. You did an amazing job there, and I think and hope people will agree with this. The whole thing with Roy Burns and explaining why he became Jason, how it happened, how the bloodlust happened, and tying it to Pamela Voorhees and Jason's death and kind of throwing Joey in there instead of little Jason. It was great. And I hope I did a good job of narrating his thoughts and stuff of him slipping into that insanity, because I could really feel it while reading it. You really showed him slowly giving in to this hatred and anger, and it changing him. And with each kill, he felt less and less until he was just numb to it. In my opinion, if I was him, I would have killed Tommy Jarvis first and hid the body somewhere. That way my scapegoat doesn't come walking into the barn when I'm trying to kill the last two people. That's just me. I'm never going to do that. But that's something that's always bugged me about the story. He wants to frame Tommy, but he let Tommy run around to where Tommy could have an alibi. So, yeah. Other than that, which is not your fault because you didn't write the movie, I really enjoyed the epilogue. I want to hear what people thought of that. So listeners, let me know what you thought of that epilogue. The whole thing of getting into Roy's head, finding out how he became Jason, why he wanted to kill certain people. Because that's another thing that bugged me in the movie. Why did he kill this character? Why did he kill this character? Now we know. And it was great. And that led us to the end of the epilogue, where we found out that Tommy escaped and he's going to make sure Jason stays dead. Wonderful chapters, wonderful epilogue, amazing book. I cannot wait to discuss this one with Sean on the Out of Print Slashers podcast. I'm going to hold off on my score for the book until then. If you're curious of what I rate this book out of 10, you're going to have to tune in to the Out of Print Slashers podcast when me and Sean discuss this book, probably pretty soon. I'm going to be moving on to finishing Freddy vs. Ash, and also I'll be starting up a fan novelization by Jeremy Terry of Child's Play 1, since there was never a novelization written for it. And exciting news, Matthew Costello, the author of Part 2 and 3, is interested in writing a novelization for Part 1 if it was ever offered to him. So we'll have a fan version and maybe in the future an official version. But let me know what you guys thought of these chapters, what you thought of this book as a whole. I cannot wait to hear from you guys. I hope you're as excited about this completion as I am. It was just a really, really great job, and I cannot wait to start up Landon's novelization of Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. Now, going into The New Blood, Landon, if you're listening, I really hope that you take more of these liberties, creative liberties, because you have complete permission to from the fanhood. If there's something you want to take in your own direction, please do it. Do not be afraid to, take things in a different direction or handle them differently, because that is where you shine. That is where your writing shines. You're great at all of it, writing a novelization version of the movie, but I really love your creative strings, these little strings that come off from the main story that you're creating in the moment. And I'm really hoping to see more of those in Part 7. And we really hope that you'll do a Part 8 and Jason Goes to Hell as well. And I bet even Adam Marcus would give you some notes, the guy that wrote the movie Jason Goes to Hell. Really nice guy. I can even, holler at him for you and see what he says. This has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and always remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. Good night, good luck, and I'll see you soon. It was the paramedic from the old amusement park, Old Man Burns, and he would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling psychopaths. Hey everybody, it's the 80s Slasher Librarian. Exciting news, the Slash Tracks Network is on Cameo now. For $10, you can get a video from me and Alex, Master Evil, Freddy, even the Rodeo Clown from Slash Tracks. We're looking forward to hearing from you. We can do a happy birthday video, advice, anniversary, just whatever you want us to say. Send us the money, we'll say the words, we'll have a good time doing it. Keep it scary, and pleasant dreams!
Horrid screams torn from page, mass killers trapped in their rage. Late night whispers crawl through air, blood-soaked stories we all share. Crawling all slashaholics rise, twisted tales behind dead eyes. Josh's voice makes the shadows crawl, every cut, every drop, we hear it all. We hear it all. laugh in the moonlight glow. Jason's machete moves too slow. Chucky's giggle, thick with sin. Michael waits for you to let him in. Calling all slashaholics rise. Twisted tails behind dead eyes. Josh's voice makes the shadows crawl. Every cut, every drop, we hear it all. Freddy's laugh in the moonlight glow. Jason's machete moves too slow. Chucky's giggle thick with sin. Michael waits for you to let him in. Calling all slashaholics rise. Twisted tails behind dead eyes. Josh's voice makes the shadows crawl. Every cut, every drop, we hear it all. Stacked on shelves, dust lost its name. Out of print slashes still play the game. Digital ghosts, they haunt the feed. Josh unchains the horror you need. Leaking fear from every loop. Bloodstained truth in every scoop. Replay the screams, rewind the gore. One more chapter, we all want more.